even though I thought that was hilarious, I
Welcome back to another enthralling episode of Creepcast. I need to get like a nice Tales from the Crypt or like a nice Dracula laugh. We need like a nice evil laugh.
We do. We need to pay some absurd actor too much money. We need to get like I know he's dead, but like the Vincent Price laugh, you know? Exactly. Yeah. I bet we could get Christopher Walken. I bet he's got a good laugh. We could commission that. That's a good use of income.
That's like Christopher. That's what I imagine Christopher Walken. Yeah, I'd love to just be like, "Welcome back to Creepcast." But today we are stepping out of our. This is the first time. This is virgin territory we're going into on this show. It is the first time we are stepping out of no sleep, our comfort zone, and we are going into Twitter ARGs. Which, if you want to explain what Twitter ARGs to people, so they kind of know what's going on.
Absolutely. So basically, a Twitter ARG is normally when someone creates a Twitter account, or at least a story within Twitter, where they imply themselves to be the individual going through the stuff they're going through. Some popular examples of that is things like Dear David. That's an example where the creator, just a normal Twitter user who's like, so this strange thing's been happening to me, and they start to catalog supernatural events. That's one example. Another example is when you have an entire Twitter account dedicated to a story, like The Sun Vanished. That's a very popular one. And the one we're going to be covering today is another example of a completely dedicated account, and that is the Gregory88 account. So, are you familiar at all with the Gregory88 plotline?
No, I don't know any of these. I'm going in fresh. I mean, I had a couple questions for you because it seems like you have experienced some of these before. Like, whenever people make these accounts, right? Do they how long does it take for people to realize, like, oh, this is becoming, like, this is what this is? Or did some of these start before people even knew what this archetype of storytelling was?
A lot of them started before, like, the concept became popular. Like, for example, the Dear David guy, Adam Ellis, that's his name. The Dear David guy, Adam Ellis, he was just a normal Twitter user for years. I believe he worked at BuzzFeed, or at least the movie got picked up by BuzzFeed eventually. But he does like comics, like he does comedic comics and stuff like that. So he was like a popular Twitter user who all of a sudden was like, strange things are happening around my apartment. So that takes a really long time for people to be like, is this real?
For you last time,
is
Sana.
this, you know, a story, or is this something strange actually happening to this guy? And some of the best Twitter ARGs kind of keep it in a gray zone, right? Of maybe this is someone who individually, like for you, Hunter, if for example, tomorrow you're like, there's this weird thing I keep seeing around the property, and you start to catalog it, that could be an example of people not knowing if it's real or not. But typically, like, if someone starts like a burner account to be like, there's something in the woods, like, people catch on pretty quick. But what's interesting about the format is where something like No Sleep makes the writer find creative ways to convey their piece of work or what have you to the audience. Like, for example, they'll get to the end of the story and they'll be like, if anyone's reading this, blah, 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 it's posted here. Whereas on the Twitter ARGs, normally they are constantly keeping up with replies, tweets, things people are saying. It's like a live interaction with people who are reading, which is pretty cool. You can do some neat stuff with it.
Yeah, I mean that was kind of similar to my girlfriend, my dead girlfriend's messaging me on Facebook story as well. Kind of interacting in that way. That kind of like interaction with these horror stories is such a fascinating way to tell it. And do we know exactly who Greg is?
Not that I know of. It may be known later on, because the Gregory... So I'm actually familiar with this story specifically. I don't remember how it ends, which is useful for what we're doing today. But I remember reading... Like, whenever this ARG first started up, I saw some tweets about it and was, like, keeping up with it. I don't think I kept up with it till the ending. But I remember as it was coming out, there were a lot of people, like... Oh, cool, what's happening? Oh, and like interacting with him and stuff, but I don't remember him ever revealing himself as the creator or the author.
So it looks like the first tweet here was in July 22nd, 2018. Pretty simple, straightforward. Guess I'm going to try Twitter again. with a nice little, what do you do emoji.
Yeah, just like it's a new social media account. There's some early tweets in it where it's just kind of like, hey, I'm back to Twitter. Oh, I'm watching this TV show. This food was really good at the club last night, just to kind of making it feel lived in. Then our story begins on August the 27th of 2018. So the account existed for like a month before Gregory88 got into the story of it, basically.
Yeah, I mean, there's just some simple post of like he's showing cocktails, he's showing like food, kind of giving just like a really, really normal approach to stuff. I mean, it looks like it's just, I mean, like, you know, August 5th. Maybe this year I will finally watch Lost. It's kind of funny. Yeah,
just like basic tweets. Yeah.
Right. And then you said it was, August 27th, 2018. Greg he says, just found out my grandpa died. Never really knew him, but still. Kind of an interesting little segue there. And then he has one follow-up, says, my mom never wanted to talk about him, and I've never really asked. Sad face. That is a sad face emoji moment.
What's fun about it too is if you go to the replies on that tweet, it's a bunch of people tagging their friends, being like, "It starts here. This is the first tweet. You can start here." So
just right here. Please start here.
Yeah. You may begin. Yeah, so that's fun.
Guy's grandpa died. It's right here. That is funny. all the tags. Interesting. So this is just the nice little jumping off point. So does that mean too that whenever this first came out, because it's 1,000 likes, it's not like some viral thing. I was almost expecting some of these tweets to have like, I don't know, 40,000 likes. You know, just to show like, oh, hey, look at the engagement on these. But it's relatively, I mean, little. Like it's still like with the amount of likes there's on it, it still feels very real. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it feels like it could still be like a hidden little story you came across, which is like the really fun part about these ARGs. Because imagine if you just came across this, like you didn't see it in a YouTube video or someone didn't say it was scary, it just popped up in your feed one day. That's pretty cool.
That is cool. October 29th, we have him, he says, made a new friend, and it's a picture of a slug. a nice little snail. So there you go, and then it looks like it picks back up on October 29th.
So click on that tweet and then go to the top of the thread, and this is our first dive into the storyline.
All right, yeah, and I want to preface, or as we want to preface this as well, is that a lot of these are going to be like, let us find these tweets. It's like kind of it's going to be a weird juggling act just to make sure that we're properly.
That we're not missing anything, yeah.
Exactly. The narrative is being directed correctly. So, like he said, October 29th, 2018, it looks like at the beginning of this thread, it says, something weird is happening in the woods outside my house, and I don't know what to do. Okay, there you go. Yeah, 12,000 likes. I was like, now we're starting to get to someplace here.
Cool. So now we've truly get into the story on October the 29th of 2018. It reads, something weird is happening in the woods outside my house, and I don't know what to do. I guess I should start at the beginning. This isn't really my house. It was my grandpa's, but I guess it's mine now. He died a couple months ago, and because of some tricky paperwork, I'm apparently responsible for it now. He lived pretty far away, up in the mountains by the lake. There are a couple other houses down the road, but they seem like they're empty for the season. I assume they're summer houses. I've been here for a few days, and it's really pretty, but it's super quiet and chilly. And then he attaches some images of what the nearby, what the property looks like.
basically a picture of a lake, essentially, and just it's a very wooded area, very isolated, is what it looks like.
Yeah, if you've seen, for audio listeners, if you've seen woods and water before, just picture that.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a lake before?
Yeah, you ever seen like water, but it's in one place and outside? That's what it is. Yeah.
I know. It's a weird concept. I know.
He continues on from that and says, "My mom never talked about my grandpa, and I only met him once, when I was really young. I think they had a bad relationship, but the few times I asked about it, she got annoyed and changed the subject. So, basically, I don't really know what I'm doing here. This guy from my grandpa's estate basically told me the house is mine now, so I came up here to sell it as fast as I can and go home. I guess it's not that easy to just sell a house, especially one in the middle of nowhere. At any rate, I think I'm alone up here. Or, at least, I was. I figured I'd be up here for a couple weeks to get all this handled, and then I'd go home and be done with it. I'm on a break from grad school, so I don't have any other responsibilities at the moment. But now, weird things are starting to happen. It started on my third day here. There's a little town about 25 minutes away, and I'd gone to get some food and supplies since I don't know how long I'm staying. When I got back that evening, there was something strange on my door. It was this artifact. I don't know what to call it. It was obviously handmade. It was made of sticks and twine and had some small bones tied into the middle of it.
And for our audio listeners here, I would say it's reminiscent. It's basically like thin sticks making a triangle, and in the center of the triangle are two bones that are kind of tied between a small piece of twine. I would say very much just kind of think of like Blair Witch Project.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, one of those things in the woods. Not necessarily a figure, but just a triangle. Still very creepy.
Yeah, basically comes home, there's this weird thing that looks like, probably like small animal bones, although I guess you could say those may be finger bones. But
can I go on a limb here? Sorry to interject. If the first time I see this on my door, I'm not going back.
I'm leaving. Yeah.
Grandpa just dropped off, gave me a new house, and the area's kind of pretty.
And there's a pagan artifact just on my door? Hello? No. I'm already. It was this artifact? Question mark? I don't know, man. It's this part of the movie where I'm like, why would you not just run away immediately?
Oh, it must be the neighbors. They seem so friendly around here.
It was probably just an inquisitive fox.
I bet this was the work of a friend and nothing else.
Grandpa always said there were friends in these woods, and now I know what he meant.
Well, see, now I want what he does next. I want your opinion on that. So after that tweet, he says, I didn't think too much of it at the time. I figured it was probably a kid from one of the other houses trying to mess with me, so I took it off the door and tossed it in the fireplace.
Oh, God. Why? Oh, God. First off, you're contradicting yourself because he's like, yeah, everyone's pretty much gone because of the season. And now he's saying that there's children?
It's probably one of the random evil children across the lake. Well, I don't want their gift, so I'm going to burn it.
Don't burn the artifact, dude. Rule 1. I think we can establish that with all the stuff that we've read and everything so far.
Yep.
If you ever find something like this, I would say just don't even touch it. Don't mess with it. Rule 1, right?
Well, look, here, all I'm saying is every forest that I know, every self-respecting forest has the pagan child, right? That runs through the forest and leaves stuff.
Of course, yeah.
And I suppose burning their gifts is an appropriate response. I always just kept them, just like put them up in my house. I thought they were cool, but I don't know. That's just me.
Well, and that's because, and you know what? Even if you did do that, I think that the pagan evil baby children would respect that more. If they find out that you burnt it, it is going to be hell to pay.
Yeah, I think.
I would say
so.
also in general.
Well, what would you do if you were in this scenario? Would you not burn?
Oh, dude, I wouldn't touch it.
Would you just leave?
I would be. I've thought about this. If anything paranormal happens, I'm gonna be scared, right? I'm gonna be like, oh my god, like if there's like a ghost, oh god, like quivering like that. But I'm gonna pretend that I don't even know, like, oh, just reading my book doesn't matter. Everything's normal here. I would act like I don't even see it. This is just okay. My door handle looks more decorative today. I wouldn't even acknowledge it. Honestly, that's what I would do. I would be so scared. Or honest, I would probably leave. There would be no way that I could justify that somebody made something with bones, twigs and twine. First off, it's like, where did you find the twigs and twine? Yes, you can find the branches places, but to even go to the store and purchase twine, I don't know that person, and I would have to be completely disconnected with it. We got to keep continuing.
Let's put it this way. Right? Let's take a step back and kind of observe the story so far. This person's a grad student. We'll call him Greg. Greg is a grad student, right? So he's going through school, probably doesn't have that much money. Maybe like not really a strained relationship with his mom, but not enough that his mom's willing to talk about her father, right? Sure. He's probably not that well off. And then he's suddenly gifted a house that he could probably sell for like $250,000, right? Countryside, nice house, stuff like that.
Oh, dude, nice, beautiful piece of property.
He can't just walk away from that, right? He has to do something.
Absolutely can.
Who the fuck just shot me?
I want to go on a limb and say here's something too, and we're getting too far off the story, but I want to say this: if a family member, a grandpa of mine that I've never met and has no relationship to me whatsoever, gave me property and it's free money, and I'm like, hey, where do I sign to sell this? Is what I would say immediately. I have no personal ties to this, right? And also to assume that you're a grad student and you want to live in the middle of nowhere on a lake? Are you kidding me? Yeah, right, dude. That's all I gotta say.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be sympathetic for at least... he hasn't lost me at this moment.
Okay, all right.
He's lost you. To you, he's chum. He's shark bait. Who cares? But
he's shark bait. He's shark bait. Wendigoon, because here's the thing, Isaiah. Is you're like, hey, it's really beautiful out here, and then you come back, let's just say it's the third day you've been there, and there is a Blair Witch Project artifact on your door. It's not even like, hey, I've lived here for a year, I'm settled, right? That's a different story. That's a totally different story. Greg is so new to this, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. And then he burns it. He's a dunce. He's a goon. I don't respect Greg already. We gotta continue. I'm sorry, listener.
What the fuck are them?
That's all I got. I have nothing. I have nothing but hate in my heart.
Okay,
right
well now out of necessity, I have to be a Greg defender.
That's fine.
Because if we both hate him, this is just gonna be mean. So I've got to come to his aid.
You have to bear that cross.
I have to bear that cross. Yeah. Okay. So the guy who rightfully so burned the pagan artifacts says.
Right.
By the next morning, I'd pretty much forgotten about it. Okay, he's lost me. After that sentence, he's lost me. What do you mean you forgot about it?
Well, by the next morning, I didn't think about the children making demonic triangles and putting them on my door.
No, I can't do it. I have to stay on his train. I'm Greg Defender.
All right.
Okay. I would forget about it too, I guess. All right. By the next morning, I'd pretty much forgotten about it. And honestly, I had too much on my plate at the moment to worry about some kid's prank. So I got up that morning, made some breakfast, and went out on the deck with some coffee. I was sitting there drinking my coffee when I noticed something hanging in a tree just over the railing. It was another one of those artifacts.
Oh, God.
It was just like the last one, but it had a rock tied to it instead of a bone.
Oh, good God. They're consciously different, and now it's just another. It's the same kind of triangle, except in the middle of the bottom twig, there's just a rock. Is all I wanted to say. But they're just the exact same size and everything.
Right. And then almost immediately, I saw another one in a tree further down by the ground. I went down the deck steps to retrieve it, and then I started seeing even more of them. I found about 8 in total, hanging in trees all around the house. And we have various images of these little stick effigies with rocks tied into them.
Found about 8 in total is crazy. It's insane. Even if it's one guy to consciously make 10 of these artifacts in total, it's blowing my mind.
Yeah.
This is kind of weird. People kind of just dropping this around my house.
Someone's a bit strange.
We got a bit of an artisan craftsman guy walking, lives around here. Okay.
They all had different objects tied to them. Bones, feathers, that sort of thing. It was definitely weird, but I was more annoyed than anything, thinking that someone was in my yard decorating the trees with these ugly goth Christmas ornaments. Also, if someone was trying to scare me, it was going to take more than some bullshit art and crafts project to do the trick. I gathered all the artifacts together and burned them like the first one. I'm sure that's a good decision. I'm sure.
Good God.
After I disposed of all the stick things, I took a shower, got dressed, and went back outside to do some basic tidying and whatnot. The deck and the yard are sort of overgrown, and leaves are starting to fall and cover everything. Being a new homeowner is a lot of work, turns out. That was when I found something that actually did make me nervous. I was raking a corner of the yard when I saw something dark on the ground, off in the trees. I couldn't tell what it was from afar, so I went to investigate. At first I thought it was a blanket, but when I got closer, it looked like a big sweatshirt or a hoodie or something. I didn't want to touch it, but it was obviously clothing of some kind.
Oh God. Nope. 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 Nope.
What? You're afraid of a little navy sweatshirt lying on the ground?
You.
Well, there's all these demonic.
Well, hold on.
Demonic pagan god artifacts, and it's gonna take a lot more to scare me here. And it's just like, oh, a random child sweatshirt on the ground in my yard. That's kind of weird.
There's a lot of questions I have. I do like this build-up though so far.
I will say it is a bit strange to me that if he is operating under the assumption that kids are playing a prank on him, which is reasonable, right? I remember my grandfather, his house that he used to live in, our family still owned, and it was like completely run down, like ceiling falling through and stuff. So we went to go check it out, and it turns out a bunch of kids were using it for like a hangout spot. Like there was, beer cans in the floor and stuff like that. Because it was like, it was a pretty big, old, like opulent looking house that's now just abandoned on some back road. And while we were walking around in there, a bunch of people had like drawn like 666 on the wall and like scary faces and stuff like that. So I get, to some degree, you inherit an abandoned house and now there's these little creepy twigs hanging up around the place. But if you are operating under that assumption, why then does a shirt freak you out? Because you would assume the people who are leaving this stuff up wear clothes, right? So maybe someone left a jacket on the ground. Like,
well, there's a question I have too here as well. Is he saying that the first time he's been at this place, he's like, oh, I'm finding these weird artifacts around? Or I thought that he was like, oh, I live here, and I woke up one day, and, oh, there was a weird artifact on the door and around my house. Or are we to assume that the first day he's showing up, he's like, oh, it's a nice property, but when I inspected the house, these things are here?
I think that's what well, he says he went out to town, and he comes back, and the stick thing's there. Yeah, so it implies that it was between the time of him first getting there and him coming back the next morning, he finds the stick thing there. Now, hold on. This could also imply maybe he just didn't notice it the first day, the one on the door, and the others were hung up in the trees around. Or if this is a place kids are still making pranks on, like the house still looks overgrown, maybe they don't know someone's moved in yet. My point is, I can almost rationalize, because I'm trying to be a Greg defender, I can almost rationalize getting over the stick things, but I don't know then why the sweatshirt would freak you out, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I think, it's interesting. I don't know. Also, just clothes being abandoned, like someone just like took something off or left something, is always just kind of. Already, it was this artifact question mark. I don't know, man. It's this part of the movie where I'm like, why would you not just run away immediately?
Oh, it must be the neighbors. They seem so friendly around here.
It was probably just an inquisitive fox.
I bet this was the work of a friend and nothing else.
Grandpa always said there were friends in these woods, and now I know what he meant.
Well, see, now I want what he does next. I want your opinion on that. So after that tweet, he says, I didn't think too much of it at the time. I figured it was probably a kid from one of the other houses trying to mess with me, so I took it off the door and tossed it in the fireplace.
Oh, God. Why?
Oh, God. First off, you're contradicting yourself because he's like, yeah, everyone's pretty much gone because of the season. And now he's saying that there's children? It's probably one of the random evil children across the lake. Well, I don't want their gift, so I'm going to burn it. Don't burn the artifact, dude. Rule 1. I think we can establish that with all the stuff that we've read and everything so far.
Yep.
If you ever find something like this, I would say just don't even touch it. Don't mess with it. Rule 1, right?
Well, look, here, all I'm saying is every forest that I know, every self-respecting forest has the pagan child, right? That runs runs through the forest and leaves stuff. Of course,
yeah.
And I suppose burning their gifts is an appropriate response. I always just kept them, just like put them up in my house. I thought they were cool, but I don't know. That's just me.
Well, and that's because, and you know what? Even if you did do that, I think that the pagan evil baby children would respect that more. If they find out that you burnt it, it is going to be hell to pay.
Yeah, I think
I would say
so.
also in general.
Well, what would you do if you were in this scenario? Would you not burn?
Oh,
would
dude,
you?
I wouldn't touch it.
Would you just leave?
I would be. I've thought about this. If anything paranormal happens, I'm gonna be scared, right? I'm gonna be like, oh my god, like if there's like a ghost, okay, like quivering like that. But I'm gonna pretend that I don't even know, like, oh, just reading my book doesn't matter. Everything's normal here. I would act like I don't even see it. This is just okay. My door handle looks more decorative today. I wouldn't even acknowledge it. Honestly, that's what I would do. I would be so scared. Or honest, I would probably leave. There would be no way that I could justify that somebody made something with bones, twigs and twine. First off, it's like, where did you find the twigs and twine? Yes, you can find the branches places, but to even go to the store and purchase twine, I don't know that person, and I would have to be completely disconnected with it. We got to keep continuing. Because
let's put it this way. Right? Let's take a step back and kind of observe the story so far. This person's a grad student. We'll call him Greg. Greg is a grad student, right? So he's going through school, probably doesn't have that much money. Maybe like not really a strained relationship with his mom, but not enough that his mom's willing to talk about her father, right? Sure. He's probably not that well off. And then he's suddenly gifted a house that he could probably sell for like $250,000, right? Countryside, nice house, stuff like that.
Oh, dude,
so
nice, beautiful piece of property.
He can't just walk away from that, right? He has to do something.
Absolutely can. I want to go on a limb and say here's something too, and we're getting too far off the story, but I want to say this: if a family member, a grandpa of mine that I've never met and has no relationship to me whatsoever, gave me property and it's free money, and I'm like, hey, where do I sign to sell this? Is what I would say immediately. I have no personal ties to this, right? And also to assume that you're a grad student and you want to live in the middle of nowhere on a lake? Are you kidding me? Yeah, right, dude. That's all I gotta say.
Okay.
Good shit.
I'm going to be sympathetic for at least... he hasn't lost me at this moment.
Okay, all right.
He's lost you. To you, he's chum. He's shark bait. Who cares? But
he's shark bait. When to go in, because here's the thing, Isaiah, is you're like, hey, it's really beautiful out here, and then you come back, let's just say it's the third day you've been there, and there is a Blair Witch Project artifact on your door. It's not even like, hey, I've lived here for a year, I'm settled, right? That's a different story. That's a totally different story. Greg is so new to this, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. And then he burns it. He's a dunce. He's a goon. I don't respect Greg already. We gotta continue.
Bro.
I'm sorry, listener. That's all I got. I have nothing. I have nothing but hate in my heart.
Okay,
right
well now out of necessity, I have to be a Greg defender.
That's fine.
Because if we both hate him, this is just gonna be mean. So I've got to come to his aid.
You have to bear that cross.
I have to bear that cross. Yeah. Okay. So the guy who rightfully so burned the pagan artifact says.
Right.
By the next morning, I'd pretty much forgotten about it. Okay, he's lost me. After that sentence, he's lost me. What do you mean you forgot about it?
Well, by the next morning, I didn't think about the children making demonic triangles and putting them on my door.
No, I can't do it. I have to stay on his train. I'm Greg defender.
All right.
I would forget about it too, I guess. All right. But the next morning, I'd pretty much forgotten about it. And honestly, I had too much on my plate at the moment to worry about some kid's prank. So I got up that morning, made some breakfast, and went out on the deck with some coffee. I was sitting there drinking my coffee when I noticed something hanging in a tree just over the railing. It was another one of those artifacts.
Oh, God.
It was just like the last one, but it had a rock tied to it instead of a bone.
Oh, good God. they're consciously different, and now it's just another. It's the same kind of triangle, except in the middle of the bottom twig, there's just a rock. Is all I wanted to say. But it's the exact same size and everything.
Right. And then almost immediately, I saw another one in a tree further down by the ground. I went down the deck steps to retrieve it, and then I started seeing even more of them. I found about 8 in total, hanging in trees all around the house. And we have various images of these little stick effigies with rocks tied into them.
Found about 8 in total is crazy. It's insane. Even if it's one guy, to consciously make 10 of these artifacts in total it's blowing my mind.
Yeah.
This is kind of weird. People kind of just dropping this around my house.
Someone's a bit strange.
We got a bit of an artist and craftsman guy walking, lives around here, okay?
They all had different objects tied to them. Bones, feathers, that sort of thing. It was definitely weird, but I was more annoyed than anything, thinking that someone was in my yard decorating the trees with these ugly goth Christmas ornaments. Also, if someone was trying to scare me, it was going to take more than some bullshit art and crafts project to do the trick. I gathered all the artifacts together and burned them like the first one. I'm sure that's a good decision. I'm sure.
Oh, God, Greg. Good God.
After I disposed of all the stick things, I took a shower, got dressed, and went back outside to do some basic tidying and whatnot.
Can't make
The
it
deck
in
and the
there.
yard are sort of overgrown, and leaves are starting to fall and cover everything. Being a new homeowner is a lot of work, turns out. That was when I found something that actually did make me nervous. I was raking a corner of the yard when I saw something dark on the ground, off in the trees. I couldn't tell what it was from afar, so I went to
I'm
investigate.
not swimming.
At first I thought it was a blanket, but when I got closer, it looked like a big sweatshirt or a hoodie or something. I didn't want to touch it, but it was obviously clothing of some kind.
Oh, God. Nope. Nope, 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 nope.
What? You're afraid of a little navy sweatshirt lying on the ground?
Well, there's all these demonic,
Well,
there's all these
hold on,
weird
hold on.
demonic pagan god artifacts, and it's gonna take a lot more to scare me here.
And it's just like, oh, a random child sweatshirt on the ground in my yard. That's kind of weird. There's a lot of questions I have. I do like this build-up, though, so far. But
I will
do like it.
I will say it is a bit strange to me that if he is operating under the assumption that kids are playing a prank on him, which is reasonable, right? I remember my grandfather, his house that he used to live in, our family still owned, and it was like completely run down, like ceiling falling through and stuff. So we went to go check it out, and it turns out a bunch of kids were using it for like a hangout spot. Like there was, beer cans in the floor and stuff like that. Because it was like, it was a pretty big, old, like opulent looking house that's now just abandoned on some back road. And while we were walking around in there, a bunch of people had like drawn like 666 on the wall and like scary faces and stuff like that. So I get, to some degree, you inherit an abandoned house and now there's these little creepy twigs hanging up around the place. But if you are operating under that assumption, why then does a shirt freak you out? Because you would assume the people who are leaving this stuff up wear clothes, right? So maybe someone left a jacket on the ground. Like,
Well, there's a question I
don't know.
have, too, here, as well, is he saying that the first time he's been at this place, he's like, oh, I'm finding these weird artifacts around? Or I thought that he was like, oh, I live here, and I woke up one day, and, oh, there was a weird artifact on the door and around my house. Or are we to assume that the first day he's showing up, he's like, oh, it's a nice property, but when I inspected the house, these things are here?
I think that's what well, he says he went out to town, and he comes
what I
back,
mean,
and the
dude.
stick thing's there. Yeah, so it implies that it was between the time of him first getting there and him coming back the next morning, he finds the stick thing there. Now, hold on. This could also imply maybe he just didn't notice it the first day, the one on the door, and the others were hung up in the trees around. Or if this is a place kids are still making pranks on, like if the house still looks overgrown, maybe they don't know someone's moved in yet. My point is, I can almost rationalize, because I'm trying to be a Greg defender, I can almost rationalize getting over the stick things, but I don't know then why the sweatshirt would freak you out. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I think, it's interesting. I don't know. Also, just clothes being abandoned, like someone just like took something off or left something is always just kind of odd. But let's just, I guess, keep rolling.
Yeah, we'll continue. After that, he says, I looked around and realized it was a whole encampment. Oh, okay. Well, that kind of explains why he'd be freaked out by a sweatshirt. Okay, I walk it back. I walk it back. This would be freaky. There were a couple of old socks, a pair of what I think was underwear, gross, a few old napkins scattered around, a plastic spoon, and creepiest of all, a beat-up notebook, to which we have pictures of all of those things lying in the dirt. I flipped open the notebook, but nothing was written inside. A whole bunch of pages had been ripped out of it, so I know someone had been using it. Plus, you could sort of see the shadow of pin marks on the most recent page. I couldn't make out what had been written, though. Anyway, that definitely freaked me out. It was clear someone was camping out on my property and possibly trying to scare me out of the house. I wasn't really sure what to do about it, though. What could I do? Definitely didn't sleep well that night. That was the day before yesterday. The next morning, I sort of expected more weird artifacts to be outside, but I didn't see anything. And the encampment was gone, so I figured it was probably a homeless person passing through or something. And with that, we have the end of the first thread.
Yeah, the end of October 29th thread, which is pretty alarming first day. So basically, just to go back, he found artifacts, clothes, kind of encampment, a journal that looked like somebody had been writing in it, but the pages have been torn out, and he's thinking that people are basically pulling a prank on him.
Yes. Yeah. Or like it's a homeless guy who was just like hanging out near an old abandoned house, which again makes sense. Like I said, that house, that my grandfather's house we went and checked out, we saw signs that looked like some guy was living in there for a while, like, you know, food and like a cot he made in the corner.
Right.
I mean, so like, you know, people need a place to stay. They go somewhere that's got an old abandoned house. Makes sense. But it would be enough to make me freaked out. I wouldn't immediately jump to supernatural conclusions, basically.
Yeah. No, not yet. And it looks like the next thread starts on October 31st, 2018.
The next main thread does, but if you scroll up a bit in between, there's some quick replies he gives to the events that just happened.
So it looks like there was a response to the thread on October 29th that says the driveway ends a ways up from the house, and then you have to trek down a path which bends around the side of the house to get in. I was walking around the house when I saw some movement across the yard. Near a tree. I froze dead in my tracks.
Someone was standing under a tree staring at my house. They didn't see me though, since I was also partly behind some trees and a good distance away. Whoever it was, they were wearing the same dark hoodie I'd seen in the grass the day before. As quietly as I could, I set down my shopping bags next to me and slipped my phone out of my pocket. I managed to take a couple photos, but the person turned and disappeared into the woods. Here in the image, if you zoom in, you can see who that person is, which looks like a lovely little fellow.
I don't care for this man. I don't care for this man. It's Voldemort.
Yeah, so for audio listeners, it's basically like they kind of have like clean features, like no facial hair or anything, kind of feminine looking in the face almost, but it's hard to tell because they're wearing like an oversized hoodie with the hood down and they're just standing in the trees.
And then it has a moment where it's just standing, and then it quickly looks at Greg, and then Greg's like, "Oh!" And then
you're down at the video.
Oh shit! I'm on the wrong one. Sorry.
We're not there yet. That's coming in just a second.
It's still, okay. Sorry, Kate. I'm so sorry, Kate. Him standing like a dark wizard in, especially broad daylight, mind you.
Yeah.
Is crazy.
It's great.
Oh God! Imagine. Wait. Okay. So I will say the sweatshirt the guy is wearing is not the same as the one that was on the ground.
You don't think so?
I will say that. I don't think so, because the one on the ground looked like it was blue. This is definitely like a black.
Yeah, it could kind of be
robe.
dark in the trees, I guess. But yeah, maybe.
Oh, so you think it is his?
I think it could be the same one.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
just the
All
shadowing
right.
and stuff. Because it makes sense if that was the person standing outside, they picked up a hoodie that they left on the ground, and now they're wearing it standing out in the trees.
Sure. I mean, I agree. I just didn't know. I'm assuming there might be more, is what I was trying to say.
Oh, that's a good point. It could be. Very well could be.
I don't know.
I honestly do not remember enough details about the story to know if that's correct or not. So you could be right.
As always, I am lost. I am deeply lost.
Well, don't worry. I'll make it worse in just a moment. So,
Oh, good.
with the next tweet, he says, "I stood there for a couple minutes, too nervous to move, in case the person came back, but they didn't. So I picked up my bags and hurried inside. I picked up the phone to call the cops, but put it back down because I didn't even know
Why'd
how
you
to
just
tell
let
them
him know to run out of
someone
here?
was looking at my house. Like any police officer would take
You
me
should have
seriously.
killed him.
And like an idiot, I destroyed all the weird artifacts from before, so there wouldn't even be any evidence."
Oh God, Greg. That's what I'm saying. Why would your first thing be like, I'm just gonna burn it? You know, it's ugh.
Burning's a bit extreme. I could see throwing away, perhaps setting inside.
throwing away, or even just throwing them on the ground, being like, okay, like if they're
The
hanging on my door,
burning
just,
burning
like,
seems a
tossing them
bit
in your
much.
yard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's insane. Like I'm going to start a fire and burn them.
I absolutely hate these.
Oh, I do not like these.
So
was mad myself.
yeah. So after that,
Okay.
I was mad at myself and feeling scared all alone in the house. So I locked all the doors and left out the back. I went down to the lake because I didn't know where else to go. I just knew I didn't want to be in the house at that moment. I walked a ways down to the lake shore, then sat for a while looking out at the water. I thought about getting in my car and just going home, but I felt like that would get me in trouble. There's all sorts of property tax stuff I don't understand. I felt trapped. Okay, you can leave. you can leave the house and still pay property taxes if that's your issue.
What are you talking about? Yeah, Greg, are you? You know what though? If anything, it's like he is predominantly young, right? Like a college grad. So he could be like, I mean, I don't know what's going on. I mean, I guess, do the property tax, am I allowed to leave if I owe money on the place? That feels outlandishly stupid to me. That feels like, what are you talking about? I felt like that would get me in trouble. There's all sorts of property tax stuff I don't understand. I felt trapped. Okay, Greg. Okay.
Sure, Greg,
All
whatever
right.
you say.
Sure, Greg.
It does.
Whatever.
It is getting across the idea that Greg's kind of dumb.
Yeah, well, he's burnt pagan artifacts, and now he feels he can't leave his house because he owes property.
Okay, a lot of dumb, not kind of dumb. Yeah. I'm okay with the himbo protagonist from time to time. just a fool in a dangerous situation.
Oh God.
All right, so after that, he says, also, I couldn't decide if I was actually in any danger. When my grandpa died, it took me a couple months to actually get up to the house.
Ooh, key
So maybe
recovery
someone was
counter
squatting in
spark.
the empty
Holy
house.
shit, and a key
Now
to
that I'm
climb
here,
up on
they
the counter
might just leave
spark.
on their own accord.
Oh my god.
I was starting to
shit.
get dark, so I reluctantly headed back to the house. I walked up the stairs leading to the back of my house. Right before going inside, I got this weird chill. I made up my mind that I absolutely did not want to
That's
stay in
fucking
that
nuts.
house overnight.
Holy shit.
I decided to go get my car and drive into town to find a motel for the night. This is the first smart decision he's made, by the way.
Yeah, I was calling my accountant, and I made the decision
Excuse me.
to go to the motel because the property tax issue was not an issue after all.
Yeah. It turns out I won't get arrested for not being in a house for a night.
Yeah, he pulls up the driveway, and there's like cops waiting for him. Where are you going, Greg?
You think you could just leave at a property you pay taxes for?
Sorry, I'll go back.
Tell it to the judge. Get in the car.
Tell it to the judge, Greg.
The house was all locked up, and I already had my keys.
I wanna
So I
see
went back
something.
around the house and toward the path that led to the driveway. And that's when I saw her. The figure from before, standing right in the middle of my front lawn, staring straight at my house. I froze in place, completely in shock. I was practically right next to her, but it was almost as if she didn't see me. Then it hit me. She couldn't see me because she had no eyes. She has no eyes, just shiny skin over where her eyes should be, and she had almost no hair at all. I wanted to run, but I felt like if I moved even a little, she'd hear me. As quietly as I could, I went for my phone. I needed some sort of evidence to show the cops. It all felt like it was happening in slow motion. I feel sick to my stomach as I'm writing this, but I was able to get it on video. My heart is racing just thinking about this. I haven't been able to watch it since I recorded it, but here it is. And then we have the video, which is very, if I may say, very well done for what this story's doing so far, right? Like, for those who aren't able to watch, we have this figure from before with the hood down, like appears to be a woman, but there's skin grown over where the eyes should be, and it's facing straight ahead, and then suddenly turns towards Greg, and then Greg flips out.
I'm only gonna do this when I'm ready to.
Moves the camera and runs away.
It's just uncanny enough to be
ready
realistic.
to sell stuff.
Like something where it's later at night. I also want to say that the idea of a horror element or horror story of, hey, I inherited this house that's been kind of abandoned, and now you're feuding with a squatter, like a homeless squatter, is terrifying.
Yeah.
Like that within, it's like somebody who's like, no, this is my, like some kind of weird territorial issue with somebody who's probably mentally unwell, like, you know, homeless, whatever. That within itself drives you up the wall, but then to add this little bit of uncanny element of like the eyes that are kind of sheened over, which also you could debate, which the video, even in the video, it's hard to see, it's kind of night, but it's the description they give of no eyes, light hair, and it's just staring at the house. And now all I'm wondering is, what is inside the house that this person is so fixated by?
Yeah. And also, like, for just like a Twitter ARG, the effect of the skin over the eyes is very well done. Like, again, usually it's complemented by the darkness, the night, and everything, of course, but it does give the impression of, it's like burn marks over their eyes. It looks really good.
I was gonna say that too, almost like a burn victim of some kind.
Yeah.
Like, I was gonna say, and I will say that I'm usually not a fan of whenever it's like, oh, they don't have eyes. Like, you see that so much in horror stories, and like even like cryptid stuff of like they don't have eyes, but they do this.
Oh, you're back.
I think this is a really effective way of doing that. Like, I'm bought in right now.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. So after that video, Greg continues and says, I ran back around the house and got inside. I scrambled upstairs and looked out my bedroom window at the front yard. She had vanished. Remembering it now, it feels like it didn't really happen, like it was a nightmare or something. I called the cops and explained what had happened. I'm sure I sounded crazy, but they said they'd send someone by in the morning and to keep my doors locked. So that's where I am now, alone in the woods, freaking out. I know I won't be able to sleep tonight. I feel lightheaded and nauseous. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm scared shitless.
Treasure chest there.
And with good reason.
Interesting. This later half is written really well, very believable. Like it's very believable of someone just being like, I'm horrified. I don't know what to. And they're kind of. It's almost like they're dumping all of their thoughts and the encounters they had into just social media. As if also it's believable that you would put this on social media, so people would be like, dude, you're freaking out. Like, it's fine. You know, and you can like get reassurance from people.
Yeah.
But man, with that video and like some of this other stuff happening, I feel like it would be the worst idea as well. Because I feel like people would be like, you need to run. You need to, like, you're in danger. Call, go, you know, ask for help. Do whatever you can. Because it's insane.
Yep. It absolutely is.
And that was all. And that's all October 29th. That's all that document of that day. Correct?
Yes, that's all from the first series of reports. Yeah, it started with something weird's happening in the woods in my house.
Hey everyone, we wanted to take a quick break to thank today's sponsor, which is HelloFresh. Whether you're trying to save money, eat better, live a stress-free life, HelloFresh is here to help. America's #1 meal kit is ready to bring you your most delicious year. With over 45 meals to choose from, you can ditch the meal planning blues and get right to the best part. Eating. Packed with fresh ingredients, everything arrives pre-portioned and right to your doorstep. That's chef-crafted meals for a fraction of the price and no guesswork. Lately, I've been wanting to cook more in my house, you know, all the DoorDash bullshit, I hate it. And their quick and easy meals make it easy to do. In 20 minutes, I can have a full meal prepared without worrying about running to the store or measuring out ingredients. It's been so nice, I love it. You know, I'm a simple man. Okay? HelloFresh helps keep your life moving, and right now, when you sign up, you get a free dessert for life! So give HelloFresh a try. Click the link in the description or use our code and get 16 free meals plus free dessert for life while your subscription is active. Thank you so much,
that's kinda
HelloFresh,
nice.
for sponsoring the channel. And hey, let's get back to the story.
And then the next thread begins. I think I found the easier way to read these is just go up to like the first tweet that shows show
Where
more
it's the last
replies. Yes, yeah.
Yep.
And start
So
there.
so on October 31st,
2 days later.
6:26
Yeah, we get the
PM,
next
yes,
thread.
it's the past couple days, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So now we're on Halloween Day. It's been 2 days now, and this is his first update since then.
Yep. So next
Okay.
we have again on Halloween. He
I'll
says
take this.
the past couple
Serpent
days have been
Great
really
Tour.
strange. Also have shitty reception up here, so I'm sorry for not updating. They sent a police officer up yesterday morning, but I feel like it didn't accomplish anything. I explained everything to the cop and even took him out to the clearing where I found the stuff, but it was all gone except for the notebook. And since the notebook is empty, it was basically useless. I feel like the cop didn't believe me anyway. I showed him the photos I took of the stick things, and he said at worst it counted as vandalism. But without physical evidence of trespassing, they couldn't do anything. Even when I showed him the video, he still acted really skeptical. Hey, officer, here's the no-eyed lady in my yard.
Well, yeah.
Can you go arrest her?
What's weird? Well, I mean, I would be probably doing the same thing. But imagine showing somebody like, dude, check. This was outside my house, and the guy's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I listen to Creepcast. I know what this is. It's one of those ARGs,
Yeah, like-
isn't it?
Yeah, this is one of those ARG. Okay, good luck, sir. Just walks off.
He kept asking if I knew the person in the video. I think he thought I was pranking him or something. I ended up just getting frustrated. The cop said to call the station if something happened. After he left, I went back and got the notebook from the clearing. Maybe there's a way to figure out what was written on the last page? I don't know. Anyway, the cop drove away and I was alone again. It's so damn quiet up here. All I want to do is leave, but I feel like I can't. I'm so far away from home that I can't even invite a friend up here to keep me company. And even if someone did come, it would take them a couple days. I haven't seen the woman from before, but I feel like she's still out there. And other weird things are happening too. I took a walk around the lake yesterday because I wanted to get a look at the house, to get a look at the other houses in the area, maybe see if someone else has noticed anything weird. But they're all empty. Every house is totally dark and there are no cars in any of the driveways. I haven't seen a single person at all, except once. Well, sort of. After I came back from my walk, I was out on the deck and saw a boat in the water, way off in the distance. They weren't moving. They stayed there all afternoon. I feel like they were watching me.
Oh,
And we
that
have
visual too.
Yeah.
For our audio listeners, it's a. I love this. I love this, dude.
yeah, it's good.
The photo is so good. It's like a big wide open lake, and there's just like a very small boat with two figures. It's like you can't identify. Even if you zoomed in on it, it'd be pixelated.
Yeah.
But it's very unsettling. Also, the idea too that he walks around, like Greg's been walking around. He's like, yeah, all of these houses are totally empty.
Yep.
No one is here. No one at all is horrifying. Which also, I don't know about you. I'm being a little presumptuous too, but with how disregarding the officer was, I don't know, man. I think there's some kind of I feel like they're in on it as well. Like, especially after the Baraska incident, I can't trust the cops in these stories. But especially if there's nobody else around, and then you're like, hey, someone is here, and I have video proof, and they're like, yeah, I mean, if something weird happens, just call us. That feels a bit suspicious.
Yeah,
to me.
it's a bit strange, admittedly.
Mm-hmm.
I'll also make the note that it's funny you're still traumatized from Baraska. That makes me happy.
Everybody is, dude.
yeah,
Everybody is.
yeah.
Every time someone like reacts to something, they're just like,
Well, at least it's no
Oh,
Barats.
the fuck?
That kind of thing. Yeah, every time.
I saw a bunch of tweets that were like, if I ever think my friends are bad, I'll just remember they didn't traumatize me like Isaiah did to Hunter.
I know, dude. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
Never forgive you for that, dude. Never forgive you
Yeah,
for
that's
that.
fair. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I wouldn't change anything though. I'm glad it happened, but that's fair. So after the
you.
picture of the boat, Greg says, they actually stayed out there in the same place until it got too dark to see them anymore. Normally, I'd think they were just fishing, if it weren't for what happened the day before. And the fact that all these houses seem empty, where did they come from? The boat was gone this morning, so who knows? I microwaved some oatmeal for breakfast and took it down to the dock near the water. It's weird, but I sort of feel safer down there. The water makes me feel less stressed, I guess. I kind of feel like time goes by faster when I'm by the lake. It's like meditating or whatever. Anyway, I was actually starting to feel a little better about everything this morning.
Man, I
if
hate
it
that
wasn't
attack.
for what happened next. I'd finished my oatmeal and I was
Thanks.
starting back towards the house when I noticed something in the water. It was in this little inlet by the shore. It was small and white, and at first I thought it was a brightly colored rock, but I wasn't sure. It seemed too round. So again, there's an image. We see a small little white dot in what looks like, an inlet of a lake.
Yeah,
The
it's
fuck
a
is
very.
that,
It's just a
man?
picture as if someone's like sitting by water and they're pointing their phone down, and it almost looks like a white marble, a pearl, or even like maybe like a fishing bob,
Uh-huh.
kind of tucked away in the rocks, maybe.
Yep.
The fuck?
And then he continues and says, probably against my better judgment, I took off my shoes and went into the water to retrieve it. It was an eyeball. An eyeball.
Oh God.
And then we have an image
God.
of him holding a human eye in his hand.
It's a human eyeball in the hand, but it has like a cataract over it. It's definitely like almost like an old person's eye, or it could have been because it's in the water. But bro literally just picked up an eyeball and posed with it to take a picture in his hand.
Damn.
I don't, Greg. You're a character. That's all I gotta say.
I will say, as a slight nitpick, as someone who's seen a lot of pictures of dead bodies,
Who's firing a fire
which I
shit
don't know if
this
that's a good
pussy?
thing or not. But that's not how eyes look when they're decomposing. They just get kind of white and like jelly looking. And also that eyeball is like red. So whoever had this had like red or pink eyes, like albino eyes.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of blood in it and stuff. I mean, to be completely transparent, it kind of looks like a ping pong ball.
Yeah, like a
with
toy, like a toy eyeball. I'm
Right.
being a jerk because it's a very cool step for the story. I'm just being
We're
pedantic, yeah.
nitpicking, but it's just it's all about immersive right now. The immersion right now, especially with how good the woman standing there and then quickly.
Yeah, that
how well
more
that's
than
done.
makes up for it. It's very well done, very creepy. Yeah.
Yeah. So just a little note, show it on the screen.
Correct.
It's like a little toy.
This has to be from an animal, right? Please tell me this is from a big fish or something. I threw it back in the water and hustled back up to the house. I washed my...
Why? Well, stop.
Yeah,
Pause.
yeah, if he's trying to keep
You find an
evidence...
eyeball.
Yeah.
You find an eyeball in the water and you're like,
Okay, well, I'll just throw it back.
call the cop.
I mean, like...
It's something weird
yeah.
happened.
If it was like, he thought... Like,
My
if he was
bad, I
like,
thought
it's
they were
definitely like an
spreading cholera.
animal's eye, like a deer or a fish or whatever, then sure.
Yeah,
but,
fuck
I
'em.
mean, like, he doesn't think it is. I don't think, and yeah.
I
Keep
guess
the eyeball.
A perfectly preserved one single eyeball right there. Well, wait, sure. Let's say he thinks it's an animal, right? I mean, he says that it has to be an animal, right? Whatever, from big fish. So he's like, whatever, throws it back. Sure.
He continues, says, I washed my hands in the sink and then sat on the couch for a long time. I don't know what's going on. I can't believe I picked that up out of the water. I feel gross. And to make matters worse, that boat's back out there. It showed up again this afternoon and it's just sitting there in the same place as yesterday. Are they watching me from the boat?
And that's the end of the initial thread from October 31st here,
Yes.
it looks like. And the what's interesting is now we have two accounts of people staring and looking at the house. We don't know if it's directly at him, but I have a feeling that we are going to find out that something in the house is obviously grabbing these people to want to, I'm assuming, They're fixated on something. I don't know. Like I think we haven't heard the end of Greg's grandpa. I'm still wondering where that ties into this as well.
Yep. I assure you it gets worse. I know that much.
I have a feeling it does.
It
yes.
gets more terrified as it goes on. So
I
the
gave you
next
my
thread
two
begins with,
most-
I keep hearing things.
Prized possessions, and you just say, "Ha, wonderful."
Things at night. Beginning with the November 6th thread, Greg says, I keep hearing things at night. I stand out on the deck and I feel like I can hear things moving through the trees. It's probably just deer or something, but I can't help imagining it's something else. I'm sure I'm making it out to be worse than it is. Are deer nocturnal? I see them out on the road sometimes when
It'll
I'm
soften
driving
them
into
up.
town. I try
Read a
not to think
romance
about it.
novel.
But last night it was worse.
You're too hard.
I heard screams. That sounds so stupid to say, but I don't know what else to call it. I was brushing my teeth and heard something out the bathroom window. I'm sure it was an animal, but my toothbrush was buzzing, so I can't be sure. And then this morning, I found the bloody remains of something right in the middle of my yard. It was literal intestines, and they were fresh. I feel like I can't even
Oh, we're
post something
faded.
like that to
You're
Twitter.
good.
Like, is it going to get flagged if I post it? I don't know what to do. Maybe I can upload it separately and share the link or something. Fair warning, this is pretty gross, so don't look at it if you're squeamish. I'm sure it's an animal, but what did this? And why was it left right in the front of my house? And then there's an
Ooh,
attached
beer.
link
He likes drinking.
for... the image is gone now.
You
Dang,
can't select
that
multiple
sucks.
items. Shit.
Okay, maybe I could search and find it later, but it looks like for
He
the
likes
moment it's
that.
lost
Loves
media.
it.
That is tragic.
Yeah, yeah.
Gotta double up for
I
one
wonder, Do you
item.
think it was ever there, or do you think that he uploaded it and it's like a missing piece of media? Like even there it got.
Oh, that's a good point. Like maybe there never was an image. Maybe it was always just
Yeah.
like redacted. Yeah, it could be. Very well
Right.
could be. If we don't put anything else, if we don't put anything up, assume we were right. So,
Hey.
Yeah.
all right. So on to the next one. Yeah, sorry, it's disgusting. Anyway, I scooped it up with the shovel and flung them into the woods away from the house. I don't know if bears
Yeah, she
are up
doesn't
here,
like
but
it.
I couldn't leave it. And besides, animal guts are the least of my worries right now. I have other things on my mind. I've been trying to figure out what's written in this notebook from the woods. I've had it for a couple days, and I can see faint letters, but I can't make them out. A bunch of people replied and told me to do a pencil.
Yeah, I'm
and
sorry
charcoal
for murdering all the
but I didn't have anything
Westerners.
like that.
They were just
Found a
bringing
bunch
medicine.
of pins, but no pencils, so I had to go back into town. It was actually really hard to find charcoal.
Yeah, let's
I
apologize.
finally had
just
some
with
luck at this
words.
little hardware store.
Why don't we get some
Box
medicine
didn't
or
even
some
have a price
shit?
tag on it,
Make
so
it up
I
to
feel
her.
like it had been sitting on the shelf for
That's a
years.
terrible way to
It seems like
apologize.
people in town are starting to recognize me.
Jesus.
I don't like it. I didn't plan to be here.
Apologize
that
the
long, but it
Western
looks
way
like
with
I
some
might not
fucking
have a
money and
choice.
healthcare.
People are nice enough, but it seems like the kind of town where everyone knows everyone.
Well, I don't think we
definitely
don't apologize with healthcare, but
When I was in the hardware store, these little kids were
In an
following
ideal
me
world,
around,
we would.
giggling and making fun.
well,
of
in
me.
an ideal,
I think they were twins. I couldn't really hear what they were saying, but I'm sure they were making fun of me because
Free
little
healthcare.
kids are jerks. For one, if you're being haunted by like creepy twins in a small town, you should probably leave.
why is this just so
That or
low?
if you've been, if you're sitting there and you've had all these things happen, and in any capacity, there's little twins that are following you around, poking and prodding you in a store, not a good sign. Never a good sign.
Get out. Absolutely not.
Twins are already an anomaly, so it's just another negative on top of a negative.
Yep, absolutely not. On the way out of town, I stopped at the grocery store, but they were out of some of the things I wanted. It seems like they're always out of stuff. They've been out of eggs for a couple days, so I just got some Pop-Tarts and stuff and left. Anyway, the notebook. I've actually been putting it off for most of the afternoon because I wasn't sure I wanted to find out what the woman was writing in it. I can't ignore it forever. I'm going to eat dinner, and then I guess I'll try the charcoal.
Can I auto
Be back
chase
in a
his
bit.
marker? That would be fun.
God.
Aw, damn.
So I did a charcoal rubbing over the most recent page in the book, like people were telling me to. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. I'm sort of freaking out. And then, would you like to read what the notebook says?
Yeah, the image here is trying to make out what the image is. I'm trying to see. It says, let me see here. It looks like it's just saying, they took my eyes. Basically, it looks like she is just repeating over and over again, they took my eyes, correct?
Yep.
Over and over and over and over again on the paper. If you zoom in, yeah, it says, they took my eyes, they took my eyes, they took my eyes, they took my eyes. It's very horrific, you know? I don't know any other way to say it. I am upset that I had to read like this. The page, the way too with the charcoal is just fairly dirty. Like it's a very cool way to reveal this message because it just looks like I don't know, kind of like ash or something. Like the page is kind of burnt. So it's like this cryptic burnt message just like coming out of this paper, and the woman was as like very hard, especially to get those imprints on the next page. The person has to write kind of heavy.
Yeah.
So it's this person that just kind of they took my eyes over and over again.
Yep. Definitely a pleasant thought.
And Greg just ends the thread here, just says, what even is this? What the fuck? I feel like I'm going to throw up. I need to go sit down. What the hell is going on? Well, Greg, let me tell you what's going on. You're in shit water. You're in deep, buddy. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Sorry to be the inquisitive little man here, but let me tell you, Greg, this is not a typical and normal thing going on. What the heck is happening? Well, Greg, you're being fucking haunted. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. All right? You're up shit creek for sure right now. I feel bad for Greg. I feel bad for Greg, but at the same time,
what the fuck?
I don't like. You should have left the first day, dude. The first little sign. You know what I mean?
Yeah, as soon as, realistically, as soon as that effigy was on his doorknob, he should have been like, well, I'm staying at a Motel 8 tonight. Yeah, that would have solved all of this.
As soon as a pagan artifact is found,
And Greg's like, well, what the heck exactly is all this stuff?
Now, how did this get here? Yeah.
All right, well, I guess I'll make a fire
Fuck
and
is this
burn all of it.
gun?
Should probably
That's normal.
Should probably burn this thing I don't understand. Yeah.
Well, I don't understand it, so I'm going to burn it. That makes the most sense to me.
and that's the end of that thread on November 6th, I believe. And we don't pick back up until November 9th, so it's been 3 days.
Yep.
So it seems like the standard for these updates has been basically every couple of
What the
days. He kind of
fuck?
seems to update some stuff.
Yeah. The next one begins with I called my mom yesterday.
Yeah.
So, on November the 9th, he says, I called my mom yesterday. I wanted to see if she knew
pussy
anything
now.
about this
Let's go.
place. She said I've actually been here before when I was really young. I don't remember any of that.
What
I
the
tried
fuck
to
was
ask
that?
her again why she never got along with my grandfather, but she's so cagey about it. She grew up in a town nearby, and my grandfather didn't move into this house until after my mom left for school. I guess she never really came back.
I want to say, too, that that's a really interesting little plug-in. I just want to say it. Just
Got him.
I love the line of, you know,
Good shit,
she said I've
boys.
actually been here before when I was really young. I don't remember any of that. And then
Fuck
you
you,
kind of
bitch.
follow that up immediately with, like, she was really cagey about talking about her dad.
Yeah.
Seems like some kind of weird, like, hey, Grandpa might be a Satanist. Grandpa might be a cult
Yeah,
member.
you know what it actually, I don't, this isn't where the story's going, but it reminds me almost of like an abuse scenario. You know, a little bit
Sure,
of like,
yeah, like,
oh, you've
yeah,
been there
and-
before, but I don't,
Yeah,
you don't
and
need
you've
to talk about
completely-
grandpa. Yeah.
Sure, yeah, you some kind of crazy dark thing happened and your mind just tries to bury it.
How
kind of thing.
wild would it be to be in a house and then you're like, oh, you've been here before, and you have
I
zero
hate
memory
that.
of it?
Oh,
Oh,
I hate
that's
that.
oh,
I
it's
hate that in my
creepy.
own real life. I remember, I visited. I remember I visited one of my grandparents one time, and my grandpa was, or my dad was like, "Yeah, you came here when you were 3," and it's like, "Oh, what?" I don't even remember. It's already kind of like it's disturbing in its own right. Not that it's
Yeah,
like anything tragic, but it's just one of those things where it's like, "Oh, really?" I've been to this. Like, you can't. I don't know. It's like a weird.
It feels
detachment. I
weird
don't-
that your brain isn't doing its job, right? That it's not
Exactly,
putting together the
yeah.
pieces. The
your
weird,
own mind betrayed you.
the weirdest one I ever had that when I was like 5 years old. So like, we lived right down the street from like my grandparents, my dad's mom and dad. So I would like as a baby, a toddler and stuff like that, they would like watch over me while my parents were at work. I spent like the first years of my life with them. And then one day, for seemingly no reason at all, I was like 4 or 5. My parents take me over there. It had been maybe a week since I seen my grandparents, and I looked at them and didn't know who they were and got scared and ran away.
That is.
Like I had seen them a week ago, but for some reason my brain had just started collecting data of what people look like and who people were. So when my dad's like, "You're gonna be staying with Mamo for a couple hours," I bolted. I ran away. I was like, I've never met these people before. And then like it was sad because I go back to my grandparents and my grandpa's like, "You don't remember me?" It's like,
I was gonna say, if I was your grandparent, I'm not gonna lie, I'd be really pissed. I'd be like, okay, dude, fuck this kid.
my grand
doesn't remember me. Come on.
Yeah, my grandpa was like, "Oh, you don't remember me?" And then he like turned on Dragon Tales or something and gave me a root beer, and I was like, "Okay."
All right, yo.
That's my fault.
Old man's pretty chill.
Yeah,
though.
you're cool. Why he chill like
Alright,
that? Yeah, yeah. I take it back.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's weird. It's like all of a sudden my brain's like, oh, I should start remembering what faces look like, and it weirds me out to think about. But yeah, strange encounter.
Yeah.
So I guess she never came back. We talked for a little bit, but my reception here is spotty. She asked me if there's still wine in the cellar, and I told her there wasn't a cellar, but she said there is. Down in the basement, off to a corner. After she hung up, I went downstairs to look. She was right. There's a bunch of old antique stuff in the basement, and behind some filing cabinets, there's a dusty little wine cellar. I can't believe I missed it at first. It's full of wine, and some of it is really old. Then we have various pictures of an old dusty wine cellar. We have
cellar.
a
the
barrel of
creepiest
something.
crest. Yeah, there's like a crest on the wall.
Yeah, there's a crest with like a
brick.
bird. What is that? A bird and a rabbit, it looks like, or something.
Yeah, creepy old. And then the next thread, he shows like some old wine toppers, basically, that look more haunting than anything I've seen in my whole life. Like weird little baby man with a top hat and all kind of like a weird dying beagle or something.
It's got like carved faces and stuff like that. Yeah, yeah. These are the
and
kind
then
of
nice,
things
and
my wife would collect and put around the house. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the next thread here, the next picture he's showing is basically a dead rat, and he's like, looks like no one's been down here in a while. It's like, yeah, Greg. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a mummified mouse, basically.
Yeah, it's a dead rat. That's a pretty dead rat. That thing's been down there a while, yeah. I mean, he's right. It has been down there a while. After that, he says, and look at some of these bottles. I don't know anything about wine. I wonder if they're good. Anyway, at least I have a surplus of alcohol down here to take my mind off how weird things have been lately. There is a bottle that's labeled 1864.
1864. The other one's 1934. I mean, like, obviously, I don't know anything about. I just know that that's probably extremely rare and extremely old. So it's aging the basement even more, I guess, is what it's trying to do. Or the collection, or these people.
This place has been here a while. Yeah.
Sure.
This house keeps surprising me. I keep finding weird shit around the property. Like, there's a collapsed shed in the backyard. A little ways through the trees. It's not that strange, I guess, but I can't help overthinking everything I see now. And we see, like, again, a collapsed shed, like, what looks like old rusted barrels, a window pane, what looks like the pieces of an old lawnmower, I think. That's, like, been out in the weather for 30 years.
Right. And then an old street sign that says Bermuda.
Yeah.
Is what I'm seeing here.
Yep. So, and then after that he says, a little ways away from the shed, I found this in the middle of a clearing. What is this? And we have a little Easter bunny looking thing. That's like, I mean, at one point it was an Easter bunny. Now it's like vines grown over it. It looks decayed and like paint chipped and stuff like that. But at one point it was like a little cute bunny decoration.
Yeah, like almost like a yard gnome looking thing.
Oh, my wife opened the door. Oh. You want to come say hi to everyone after that heart attack? This is going to be in the episode. Oh, it's just Hunter I'm talking to now. Oh my gosh. Oh, say hi, Hunter.
Hello, that was very, very funny.
Alright, sorry about that. Anyway, gosh, it sent me because I didn't hear anything. Then she throws the door open like it's time.
Hello?
Gosh. Yeah, Easter bunny. Then it says, none of it makes sense. And there's something else I found that I can't stop thinking about. There's so much junk around the house, and I'm trying to clean it up. Partly because it'll help this place sell faster, but also to keep my mind off things. I was sorting through some debris and found these old rusty letters in a pile on the ground, partly under the foundation. I could see some nail holes on the side of the house, so I think they were on the house at one point. I know sometimes people give lake houses names. I can't figure out what they might have said, though. I brought them inside and laid them all out on the kitchen floor to see if I could make sense of them. No luck so far. Maybe someone else can figure it out? And then we have
super interesting because the last photo here is, yeah, it's just a series of letters. Just to quickly go through them, it's ALEWDPHATECERPE, and they're all very rusty on basically kitchen tile flooring kind of thing. It's just a little snapshot of it. And I just want to say, based off of what I have had happen so far, is that this, first, naming a lake house. Okay, I don't know what kind of delusion you're in, dude. Have you heard of that before?
Yeah,
I've heard people naming boats.
People do that around here. They'll call it like the Crane's Landing, or they'll say like the Honey Hole or the Hideaway or something like that. But normally that's like I haven't heard of like nailing letters to the side of the house, especially around Gatlinburg. That's super popular. All the cabins will be named like the Three Bears Nook or the Hideaway or stuff like that. So it's not totally unheard of, but
so if it's okay, so then it's in the realm of it's in a realm that is like a reality. It's in reality.
It's normally with like places you rent, like Airbnbs and stuff like that type thing.
Like that, I could see where it's like, a koozie thing. We went there and it was called like the Bear's Cavern or something.
Yeah,
like,
stuff like
whatever.
That.
This though, with how rusty it is and everything else, I feel like it's gonna spell something that's like not even like Latin or something.
Yeah.
What exactly is this? And then he's gonna look at it and it's gonna mean like the devil's whorehouse or something. Like, oh god.
It spells out like if don't go in the house, you'll die.
Yeah, exactly. If you stay in the house, you will be killed. And he's like, look, oh jeez. It looks like here too that's the end of November 9th. And then the next entry isn't until November 21st.
Yep.
So this is a bigger jump here.
Yes, yeah. So it's which he addresses because on November 21st, 2018, the first note he has says, "Sorry for not updating in a while. The reception up here is terrible, and I haven't been able to get Twitter to load all that often. At least there's lots of wine in the cellar, so I haven't been too bored." And that's the first thing he says as far as that goes. So he's just getting hammered.
Yeah, he's slowly becoming an alcoholic out there on the lake.
Yeah, I mean,
hairless, eyeless women and dudes on boats watch him.
Yeah, like a true American.
I found someone's entire spine and nervous system in my bush. Oh well, I don't know. At least I have wine.
So after that he says, "I've mostly been trying to keep busy getting the house in shape to sell. A realtor is supposed to come up here next week to help me formally list it, which is good because I'd like to get out of here. But there's something weird about the town down the road that I can't figure out. I've been getting cabin fever pretty bad, so the other day I drove into town to have breakfast, wander around a little bit to get my mind off things. And then he breaks this up weird, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's right here. It does and then it does. There's only one restaurant.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, the next thread he says, "There's only one restaurant in the whole town, from what I can tell. I went in there to eat, and the whole experience was sort of bizarre.
All right, I'm off the horse.
I'm not really sure how to explain it. Anyway, I ordered the eggs Benedict off the menu. The waitress had a pretty chilly attitude, but nothing out of the ordinary. But then she brought out my food. They'd totally forgotten the eggs on my eggs Benedict. It was just ham and hollandaise. I called the waitress back and told her she forgotten my eggs, and all she said was, 'We don't have that.' I asked how a downer could be out of eggs, especially early in the day. She just said sorry and walked away. It was so weird. I was confused, so I took a second look at the menu. I realized the description doesn't actually list eggs in the Benedict, and then I realized eggs aren't listed anywhere on the menu, even in the sides."
That is weird. Yeah, I mean, he has pictures of some menus here, and it's all it's like a standard, basically diner menu, except there are no eggs at all. Like in any of the in any of the dishes. Like there's like a classic like lumberjack platter name thing. It says 2 pancakes, 2 bacon strips, and 2 sausages served with potatoes and toast. Comes with butter and syrup. But usually, you know, as always, it'd be like eggs, whatever. So it's a bit odd.
I'm getting hungry.
I am too, dude.
We're
getting to dinner time. I'm like, ooh.
I love eggs.
I love eggs.
I love eggs so much.
I need eggs.
I will say, like, for this Twitter ARG, pretty cool of him to like make a menu, right? That looks like an actual
dude,
menu.
yeah. How fun is that?
Yeah,
I
it's
love
fun.
it. Yeah. Come on. Great stuff.
And also remember earlier when he goes out to town, he said that the place he got groceries from was out of eggs. So
Yeah.
Stack it up.
Interesting. It's a chicken cult. Chicken cult.
Chicken cult called it. What kind of diner doesn't have eggs at all? That might make sense in a vegan restaurant or something, but they have meat all over the menu. I can't figure it out. Also, on my way out, there was this family in a booth sort of watching me leave. They were all being really quiet in a sort of obvious way. They had 2 twin girls with them. I am definitely not coming back here. And again, there's our second mention of twins.
Mm-hmm. How weird, man.
I was thinking about it the whole way home. There are too many things that don't make sense, and I don't feel any closer to figuring it out. But one thing seems clear. I'm not welcome here.
Bro,
Like,
you
I'll
can't.
Can I just interrupt real quick?
Of
The
course.
twins thing.
Yes.
So it has the mom and the grandpa. How do we know that the mom isn't the twin of the bald, eyeless woman?
It's very possible.
Can I just want to throw that out there as a hypothesis. There was also, and also just to say, when the fishermen were out there, it was 2 guys. Or
That's
2 people.
also true. It was 2 people. You're right.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
It's an interesting perspective. All right.
Thank you.
So, and to be honest, I don't know if that's right or wrong because I don't think I ever finished this story because I don't remember how
Even
it
it-
ends. So
Even if you did know, dude, you'd better not tell me.
I
wanna find out.
would lie and say that whatever you said is interesting
Oh.
and cool, and I'm proud of you. So
Just walked
I
into
like
it.
that that's your go-to lie
yeah,
with me.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, after Baraska, I have to compensate somehow. So
Yeah. You have to just pat me on the head and Labrador me.
when I got home, I found something folded up and wedged in my front door near the handle.
Oh, God.
Someone
couldn't reach
clearly
that. Come on.
wants me gone.
And it's a little folded note, and it just says "leave." Oh, God, dude. Good Lord.
It was written.
Oh, it was.
Go ahead. No, continue.
No, I saw that it was written on some sort of tag. He's getting ready to say it. Don't
Yeah,
mind me.
it was written on the back of a tag of some sort. I suspect it was the eyeless woman from before. I haven't seen her, but I think she's still out there. And then the tag.
Dude, if it's on the back of the tag of the shirt that was in the yard that he collected,
Probably is because
I'm gonna lose my mind.
it looks like it's just a like do not. Wait, actually no.
Gotcha.
Clean and dry repair area thoroughly. Cut patch larger than repair area.
Went right
Remove
through the
paper
wall.
backing, place patch over hole, and press down firmly. Do not inflate for 30 minutes. This is like a tire repair kit or something.
Oh, it says here, someone in the comments here, which Greg ends this thread by saying, I think something bad is coming. I'm going to pop another bottle of wine. I don't know what else to do right now. Maybe don't get yourself
Yeah,
intoxicated.
maybe don't get
Greg.
hammered. You need to be on your A
Dude,
game
get
right
in
now.
your car and leave. Go anywhere. God.
They said leave.
Uh,
You should leave.
A person says, Nico Doom on Twitter says, it's instructions for a patch kit for floaties and inflatables.
Yeah.
So maybe something down by the water. Maybe it could be the people in the boat or something. Maybe it could be...
Probably,
the way they say that,
probably.
it makes me think that it's probably the people in the boat that maybe came ashore, wrote the note, like ripped it off their maybe their life vest or something.
Yeah, that would be most likely, I think.
I don't know. I mean, the next one, it looks like November 29th is the next one.
Yeah. So we'll keep going with the story. So now I'm thinking
Yeah, just to
about.
keep-
Now I'm trying to remember specifics.
Forgot that
but
bag.
Yeah. All right. So November
I saw something out in the woods today.
is that the next? Yes, that is the next part of the thread. Okay.
Yeah, November 29th, 2018 at 7:16 p.m.
It says I saw something out in the woods today.
I love how simple that intro. to
Yeah,
this
it's
thread is,
a
too.
good start. It's a good start because you know that people are like actively keeping up and waiting on new parts, and then they see that and they're like, "Oh yeah, here
Yeah,
we
they're
go,
like, oh, Greg. Yeah.
back in the fire." I've been trying to not spend all my time at the house since being cooped up all the time makes me feel crazy. Even though it might not be super safe to be out alone in the woods, it still feels better than being home all the time. God, I can't believe I just referred to that place as home. I've been here too long. Anyway, I was taking a walk today. These woods would be so pretty if I didn't feel like someone was going to murder me out here. I was almost enjoying myself when I stumbled into a clearing and found something strange. There was a single, filthy chair overlooking a ledge. Then the image we have here of this chair is it's not an outdoor chair. It kind of looks like an old classroom chair almost. Like a fold-up white chair.
I would just say it's like an antique chair.
Yeah.
It definitely has some age to it. Like it's been outside in the elements, obviously, so it's kind of dirty. But I would say it's not a standard chair that you could just find at a store. Like it definitely looks like it has some age to it.
This also gives me like stairs in the woods flashbacks as like a structure outside that's not supposed to be there. Obviously not as extreme as stairs, but the same vibe.
Sure. Just something where it obviously someone placed it here to look at specifically something.
Yeah, I agree. It didn't seem that creepy at first, but I got this funny feeling, so I took out my phone and pulled up my Maps app. And sure enough, the chair was pointed in the exact direction of my house. I was probably a mile away from the house at that point, but it was still weird. That's fun. That even though they can't see the house from that chair, it's pointed towards it. That's eerie.
Exactly. Yeah.
It made me feel queasy, and I didn't want to stick around, so I hustled out of there. But I'd barely walked 30 feet when I found something else. Something way worse. I don't even know how to describe it. What the hell is this? And then we have...
Oh, man.
It is a rock that has a carving into it in the shape of the stick effigies we've seen before. But this time, at the center, we have some kind of animal skull with a vertebrae placed on top of it and seashells stacked around it.
And there's a video below... and there's just like cockroaches crawling over it, or some kind of bug.
Yeah, it looks like a wood roach or like a wood louse type thing.
Yeah.
His caption for it says, "I took a video of it too. It freaked me out, but I was mesmerized by it at the same time. I couldn't stop staring at it. I felt like I was in a daze."
So now he's becoming almost transfixed by these things. I mean, if this isn't a sign that it's some kind of pagan cult or some kind of ritual is happening. It seems like it's almost like he is being prepped up for some kind of
Ritual.
event.
Yeah.
Some kind of ritual. Yep.
After that, he says, "It seems like every day there's something new, but I'm not closer to understanding what's happening out here or why. I finally pulled myself away and practically stumbled away from the rock. I felt dizzy walking away. I just wanted to go back home. I started back in the direction of the house, and that's when I saw her. That woman from before.
Oh boy.
She was standing up on a hill, seemingly staring at nothing. I darted behind a nearby tree, but luckily I don't think she saw me. I hadn't seen her in weeks, but I knew she was still out here. I took a video from behind the tree. I don't even know why. It's not like it'll do any good, but at least I have proof that I wasn't imagining any of this."
And now the woman is just standing, or a figure. I'm guessing it is the woman still. It's the same kind of robe from earlier, or like giant sweater from earlier. But you can't really see the person's face. Their head is down and the hood is down, and they're just standing there. Which also from before, too, I think that she knows that he's there, obviously there. I know that Greg keeps saying stuff like, "Oh, she didn't see me," but as we've seen before, she doesn't have eyes, but she can very clearly understand where you're at.
Yeah, like, there's no purpose. If she's blind, there's no purpose in her pointing her head at you. If anything, she's probably got her ear down listening for you, right? So yeah,
or some kind of mystical sense or something, some kind of like force that she uses, you know.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't say like magic or some kind of power, but it does seem like she has that ability.
Yeah, I think so. Eventually, she left the hill and disappeared into the woods. Once I was sure she was gone, I left the tree and practically ran back home. The whole way back, I kept expecting her to appear again and attack me or something. I don't understand what she's doing out here. Is she a witch? That sounds so stupid, but I don't know how to explain any of this. Those weird stick artifacts and now this thing on the rock, it feels like witchcraft or something. And who's on that boat I keep seeing out there?
I didn't give you a lift at all.
Why is everyone in town so weird? At this point, I just want answers, and I feel like I'm getting close to getting them. I'm just scared of what they might be.
I was going to say, I know that he says witch here and stuff. Do you think it's applicable at all to in this universe where it's obviously 2018?
it's been by this point almost 20 years since Blair Witch has been out. Do you think it's helpful at all, or like realistic that somebody might be like, this reminds me of this thing since it's such a big cultural thing, or do you think it's good that he's been kind of like out of, you know? Because to me, I'm like, in the story so far, if the only reference you've ever had to something that might be witch or cult like is like a movie that you might have heard of or seen, I almost wonder if he's like, I feel like I've seen this as something I've seen in a movie, or like Blair Witch or something. You don't even have to be that specific, but I'm just wondering if, like, realistically, do you think that someone in a Twitter ARG for something for social media would want to point to something as obvious as that?
It depends. I mean, it's kind of like the whole zombie movie thing, right? Like, characters in zombie films never know they're in a zombie film, right? Even though in real life, if dead people started walking around and moaning, we'd be like, oh, that's a zombie. They're always surprised by it, right? So there's kind of this unspoken rule that characters within a supernatural setting are aware that setting can take place.
What the fuck are you
But
talking
I feel like
about?
on Twitter, you don't really
I'm
get
writing
that
to
line
it.
of dialogue because it is so social media oriented. So...
That's fair.
know.
No, I mean, I always
What?
associate this. I guess as a rebuttal to the zombies, I always associate that in the zombie movies, zombies have never existed.
Correct. Yeah, that's what
until
I'm saying. So off of the
so
back
you
of
see-
that, a lot of
Okay.
horror stories like this kind of pretend like those things don't exist.
Okay, that's good to know. I'm curious if other people felt the same too, because if that's the case, then that's
That's so
totally
dumb.
cool. Of like, oh, in this universe, these other things have never really happened. So it's like totally.
I
new to
would
these people.
I would think so.
Hurry the
Maybe
fuck
if they're
up,
being
princess.
more interactive with the audience and like it's a lot more conversational, then yeah, you can't really use that excuse. But for what Greg's doing here is like a totally committed Twitter account just for the ARG. I think it makes sense.
Totally, yeah. And I think in anyways too, I think it's totally fair to also be like, not to be like, this is something from a movie, but I think that you can be like, well, in a way, I think you could be like, oh, I've seen this in horror movies, but it's almost like this would never happen, like in a haunting, right? In like a ghost movie, you're like, you hear about maybe other people being haunted, but you never expect yourself to be a person that's affected by something paranormal.
Yeah.
So you're like reaching for things where you're like, oh, well, because you could also say like that's why the character's in such a level of disbelief, is because every other piece of evidence that he's seen towards this has been a work of fiction. So it could be like lend itself there of like, hey, I know they're trying to scare me. I've seen this stuff before. This is stupid. Blah blah blah. Until it becomes
Yeah,
more and more
yeah.
real. I didn't know if you could play into it that way, but no, I think it's fun too to just be like, this thing has maybe never happened before in this universe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or at
I
least
think so.
like those kind of movies that you're going to reference. Yeah.
I think so.
And it looks like the next entry, because that was the end of that thread. The next entry is December 11th, 2018 at 4:54 p.m. So once again, it's been a couple days.
Get
He's
the
got some
fuck out of
sources
my
again.
way.
He's going to tell us some more.
And with our first message in that thread, I found out what those letters spell.
Let's just look at them.
Which is-
Yes.
Which is
Yes.
a great little kickoff.
Oh yes. Oh yeah, dude.
I'd basically forgotten about it after finding them outside the house. I put them in the back of the closet and pretty much stopped thinking about them. But yesterday, I found something else. There's this little alcove upstairs with built-in shelves and a bunch of old books. Sort of a mini library. I was flipping through some of them looking for something to read when I came across this little book about wine. Tucked inside were a couple of old Polaroid photos. They were pretty faded, so it was hard to make out what they were. We have attached pictures of Polaroid photos as well as the book. The first
Which
one
it looks like that looks like the book just here for the reader. It's like a red book, or the audio listeners here. It looks like it's a red book, and he's showing the spine of it, and it says "Notes on the Cellar Book" by George Saintsbury. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so there's that, and then it's just like some Polaroids tucked in there, which from what we see here, there's just like faded pictures of maybe the woods.
Yep. One says, the first one he says, the first one was pretty unremarkable. It looks like it's just photos of the trees outside, which it doesn't seem to be anything suspicious in that photo.
I will say it's kind of creepy though.
It's
it has like
creepy.
a layer. It almost looks. It's just the age of it. Like it looks aged in a way that's just kind of, I don't know, a bit haunting. Like almost ethereal. Like there's like weird faded. Like the way the light is reflected in it. It feels very, I don't know. Yeah, ethereal to me.
Yeah, yeah. The second one was even blurrier. For a minute, I didn't know what I was looking at, but then I realized it was of the house.
Now you can
Letters
craft
I found on the
super
ground a
remedies.
couple weeks ago. The photo was super fuzzy, so it took me a second, but I was able to make it out. Deepwater Chapel.
Oh, dude, I knew it was gonna be this
Oh.
stuff. God.
Ah,
Oh.
my heart.
You're old. The house you're in is an old chat. Oh, dude, I knew it was gonna be something like this.
Oh, that's like it's like
Damn it.
music. It's music to me. Oh, it's so good. Oh, that's
God.
so good.
Weird culty, weird pagan religion type stuff, dude. Oh,
I
man.
love it. I love it. It's so good.
I love it too,
Deepwater
but I'm
Chapel.
like,
Oh, right in the field.
Fuck, I used the second health.
It's so
Yeah.
good.
Oh.
I love it. Ah, it's like crack. It's just like, oh, I'm in an abandoned church, the Deepwater Chapel. Like you can imagine. Love.
I was reading that deal. Like you said, it's like crack, and it was. You said crack right after, like, oh, I love it. It's exactly what I love. And you're like, it's like crack. It's like, okay, Isaiah, I learned a little something new about you. Right
Yeah.
there.
How do you think I keep all these podcasts and shows going, man? You gotta. What, you haven't tapped into the
my
crack
supply.
meta yet? You haven't
Damn,
got
what the fuck? Calm down,
Crack
bro.
meta. You haven't
Good
gotten into
shit.
the crack DLC yet? Oh,
Yeah.
dude, you got to get in there.
You get like the best most productive 2 years of your life, and then you're dead
Of
after
course.
5. But for those 2, man, you can churn out some bangers. Yeah.
Oh.
Whew. Deepwater Chapel. Oh, that's so good. Okay. All right. This is so weird. I've never heard that name before. Was my house a church or something? I spent the afternoon going through all the other books in the library, but didn't find any other pictures. I don't know what to make of this. I'll let you know if I find anything else, but yeah. I don't know.
Oh.
So good.
The Deepwater Chapel thing is such a good reveal. Did we say where exactly in the country he's at? Because now I'm thinking that he is in the south or in a southern part of maybe like the southern coast a bit.
I don't think he ever said. We see the pictures which show a lot of pines, so I'm thinking more east, south.
Yeah, like are you thinking east south? I was thinking like Washington or Oregon kind of
he
deal.
could, he could, but there's also a lot of like pine type trees around like North Carolina,
True.
South Carolina, so that kind of area. That would fit the vibe. But yeah, oh man, Deepwater Chapel, that ring, it's right where I like it to be.
That's fantastic, especially with all this stuff. And it looks like he updates again a couple days later, at December 13th, almost exactly at midnight, which is kind of crazy.
And the message he says to begin this is, "She was here. That woman was in my house."
Oh, okay. Oh, man, what I wouldn't
some more
give
dapper
to be
hats.
following this Twitter account
When it was happening,
while this guy is
yeah.
posting this, and like you're scrolling through your phone, you're like, what?
My show's on. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's fun about these. You can get moments like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's dope. Anyway, continuing the thread, he says, "Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I can barely type. Sorry, I'll try to explain. I like how hurried that is too. Like
Yeah,
the panic.
Very
you
realistic.
can feel it. Yeah. All right, so I was in the woods out back yesterday when it started pouring. It happened really suddenly, and even though I wasn't far from the house, I got soaked anyway. It rained most of the evening. I left my clothes by the fireplace to dry and ended up going to bed early. Or, I guess it was today. Sorry, I'm still not really awake yet. Anyway, I had this awful dream tonight. Sorry if I'm rambling a bit. I'm still trying to collect my thoughts. Sorry, my hands are shaking.
Okay, Greg, we get it. You're fucking sorry.
In the
Good God. Sorry. I'm like, Greg, just
Do
stop
you
typing sorry.
want-
Just tell me what you need to do.
Do you want the writer to be a guy who has an eyeless woman in his house or not?
I do, but at the same time, I wish that if it was this thing where it's like, sorry, my hands are shaking, I'd rather things just be like misspelled as if he's typing it quickly and be like, oh, I get it. He's rushed.
All right, that's
He's
fair.
collecting
That's
his
fair.
thoughts. Sorry. I need to let you know. Sorry.
Okay,
so much.
I
My
think-
hands are
okay,
shaking.
I think
Did
you're a
say my hands
hater.
are shaking? Okay, I'm scared. Sorry.
I think you're just a hater.
Okay. All right, fine. I'm a hater.
No,
Whatever.
no, unironically, you are correct. There were different ways to convey that. But anyway, in the dream, I was on the deck outside with a bunch of friends from back home. We were all sitting in a circle. My friend Eric was there, talking about how creepy the woods were. He was saying how the trees were just big black silhouettes, and anything could be out there watching you, and you never know it. He was sort of freaking me out, but I was trying not to show it. I'm all, I know what you're doing, and it's not going to work. You're not going to scare me. And Eric sort of narrowed his eyes at me and says, how about you take the quote? You're good at this.
You want to do the quotes?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna give Eric.
I bet I can scare you.
Yeah, there you go. Something about the way he said it made me uneasy, and I was like,
All right. Very funny. You can stop now.
but Eric wasn't smiling anymore. He was just staring back at me. The whole mood seemed to shift at that point. Nobody in the circle was talking anymore, and it suddenly got really quiet. No sound except the wind and the lake below. Any trace of joking had disappeared from Eric's face. After a long minute, he slowly cocked his head to the side a bit and said,
Is there someone here with us right now who shouldn't be?
All of a sudden, I was too scared to break Eric's gaze. After afraid I'd see something I didn't want to. For a long time, we just stared at each other. Nobody said anything. Then, very softly, Eric said,
Is there somebody watching you sleep right now, Greg?
Ooh, that's fun.
That's when I bolted awake. It was the middle of the night. I was alone in my room, but I had this weird feeling that someone had just been there in the room with me. I laid there in bed for a minute, too terrified to move. Too scared to breathe, even. And then I heard something downstairs. At least I thought I did. This house is always making sounds, so I couldn't be sure. I hesitated for a second, then crept out of bed and went down the hall, trying to be as quiet as possible. From the second
nice
floor
sleeves. I
landing,
wanna
I
show
could
'em
see the
off.
living room and part of the kitchen. Everything seemed normal. I could hear the wind blowing pretty loudly outside, so I figured maybe I hadn't heard anything after all. I tried to calm myself down. I was wide awake at that point and too shaken to go back to bed, so I went downstairs to get a snack or some coffee or something. I walked into the kitchen and stopped dead in my tracks. There's a door in the kitchen that leads outside, and it was wide open.
Oh, God. In the picture here, there's a picture that's accompanied with that, and it's a picture of his kitchen, and it's just leading out to some steps that lead into absolute darkness to the outside world. Oh.
This is
Brutal.
good. This is really great. This is like the pacing, the direction, all that. That dream
Yeah.
is so good. Someone in your dream saying, "Is there someone watching you sleep right now?" Oh man.
Well, yeah, because it seems totally affected that the person that is in the house with you is almost communicating to you through your sleep.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, Greg's friend in that dream being like talking in that way makes me think like, oh, really? Like, he is talking directly to the person that is like plaguing him in his
Yeah,
house.
yeah. Oh, that's so good. I know I locked it. I lock all the doors every night, and even if I forgot to lock it, I know I wouldn't leave the door open like this. The whole kitchen floor is wet with rain. I'm calling the locksmith first thing in the morning to come change the locks. Shit. I want to leave, but I don't even know where I'd go. I'm alone out here. Should I find a motel? And I just
Yes.
realized my wet clothes are gone. She stole my clothes. I'm not spending the night here.
I'm guessing he means that he had clothes out on some kind of wire, like to dry. I'm guessing.
Yeah. So, no, like he mentioned that it was pouring the rain, and he comes inside and like throws his wet clothes in a pile, then goes to bed. So
Okay.
yeah,
So she took the clothes there.
She took the clothes that were in his house. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Also,
Interesting.
something funny about that, if you click on the last tweet, I realized my clothes are gone, and you scroll down a bit, maybe it doesn't happen to everyone, but I got a clothes ad for like jeans, like never get wet in your new quick dry pants.
Thank you, X. Thank you.
Very cool.
Now
Thank you for
here,
that.
just as another thought experiment here with the great photo of the kitchen door being open that leads outside. Do you wish that there was like footsteps or like some kind of footprint on the tile floor leading outside or even inside kind of thing to show like somebody's?
I
or do you like the fact that that's clear?
I like the ambiguousness of it, I think. Because it's like, what rooms were they in? Where'd they go? You know?
It does make it feel more paranormal,
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. I think it's a good touch.
Yeah, I mean, I think either way, I think it's cool. It's definitely a stylistic choice here that's happening with having that. You know what I mean? Like
I can have
someone
a
is
cloak?
inexplicably
Holy shit.
coming in and doing that. Which also, he did respond on the 13th as well to one of the people.
Yes, so-
he responded to one of the quotes or one of the responses.
Yeah, so someone replied to that last tweet and said, if she was able to navigate in the house and she has no eyes, that means she's familiar with the house and the house layout. She's been in there before and knows it well enough to walk around without bumping into anything and making a lot of noise. So then Greg quote tweets that and says, I didn't even think of this. I left, but I'm still freaking out a bit. I'm trying to find a hotel or something. Which is a fun little interaction, with what's going on.
Yeah. And he doesn't respond. He doesn't update us until 10 days later on December 23rd. Which, let me find the top one here. This one looks to be a bit longer. December 23rd here.
I'm sorry I haven't said
7:40
anything in a
PM.
while. That's where it begins?
Correct.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so 10 days later, he says, I'm sorry I haven't said anything in a while. I've been staying in a motel about an hour outside of town.
There you go, Greg.
That's the spirit.
There you go.
When I left the house that night, I just kept driving until I felt like I was far enough away to feel safe.
Mm-hmm.
I called the locksmith, but they weren't able to come out right away, and there was no way I was going back to the house without new locks. So I've been waiting out here until I can go back. Basically doing nothing. Jumping at every little sound and feeling crazy.
And I want to say here, that's another little thing to me that indicates that the entire town is a part of this chapel or a part of this maybe paganistic, even a satanic religion thing. Because
Yeah.
now the locksmith's like, I don't know, I doubt it. There's no one else that's living out on that lake. Yeah, there's people in town, but dude, you're telling me that you couldn't come out on a like? There's no one else.
Yeah,
really
what
living on the
business
lake.
are you
Really?
getting to?
That's
You
what
have
I'm
so
saying.
many customers beating down your door. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Finally, a couple days ago, the locksmith called back and said he'd come out. So I checked out of the motel and got in my car to drive home. It was a pretty long drive back, and the closer I got to the woods, the worse I felt. In my head, I knew going back was wrong, but I can't just leave for good. I don't know. I can't explain it. I can't leave. I don't expect anyone to understand. I don't even understand.
I think it's because he's getting indoctrinated.
I think he's getting
indoctrinated.
indoctrinated spiritually, and I also think there's a part of him that needs to know what all this means. What does Deepwater Chapel mean? What does the town mean? What does his grandfather? What is his connection to all of it? He's been here before. What was that like?
Too many loose ties, and he's being influenced negatively by something that is like coercing him to stay.
Yep. Anyway, I drove past town and reached the woods, where the roads get worse and harder to drive on. They get twisty as you drive up to the house, and you have to be careful not to hit deer. I almost always see a dozen or so deer on my drive, but today there were none. Not a single deer in sight. In fact, the woods seemed a lot quieter than usual. I could have been imagining it, but something definitely seemed off. I was almost ready to turn around when something darted across the road. It was so fast that I wasn't sure I saw it at all. I panicked and swerved off the road and into a deep groove by the roadside. By the time I realized what had happened, the thing was gone. I had no idea what it was. It was just a blur. But it wasn't a deer. It was red. Red like blood. Worse, my car was stuck. It's my mom's old car, this weak little 2-wheel drive, and I couldn't manage to get it out of the groove. I sat there for a long time trying to figure out what to do. I knew it wasn't a good idea to walk the rest of the way, but if I didn't, I'd miss the locksmith and I'd have to either spend the night in the house with old locks or go back to the motel, which I couldn't afford. I wasn't too far from the house, so it made the most sense to walk the rest of the way and call a tow truck from home. I needed to meet the locksmith anyway, so I got out and started walking. Once I was outside, I realized I'd been right about the woods seeming quieter than usual. I couldn't even hear any birds. It was dead silent. My footsteps seemed so loud. Every twig that cracked under my shoe sounded like a bone breaking. I was periodically checking my phone's GPS to make sure I was heading the right way. I had just checked my route and was about to put my phone away when I saw something that made my heart sink. It was another of those artifacts, like the ones I'd seen on my first day here, but it had one of my gloves tied to it from the rainstorm last week. When I left my clothes by the fire to dry, there was a pair of gloves with them. So now we have one of those effigies, but it's the gloves that were stolen from his room, now hung up in the middle of this shape.
I think that we can confirm then that the person making it is the woman with the hood, since we have to assume that she was the one who was
stole
out
the
there
clothes,
following
yeah.
him. Who stole the clothes? Correct. Yep.
Yeah. I knew that woman had taken my clothes that night, and this just confirmed it. I also knew I'd find the rest of my clothes before I even saw them. And sure enough,
got
I
a good
found more
fit.
of those artifacts not far from the first. I found my other glove, my socks, a bandana, everything from that night except for a sweatshirt I'd been wearing.
And it's just the same kind of photos again, except with other various clothes inside of the artifacts. Basically just like strung up through twine in the middle of these artifacts, hanging on various trees in the woods. Which also, just to as a thought as well, there being no animals makes me think that also they are ushering something there. Like maybe they're. I almost feel like something sacrificial is coming. Some kind of evil is coming towards Greg in this house or this chapel. And now even like, because that's usually an indicator too, like birds, animals can kind of sense these things as well. So I'm wondering.
Yeah, when they go quiet, something's happened, typically, yeah. I left them alone this time. I didn't want to touch them. All I wanted to do was get back to the house, get the locks changed, call a tow truck. I started jogging a bit, wanting nothing more than to get away from those stick things. But after a while, I started to think that I should have been home already. I slowed my pace and took out my phone, but it wouldn't calibrate this time. It couldn't seem to locate me in the GPS.
Man, I'm looking good.
Still, I could hear the lake off to my left, which meant if I kept walking alongside it, I should get to my house eventually. So I kept moving and tried not thinking about
big-ass
getting
blade.
lost. I must have gotten turned around because I was walking for what seemed like ages.
Oh, pretty good. Probably use some more clothes to match.
Gosh, someone turned on a vacuum cleaner in the house and it scared me to death. Oh my
Dude,
gosh.
you need to figure out your house
Yeah,
situation.
I do. I
before we
need,
do these raids,
I need
dude.
to get my
You're
house
getting-
in order. Well, someone got right outside my door and turned it on, so all I heard was beep, like. Gosh, I'm gonna buy a shed and I'm gonna set out there and no one can bother me.
There you go.
That'll make me feel better. I couldn't hear I kept moving and tried not to think about getting lost. Must have gotten turned around because I was walking for what seemed like ages. I found myself in a part of the woods that seemed unfamiliar. I had no idea where I was, and then suddenly, I saw something off in the distance. Something bright white, almost seeming to glow against the dark trees.
Oh, weird. Yeah. I mean, it's like to describe the image to audio listeners right now, I would say it's a fairly standard photo of trees, but there's just like white, almost like looking like eggs, kind of.
Well,
Like large.
if we get to the
Oh,
next
shit.
few tweets, I couldn't figure out what it was from a distance, so I went closer, trying to be as quiet as I could. When I actually got close enough to see what it was, my mouth literally fell open. It was eggs. Huge eggs, all in a cluster like a nest.
Oh my god, dude! What are we getting at? What is happening now? I'm so lost in this story. Like, is this gonna be about a giant fucking chicken, dude? What are we doing here? If this turns into a giant rooster, I am gonna be so pissed. Because even the giant a speedy chicken cross the road. Oh my god! How did the chicken cross the road? Is this seriously where we're going, dude? That's what happened.
God, Wendigoon
Why
still
don't
has
you find
fucking
out?
gamer mic.
We're gonna find.
Or he just hasn't his mic settings.
They were enormous. It's hard to explain their size, but you can sort of see them in relation to my boot here. So,
What do you mean? It's hard to explain. I see them. They're giant. In the previous
Wendigoon's
photo,
got his
there's a
gamer
tree
mic
and they
settings
dwarf
on.
The tree.
it's literally these eggs are like what?
They're
a
bigger
foot
than a
of-
basketball.
Yeah, they're like basketball size. Just these big,
Yeah.
giant white eggs in the middle of the forest. Yeah. I felt like I was dreaming. Before I even knew what I was doing, I touched one. I couldn't help myself. It was warm. I just.
Okay, dude.
I couldn't help myself. I had to touch the egg.
I had a sudden urge to smash it and see what was inside, but then just as quickly decided against it.
That's odd. I would have expected, with how quickly he burned the artifacts earlier, I would have expected him to just like heel stomp one of
Smash,
these
smash,
eggs open.
smash. Let's see what happens.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's hope mom
Takes it
doesn't
to the
get mad.
diner.
I want a proper eggs Benedict.
Well, you guys don't have eggs? Serve me one of these, huh? Idiot.
Yeah, you know there's giant eggs on the wood, right?
I felt sick, like I was going to throw up if I didn't leave right away. I left the clearing and tried to listen for the lake, then headed in that direction. I got to the lake shore and felt a little better. Since I was out of the trees, I had a better view of my surroundings.
I want to
and
change
was
my
able to
boots. I didn't know they were
pinpoint my
purple. I
house
thought it
ways
was
down the
blue.
shore. I never thought I'd be so happy to see it. The rest of the way back, I felt like I had vertigo. I couldn't make sense of everything that had just happened. I still can't. I reached the house and somehow felt a little better once I was inside. The locksmith arrived a little bit later and changed out the locks. I watched him work in a daze. I also had him install deadbolts. I called a tow truck and they got my car out of the ditch. But now I'm alone again, and I can't stop thinking about what I saw. I can't figure any of this out. I don't know what's happening. I know I should leave, but I just can't. I can't. At least nobody can get inside tonight. At least I'm safe inside. That's the end of that thread.
Well, which also, that's the end of that thread there, and it's interesting too that he says that what was it? He's like even the guy worked in a daze.
Yeah,
Basically.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's just something kind of interesting about that particular thing that I think is just kind of interesting. I don't know why. It makes it just seem like he's like, not zombie, but like almost like, you know how like whenever you see culty stuff, you're kind of brainwashed or you're kind of just like going with the flow. Kind of, I don't know if you felt the same way, but I felt like there was some kind of correlation there, maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
Feels like so. The next one here is December 28th, and the first one I see here I think is I heard something. Something was outside.
Yep. All right. So continuing there, he says I was in the kitchen washing a glass and I heard something outside on the deck, a scratching sound, and then it stopped. I thought I imagined it, but then I heard footsteps, and for some reason I just ran outside without thinking. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't even know if I'm scared anymore. I just want answers. I can't be sure, but I think it was her. I saw someone running into the woods. I'm sure it was her, but I couldn't catch her in time. I thought about
Yeah, I
chasing
can
her in
craft
the
the
woods,
super
but decided
remedies
against
now.
it. I don't want to get lost out there at night.
Perfect.
I turned around to go back inside, and that's when I saw what she'd been doing on my deck in the first place. I shouldn't be surprised by these artifacts, but this one was huge, taller than me, and it had my sweatshirt from the storm tied in the middle. And then here we have a much larger effigy this time, with his shirt tied in the middle of it, and the words written next to it that read, "Fear the new moon." How you doing, Hunter?
Good God. It's just a horrifying thing. It's so large too.
Yeah.
With the scale of, it's kind of funny. I'm picturing this like eyeless, hairless woman like trudging through the forest with this giant triangle thing. And she's like, God, it's like getting caught on weeds and stuff. Pulling it through. And having to, like, probably the twine, being able to hold the sweatshirt would probably be a huge pain in the ass. So I don't know. Just kind of funny to think, but it is horrifying.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also, fear the new moon is very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Fear the new moon.
So after that, he says, honestly, I was just going to leave it there. I'm sick of this. I was about to go back inside when I noticed there was something written on the wall behind the artifact. I hadn't even seen it before, which is the Fear of the New Moon. What does that mean? I don't know where that woman got a marker, and I don't know how familiar she feels around my house, or I don't like how familiar she feels around my house and property. I hate that I consider this my house now. That this feels normal now. I'm losing it. I want this to end. Whatever this new moon shit is, I feel like something's coming. Screw this. Yeah, what was your first indicator that something was coming?
Well, yeah, it's like, dude, no shit. Something I don't know. And then he also puts on December 28th here. He says, I guess the next new moon is January 5th. And he gives like a little indicator, which is kind of interesting. That's
So-
fun. And also we have the next post, which is January 4th.
The night before the new moon, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it says there's going to be a storm tomorrow, and then the new moon is tomorrow too. I should be fine. I'll just stay inside. Just very simple little updates here. That would have been so cool to be a part of that initial run. And then we get
And then I
a thread
believe
on January 5th.
the biggest thread of the whole thing is the January 5th thread. I think this is the main one.
Okay, yeah, because I was gonna say after this, the last one is January 16th, so we're coming up on
Yeah.
something. But it looks like the January 5th is huge.
Yes, January
a big
5th is
day.
the main thing. Yep.
I have this which I'm preemptively just speculating along with the viewer, hopefully, or the listener here is. I just feel like the woman, the hairless, eyeless woman, is somehow connected to Greg in some way. The twin aspect is just it's there's so much foreshadowing to that to where I don't know if we're gonna have something where it's like I'm actually your mother, Greg, or something like that. Something kind of crazy. Because also we have not had a lot of insight in from like does the mom even care that Greg is there? Like obviously it's the spotty kind of cell service. Sure, you have that, but it just feels like what exactly is this
Hit my
relation,
horse.
this retaliation? Also, out of all the family members, you're saying the grandpa just gave it to Greg randomly. What is the grandpa setting up that we haven't had yet that also didn't go into his parents' hands? There's just a lot of things where I don't think Greg even really knows the kind of danger he's in. Obviously, he doesn't know the kind of danger he's in, but I think like something kind of family oriented where it's like he was doomed to fail since he was born or something like that.
So, January 5th, the night of the new moon, we have this tweet.
Oh wait, okay, yeah, New Year. Sorry, January. Duh.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
like,
yeah.
Holy shit! Yeah,
It's been a whole year. Yeah, it's been a week. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
It's been storming all day and into the night. Thunder and everything. I stayed inside
I'm gonna
all
change
day.
my boots.
Nothing has happened yet. Maybe nothing will happen. Still, I'm nervous. I've been freaked out all day. Maybe I shouldn't have stayed. I don't know what's wrong with me. I should leave tomorrow. I'm not even really sure what I'm saying. I just need to occupy myself with something. Writing this makes me feel less alone. It's like I'm talking to someone. I can't do this anymore. I'm leaving tomorrow. First thing in the morning. I don't care about selling this house anymore. I just want to go home. I just need to make it through the night. I'll be fine if I stay inside. The locks are new and nobody can get in. I'll be fine. I'm going to go get some wine and stay in the upstairs bedroom tonight. It'll be okay. And then he replies a few hours later by saying, "She's here. She was in the cellar."
Oh God.
I practically ran
my
right
Lord.
into her. She didn't even hear me because of the thunder outside. Her back was to me and she was standing dead still in the middle of the room, just staring at the wall. So
Oh.
I actually really like this picture.
What a wonderful, wonderful photo.
It's great. It's great. So for the audio listeners, standing down in the cellar from earlier, staring at the crest on the wall, it is her with her back facing the camera, and she's got like ratty, mangled hair, and her she's wearing the hoodie from before, but the hood's down, and she's just staring into the crest.
Very, very creepy. Very good vignette too. It's like this old brick wooden cellar kind of thing, and just staring deeply at the crest. I knew that crest was creepy too.
Yeah,
Earlier I was
yeah.
like, what the hell is going on with that crest?
I couldn't move. I was petrified. At first I was afraid. I was petrified.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All I could do was stand there like a fool and stare at the back of her head. And then she turned around and she spoke to me.
Oh, here we go.
She said she won't hurt me. She said she'd explain everything. I'm sorry, this is all happening so fast. She's sitting in my living room now. I can't believe this is happening.
What? So the eyeless bald woman is just like, hey, let me tell you what's up. And now they're casually talking in the living room?
Just wait for it, wait for it.
Okay, all right.
So, sorry, I'm just trying to make sense of this. She said she'll tell me everything. I'll be back. So then time passes and he continues with the thread. Okay?
Which here, wait, let me see. So he said, I'll be back at 8:45. And then he comes back 2 hours later, or almost 3 hours, 10:57, a couple hours
Yeah.
later.
And he says, okay, so I'll try to relay everything she said, but there was so much of it. I can barely keep track of it all. I'll start at the beginning. First, she says she made the stick things for my protection. She says it's dangerous out here, and she was trying to protect me. When I asked what she was trying to protect me from, she was quiet for a long time. When she finally replied, I could barely hear her. You want to do the quotes?
There are things in the water.
I didn't really believe her, but I didn't have any rational explanation for the things I've seen. So instead, I just listened. Here's what she told me. A long time ago. Oh, no, no, perfect. You go right ahead.
Yeah, sorry. A long time ago, something came from the sky and landed in the lake. It brought something with it. Something ancient and strange. The people who lived here began to commune with it. They protected it from the outside world, devoted their lives to it, and in return, the thing gave them a gift. The people were blessed with abnormally long, healthy lives, and many children. But it all came with a price.
Oh, good.
I had so many questions, but didn't know which ones to ask. So I just sat there in silence and took it all in. The woman continued.
In the beginning, there was just the one. It spent most of the time in the deep lake. It spent most of the time deep in the lake, slumbering. But over time it made more. Instinctively, I asked about the eggs.
Oh, sorry. It made more.
Instinctively, I asked about the eggs I saw in the woods. The woman nodded.
There are so many of them now. They come from the water to lay eggs, and the people take care of them. Hide them away until they hatch. But when they hatch, they need to feed.
Dude, we're gonna get into giant alien chickens.
How do you feel about that, giant alien chickens?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's cool,
I
guess.
don't know. I don't.
I also am getting a feeling that this is Greg's real mom. I want to say that. I'm putting that on. I'm putting.
Bro, why are you all the way up there?
At this point, I was starting to put two and two together. I thought about all the twins I've seen in town. She must have sensed my understanding because she spoke again.
I told you there was a price. The people in this town are blessed with many children, but they don't get to keep them all. When the eggs
Give me your
hatch,
shit. Shut up.
the people
What do you
must
want?
bring one of their own to the woods. The creatures need to eat.
She was quiet again. Then,
They start with your eyes.
It's his mom. It's the twin. It's his mom's twin. I'm telling you. Dude.
I asked her how she knew all this, but I
A
already knew
thief
the
mission,
answer.
huh? Okay.
I know because it happened to me.
I'll put on
When I was
some
a
wooden.
girl, my father brought me into the woods with the others, offered me up to the newborns.
She turned her head towards the window. She was gazing into the distance.
They took my eyes.
I waited until she was ready to speak again. It was a long time before she did. She told me how she was led to one of the eggs, how she watched it break open, how something came out of it. She doesn't know if she managed to push the creature off or if someone helped her, but she got away and ran into the woods. She ran until she couldn't breathe anymore. I felt completely bewildered. None of this made any sense to me, but at the same time, it did, somehow. I had so many questions I wanted to ask, but I couldn't sort my thoughts.
Another
I
guy
couldn't
in
figure out
there.
what to say. Finally, I asked, "Why are you telling me this now, after all this time?" The woman didn't say anything at first. She took a long, labored breath.
It's the same.
I don't
every
like that
year.
auto lock when
They
I'm
come out of the
aiming.
water in the fall, lay their eggs.
Actually,
A few of them
it's
begin
not
to
that
hatch
bad.
early. They feed on animals in the woods. They need strength to make it back to the water. But most of them hatch when it's darkest,
She turned.
even without eyes.
Oh, so I figured we could just.
Yeah. Keep going.
Oh, sorry. No, sorry. Go ahead. So sorry. I
Gotcha.
thought her quote was even without. My bad.
She turned to me. Even without eyes, I felt like she was staring right at me.
Tonight is the new moon. Tonight is the ceremony.
My stomach began to sink as realization set in. Realization about what was happening out there in the woods at that very moment. We have to do
have to do-
something.
The fuck?
Fuck.
You're,
Sorry.
you're good. I appreciate the enthusiasm. We have to do something to stop it, I blurted out. I started getting out of my chair, but she just shook her head. She said there was nothing we could do.
It happens the same way every year.
We can't stop it.
But I wasn't listening anymore. I don't know what came over me, but I jumped up and ran out the door, ran into the woods. I don't even know where I was going. At some point, the rain had stopped. It was dark and I couldn't see anything, but I could hear things all around me. Things moving through the trees, and I could see lights in the distance. Fire or flashlights. I don't know. I had no idea where to go or what to do. More than once, something ran by me in the trees. I was using my phone as a flashlight. And
Bro,
trying to
you
take
broke the
pictures of
wall.
trees,
What the fuck was
trying to
that?
see what was out there. Everything was happening so fast. I don't know what these are.
Really fun pictures of something weird and red in the woods here. There's more pictures. I'm gonna speculate that it looks like a beak on one of them. I think we are going into giant chicken territory. I don't know.
What do you think? What do
you
you think of the photos? The first two photos. What's your feeling on them?
What's what I mean is that to describe to the viewer, it's like he's taking a picture. There's flash, so you get some of the weeds in front of him, but it's like a dark forest. But there is a red. It kind of looks like a skinless person. But in the second photo, when the eyes you can see are looking, it's like almost as if the person is looking at them. And then from what I see here, I can't tell if there's a brush in front of them, but it looks like there's a beak on the thing, on the person's face.
Okay.
And then below that, it says, "This is the clearest shot I could get. They all move so fast." And it's a blurred photo of it. Looks like a skinless thing. It looks like you can kind of see the bone on the face of it. Once again, beakish, birdish.
I would consider that a skull. I think that looks more like a skull.
Poor dog,
Sure.
Jesus.
I think, like I said, it looks like it's like bloody, like blood skin draped over a skull, whatever. But it doesn't look like a regular nose. It's arced in a way that looks beakish. You have to be honest with yourself. Say it.
You're not losing the chicken narrative, are you?
I am refusing until it proves otherwise. We are in giant egg chicken territory. I don't know.
Okay. All right, so the giant chickens are out there. I like this one
Get the
of
fuck
like
out of here,
the
pussy.
blurred photo of like the bloody skull thing.
Oh, it's fun. It's
I
a
think,
really
I
fun
think,
photo.
I think
Yeah.
that's neat. Yeah.
Super fun.
I ran for what seemed like an eternity. Ran in circles. I had no idea where I even was. And then somehow, I was back in that same clearing where the eggs had been. They were gone now. Nothing but bits of shell left on the ground. Then,
Yeah, so we get the same kind of area that we were at earlier, and now it's just like kind of broken shell fragments on the ground.
yeah. It was over. I was too late. It had already happened, and they cleaned everything up. I was too late. I stood alone in the clearing. The lights in the distance were disappearing. It was getting quieter, and just like that, I was running again, running toward the lake. I don't even know why. I couldn't do anything. Branches scraped my face as I ran blindly through the trees. And that is the
And that
end
looks like
of that thread.
That is the end of January 5th, Fred, and he doesn't thread, and he doesn't, I think I said Fred. That's the end of the January 5th thread, and he doesn't come back in our this is the last
Wait,
thread
hold
he
on.
does here.
No, okay, this is very stupid. There is a bit more after it.
Oh, okay.
So if you go
where do I need to
click
go?
on the tweet that says I couldn't do anything, branches scraped my face. Wait, no, not even that one. Why did he format
I don't
it
know.
this way? This is driving me
I don't know
insane.
what to say right now. I'm going to leave in the
If-
morning.
No, so if you go to the tweet, wait, it might be that one. Let me
I'll kill you with the wooden sword.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I
go to
was
that
too
one,
late.
then
And then it
scroll up.
says,
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm back at the house now.
Okay, yeah. So after that, after he says running branches scrape my face, he says, I reached the water, but there was nothing there. I saw some faint ripples out in the black water, but besides that, it was silent. It was over. I was too late. I'm back at the house now. The woman's gone. It's so quiet. I don't know what to say right now. I'm going to leave in the morning.
Oh
I'm
fuck!
sorry,
I forgot
I
which
just-
katana
So
I had
what else to
equipped.
say? I'm sorry. And there we have the end of that January 5th thread. I think.
Harvest Moon.
Yeah, so that should be the end of it, and then it goes up to the January 16th.
It was
one.
it was
is our
this
last-
one, the
his
counter
last
spark.
entry was on January 16th.
Yes, this is the finale, as far as we know, at the moment at least, because it could pick up any day, these things. But
Sure, you never know.
At the moment, this is the end of the series. I'm still here. I'm alive. I left the house after that night. I decided not to sell it. I don't think anyone would buy it anyway.
Hmm.
I locked the doors
So
and I got
more
in my
attack on
car,
critical
and
hits and attack up
I'm
on
home
max
now,
health.
trying to process everything. The morning
when my
after,
health
it
is-
was so
yeah,
quiet
max.
and peaceful in the woods. It was like nothing had happened at all. I'm still not sure
I'll take
what to
that.
believe. It sort of feels like it happened to someone else, or like I dreamed it, maybe. Sorry it took me so long to update. I wasn't sure what to say. I still have
That
so many
counter spark
questions.
though.
I might never have all
It's
the
too
answers,
good.
but something happened out there. I can't explain it, and I don't know if I could have done anything to stop it. But whatever it was, I can't let it happen again. That's why I'm not selling the house. That woman said this happens every year. If she was telling the truth, then maybe there's something I can do next time. I have to try. So I guess that's all for now. I'm heading back to school next week, so hopefully that will take my mind off things. I need some sense of normalcy again. I'm not sure when I'll tweet again. I need to take a break and get my head together, but I'll be back. I have to go back. I won't let it happen again. And there we have the ending of the Gregory 88 story.
The Gregory 88 story ends there. You know what's interesting about this one is the realism of following the story, and I kind of like that it doesn't get so detailed to where it's like Greg just found out everything. Greg found, like, you get little glimpses of stuff, and you have this woman who's obviously, in my opinion, is definitely the twin of his mom, who's trying to protect him, which is also maybe why when he does these things, and he burns these protective things at first, maybe that's why he gets some of the things that are messing with him. But it seems like he was protected in this incident from whatever kind of creature that's been existing in this lake for however long, and now these town folks have just been living here forever, which is why they're so like, oh, this is somebody new. Like, they're probably super old, you know what I mean? And they're having these twins, and they have to offer them up to chicken aliens. I'm still believing that they're chicken aliens, but I will say the story reminds me a lot of like Dagon. It reminds me of like the Innsmouth story, where it's like a town is plagued by a creature or a deity. In this case, it was like...
If you don't live under a rock and you can afford plane tickets, you may have noticed something in the news in regard to Boeing's.
Even though I thought that was hilarious, I still want to get to the meat and potatoes of what the actual specifications of the case and everything are. At least right here, we got TMZ got footage of Diddy pay.
Everybody's talking about Diddy. We'll watch that later.
Phil Spencer has had a lot to say this week about Xbox. He's talked about his love for handhelds. He wants other storefronts on Xbox. He's calling this thing that they're doing a brand pivot. He actually used that phrase. And some are seeing this comments that he's making as just sort of a continuation of the major changes that are kind of already taking place this year. We've got big first-party titles rumored to be coming to PlayStation. Then we had the 4 titles that did. Others are seeing this sort of as just the culmination of things that were already said last year. A lot of us made predictions based off of Phil's comments, the CFO, his comments. But there are some Xbox fans that are really feeling not very happy about the brand because they don't feel like the brand is just changing, but in many ways it's sort of evaporating before their eyes. and becoming something completely different. So is this a good move for Xbox to make some of these pivots? We're going to be kind of looking at what they're wanting to do. Are other platforms going to want to follow suit? And do Phil's comments give us a glimpse into what the technical leap will be for the future of Xbox hardware? And if that's the case, what does it all mean for the Series X and the Series S? Just yesterday leaked images of a white Series X that is apparently digital that, sort of hit the airwaves. So there is a lot to discuss. There is a lot to consider. And I put all the good information right here at the beginning of the video. You don't have to go looking for it. It's sort of an opening monologue. And that's because it's a longer video. You're like, why is this video so long? It's a live stream. So make sure you hit subscribe and that bell button. You could be here for the live discussions. If you want to be here for more of the content, consider clicking join and pick that $6 tier. Phil Spencer's not being shy about the fact that Xbox is going through what he calls a brand pivot. If putting Xbox first-party exclusives on PlayStation was not enough to convince you, well, his latest comments make it really hard to deny that the Xbox brand is changing in significant ways. The question is, will it be good? Will this be better for the brand as well as the consumers? Will other consoles, will other platforms feel like they have to follow in Xbox's footsteps? After the briefest of recaps, I'm going to try to give you a recap that led to what Phil said because I think it adds so much context. We actually already covered his comments about handhelds. We have a whole video about the Xbox handheld rumors, so I'm not going to really dive back deep into that. But recently he used the words brand pivot. He spoke about Gen Z and their behavior with games. He discussed other storefronts, wanting them to maybe even show up on Xbox. And after we look at that, I'm going to tell you what I think about this because I don't really agree with everything Phil is saying, especially kind of maybe his viewpoint of where Gen Z is going to end up. I also have some predictions about where this is all going to end.
Move, bro?
If Xbox is attempting to do something that Nintendo and PlayStation aren't doing, what will that look like in a couple of years? So in the briefest way possible, let me just quickly recap. So Phil Spencer told Famitsu in the end of 2023, it was November, that PlayStation and Nintendo were now part of the Xbox community. Okay, so that was one of the first sort of signs that things were changing. The interviewer noticed this change and said, why are you saying this? And what brought about this change? Now, Phil said that Minecraft played a big role. Then in the same month, the Xbox CFO spoke at a Wells Fargo summit, indicated that we would see a change in strategy. First-party games were going to start landing on platforms that were previously considered competitors. Then in January of 2024, Satya Nadella, the Microsoft CEO, told shareholders that they would now be able to do what they always set out to do, which is make great games and put them on all platforms. And another interview, Satya indicated that they really felt they could now be a great publisher on PlayStation and Nintendo. And every single time we covered this, we were told that, well, they're only talking about Activision Blizzard games. Well, that version of spin was seen as abundantly demolished when the rumors about first-party games landing on PlayStation and Nintendo was confirmed by Phil Spencer himself. And it all happened very quickly. Pentiment, Sea of Thieves, Hi-Fi Rush, Grounded, they're all coming to PlayStation. 2 of those 4 games are coming to Nintendo. So in a matter of just 6 months, sort of the end of 2023, and we're now about 3 months into 2024, the entire Xbox brand in the future looks very different, to the point that a recent GameIndustry.biz podcast indicated that they're hearing devs aren't even sure about what Xbox is doing, sort of asking, like, what are they doing over there? Many even questioning if they should continue putting games on Xbox. There's just sort of a lack of clarity about the future. So that's the recap. You're all caught up. This all sort of leads up to what Phil has said recently, his recent comments. Now, Phil's comments about Gen Z and this sort of brand pivot, they come as one package, okay? According to thegamer.com, quote, the notion that Xbox can only be the one device that plugs into the television isn't something that we see in the Gen Z research. Notice he's talking about a device that plugs into the television, like the Xbox can't be the only thing. That might add some credence to the handheld being dockable or something that you can plug into your television. He continued by saying, because nothing is like that for them being Gen Z. Nothing's like that for Gen Z. Some of them will have an iPhone, some will have an Android, but all of the games and everything are the same. And this is the reason he switches now to brand pivot. He says all their stuff is available wherever they want. So for Xbox, our brand pivot as we attract and maintain relevance with a younger audience is Xbox in a place where I can find the great games that I want. want to. Now, thegamer.com felt that Phil's comments were very much related to what we heard from GameIndustry.biz's podcast. So the Gamer said the following: "It's also rather telling that this stance from Spencer comes shortly after GDC, in which there has been less enthusiasm for Xbox as a hardware manufacturer than ever among actual developers. It was reported by GamesIndustry.biz head Chris Dring that Xbox is in, quote, real trouble on the hardware front as sales are flatlining across Europe. And more than that," okay, so this is me talking now, "more than that, a major company really questioned putting games on Xbox." And this is what the Gamer had to say. He also claimed that a major company that released a game on Xbox last year told him that they, quote, don't know why we bothered supporting it, which suggests at least a handful of developers are starting to consider releasing titles on Xbox more as an inconvenience. With those kinds of opinions floating around among big publishers, it's easy to see why Spencer is so keen on this brand pivot, and appealing to Gen Z
You could just
is
pass
just the
by
icing
landmarks. You don't
on
even
the
have
cake.
to,
Now, many have
like, go
speculated that
inside.
major company that said that was Larian Studios, the company behind Baldur's Gate 3. I have maintained that Larian and Xbox do not have a great relationship after Phil essentially threw them under the bus with an IGN interview at Gamescom, and then the very next day Larian announces that, well, Baldur's Gate 3 is coming to Xbox without split screen, after Phil basically said it's not a hardware problem when we all know it was a hardware problem. It was a bottleneck in the Series S that was the cause of the issue. Now, if you think my theory has no merit, just 2 days ago, the director of publishing at Larian had the following to say in response to an article about Xbox Activision layoffs, and it had Phil Spencer's picture there, and Phil commentated on why they had to lay off 1,900 people. And this is the director of publishing at Larian, quote tweeted the article and said, "When you spend too many resources annexing cities, you can't afford to feed the townspeople." Now, he said that he's been tweeting about mass layoffs a lot. He was sort of maintaining they're avoidable, so he was sort of acting like this is just another, piece to that puzzle. But it was a pretty sharply worded tweet in response to Xbox laying off 1,900 people that was in large relation to the Activision acquisition. Now, in the vein of hoping to foster better relationships, Phil also had comments about other storefronts. So the reason I'm referencing Larian and the reason I'm referencing this podcast where apparently studios are not exactly enthused about Xbox, I think maybe what Phil has next to say could be an inroad to opening up those doors once again. According to the PC Gamer article on this, Spencer said that the next 5 to 10 years, console-exclusive games are going to be a smaller and smaller part of the games industry. Now, what's interesting is that PC Gamer used the phrase console-exclusive, since I'm going to theorize in a moment just how non-console the next piece of Xbox hardware is likely going to feel. I'm going to kind of give you a glimpse into where I think they're going. What's this big technical leap that Sarah Bond was talking about? Now, on the topic of other storefronts, this is what PC Gamer had to say. What makes more sense to me is the idea of coming at the problem from other directions by bringing other storefronts like Epic Games Store, itch.io, or maybe even Steam to the Xbox console, an idea that Spencer said he's open to. So Spencer said, "Consider our history as a Windows company. Nobody would blink twice if I said, hey, when you're using a PC, you get to decide the type of experience you have by picking where you buy games. There's real value in that." Now, this obviously opens up a lot of logistical questions about how this would even work. There's roughly 70,000 games on Steam. They're not set up to run on an Xbox. They're set up to run on a PC. If it was that easy to just take a game from Steam from Steam to Xbox, a lot of those devs would just do that, right? If it was just as simple as moving the game, that's just another audience. Those are just more potential sales. So they're not set up to run on an Xbox, they're set up to run on a PC. Now, before I tell you where I think all of this is headed, I'm going to make some predictions about the future of Xbox hardware. My opinion is that this actually could be good for Xbox, because this gets away from the hardware-centric model that they have just clearly failed at. This would be more of a software-centric model, which Microsoft has been very successful at. Now, that is something they're way better equipped for. That also lines up more with the publisher push that they seem to be focusing on since like November of last year after the Activision Blizzard deal was closing. The same GameIndustry.biz podcast indicated that as far as they know, the majority, quote, the majority of Xbox games are headed to PlayStation. But I do not agree with Phil about how he views Gen Z gaming behavior. Yes, They're certainly more eclectic in how they engage with technology. They're less likely to only have like one gaming device. But I don't think this means that they're going to sort of grate against or bristle against consoles or console exclusives. Now, this is purely anecdotal, but my 3 nephews, they just kind of game on everything. They've got a PC, a mobile, an Xbox, a Switch, and they recently bought a PS5. Now, why did they get the PS5? There were exclusives that they wanted to play. They also played some of the PSVR 2 when I was in town, but largely it was because there were games they could only get on the PlayStation 5. Now, I also think there's a distinct difference between what I've kind of dubbed serious gaming versus disposable gaming. And I think the medium with which you're playing on plays a large role with this. Now, do you really want to play a cinematically strong, narrative-driven game on your iPhone? Well, no. That's commonly where you're going to play more of what I call disposable games. Now, do you want to play disposable games like Clash of Clans or Candy Crush? You want to play that on your big screen in your living room? Not really. Clash of Clans or Candy Crush, games like that, they're more conducive to quick play sessions on a small screen. Now, those of us who are at the age of 28 and up, I'm quite a bit higher than that now at the age of 42. 28 and up, though, does make the largest portion of the gaming audience. We're not going to be so quickly replaced. We're not all just going to die off in the next 10 years. I also think that Gen Z, they're going to be more prone, I think, to mature. They're going to change just like the rest of us did. Now, they're not going to change into being exactly the way that we are, but they're going to enter that stage of life where they have a job, where they're done with college, they have a family, they have more responsibilities. Now, this lends itself to life patterns that sort of center around set leisure times on the couch in front of a TV. Now, I don't think that's going to evolve into this expectation that, well, I better be able to play God of War 9 on my iPhone. I also don't know if this grows into a refusal to buy or support exclusives. In other words, Gen Z's not going to stay exactly where they are. Nobody typically does that, right? You don't behave and engage with entertainment the same way you did when you were a teenager, do you? TV shows, video games, over the last 20 years, consumers tend to go where the content is, especially if you've got something really great or really exciting and you can only get it on your platform. So this is my prediction. This is kind of where I think things are heading. It's starting to sound like the next iteration of Xbox hardware is going to be more like a PC. If you want the Epic Store, if you want Steam on your Xbox, you're going to need a PC with Windows on it. Now, this could be how they get developers to want to build games for this handheld that we're hearing about, right? Maybe that's why we've heard about the handheld being dockable, and Phil Spencer talking about an Xbox console not the only thing that you should be plugging into your TV. That might be a glimpse into where they're headed. That could be the technical leap that Sarah Bond spoke about. And this would be more attractive to devs who currently are losing interest in developing for Xbox. They would basically just have to create a PC version, and it could hit the Xbox handheld. It could hit their console or whatever the hardware is, whatever they decide to call it. But part of me feels like this is an attempt by Xbox to isolate Nintendo and PlayStation, sort of make it look like they're out of step. You know, you continue demonizing exclusives, you call them anti-consumer, and I'm going to be honest, I don't think that will work. The opposite's likely to take place. They will make exclusives stand out more. They'll be more appealing. Well, why is that? Well, if Xbox has made it very clear they're putting their games everywhere, since every screen is an Xbox, so that would mean that PlayStation's not just getting Xbox games, it's also getting the PlayStation exclusives. And the Nintendo Switch 2 is not just getting Xbox games, it's also getting Nintendo Switch exclusives. Those exclusives would not be diminished in that equation. They would actually be a stronger selling point for those hardware funnels because you're going to get more. Now, I would imagine that Phil is hoping the handheld or the portable or the sort of everywhere nature of the Xbox ecosystem that they're going for, they're maybe hoping that would be more winsome or more compelling to Gen Z if Gen Z is wanting to sort of game in multiple locations or on multiple pieces of hardware, which is how I understand his recent comments. If you kind of take his comments as one package, he's viewing Gen Z as wanting a sort of more holistic solution to what they want to do in gaming. But I still think if a great game lands like Spider-Man 3, and if you need a PlayStation to play it, Gen Z is going to go there because they don't mind gaming in multiple locations. They don't mind having multiple devices. If they feel like games should be everywhere, I would imagine they would say, well, why doesn't Xbox have this game? Why does my Xbox handheld, why does the Xbox console or hardware or whatever it is, why does it not have Spider-Man 3? They're simply going to go where they feel they get the most games. Now, this could make sense as to why Phil wants Steam or Epic on the platform. That would make a very strong argument that, hey, there's more games over here. We don't just have Xbox games. We have the entire Steam library. We have everything hitting the Epic Game Store. So where is Xbox going with respect to hardware in order to make this possible, right? Like, is it a PC? Is it a console? Probably a bit of both, actually. Hip Hop Gamer has been getting a lot of stuff right, okay? Give him some credit. Tweeted just yesterday a clip of him claiming in January of this year, this is 2 months ago, that Xbox would have a hybrid, that you could boot into console mode or you could boot it into Windows 11 mode. Now, this actually doesn't seem that crazy or that far-fetched in light of Phil's comments and in light of the fact that the hardware on the inside of like a Series X could probably do that. Maybe even the handheld could operate that way as well. This would mean that you could play PlayStation games via Steam on a piece of Xbox hardware. The whole world's flipping upside down. Everything seems to be changing. But I still think Nintendo would be very hesitant to make the jump to PC, right? I don't think they're going to be worried about this affecting the market. They're just going to continue dominating with their exclusives. That was one thing I didn't really agree with Hip Hop Gamer on. It made it sound like Nintendo would need to adapt or make changes. They crushed it last year. They're probably going to continue crushing it. But, stranger things have happened. I mean, the market may shift on Nintendo. Many see Phil projecting the challenges that Xbox has faced onto the market, right? Like, they failed in hardware. They failed to make their exclusives winsome enough to actually compete. And so now exclusives are bad and hardware really shouldn't be the focus, right? Given the success of PlayStation and Nintendo, I tend to agree with that, at least partially. I don't think a lot of what Phil is saying is representative of the market as a whole. PlayStation certainly agrees that you need to find customers outside of the console world. Hiroki Totoki indicated that there's revenue growth opportunities on PC, and PlayStation seems content to continue to bring their games to PC. But does that mean that you need to target like mobile gamers with your big exclusive titles? That's like the other market that people really want to tap into. Well, probably not. Disposable games and mobile phones, they tend to appeal to those who aren't really drawn to what I have dubbed serious gaming, like serious play sessions, serious stories, something that's more dramatic or more intense or even competitive. Yeah, the disposable gaming on a cell phone is, very attractive to people who are busy, but they don't really consider themselves gamers. Phil could be onto something, though. If Gen Z engages with both types of games and both types of hardware, well, they may want hardware that is sort of a platform solution that allows them to do that gives them that wider amount of freedom. But I will say this, if future Xbox hardware streamlines my ability to get PC games on my TV in my living room so that I can game on the couch, especially that Steam library. I wish listed a lot of games during showcases, and I just can't bring myself to come into the office to play video games, okay? If they streamline that and all of a sudden I've got my PC Steam library in my living room, I would be totally in support of that. So there could be hope for a future where Xbox hardware finds itself back into the regular circulation of my gaming life. But that's just what I think. What do you think? So let me give you my closing thoughts and conclusions on this to kind of transition to talking to the live audience. I think it's kind of hard to deny the brand pivot of Xbox when Phil Spencer literally uses those words, okay? While some folks expected like a victory lap, a lot of people have been telling me to do, I told you so streams. Because virtually everything I predicted last year, much of which I was attacked for, they want me to do a victory lap and an I told you so stream. I would actually rather just kind of talk about the future, like what this all could mean, what kind of hardware could we get out of this, what's the market going to look like. I think it's more exciting to think about the prospect of new hardware innovation. I think it's also interesting to think about how Xbox might get into a better place with third-party developers and the larger development world if they sort of all of a sudden have like a quasi-PC for the living room. We could be very close to what they're planning, right? Maybe we're getting some of this right. Maybe we're making some of the right guesses. It's going to be exciting to see how accurate or just how wrong we end up being. But if last year is any indication, I think I'm getting pretty good at predicting what Xbox is doing. The second thing I want to say is this. The more I think about it, the more I want a handheld hybrid PC console. Like, that kind of sounds too good to be true to like check all those boxes, but a device that I could travel with and play my games natively, a simplified way to get PC games into my living room without having to mess with a PC. But I wonder,
what the fuck?
do I want all this because
What is
of the
this?
various changes that I've gone through as a gamer, or do I just want more ways to game? Now, is that how the coveted and the targeted Gen Z gamer, is that how they're going to think? Well, only time will tell if they sort of stay in their ways or they go through an evolution by gaming in all these various places. What are they going to look like in 10 years? Nobody really knows.
Oh, I could fire
My
fast
conclusion
as
is this.
fuck.
Wherever Xbox
Oh, I go around
lands,
again.
I'm here for the ride. While my disappointment over the Series X and this generation still lingers, I just think they did not do a very good job at all this generation. I like making predictions. I like reading the tea leaves of the industry to anticipate where things might go. I think predicting Xbox's moves has been pretty fun. Now, it wasn't fun being attacked for my comments about the Series S or saying that I thought devs were going to want to skip Xbox in the future, or I said, hey, Xbox wants to buy Activision Blizzard. They want to move into a more software-centric strategy. It wasn't fun being attacked for just voicing my opinion,
Did I
but
miss?
it is nice to be
Oh, no, I
validated
didn't.
by
Goddamn.
those things all coming to fruition in just a matter of about 6 months. The hardware future of
they let me
Xbox
turn the
could
camera
actually
so I
not
look
just
around
land in a
before it
lane
started,
of
at least.
satisfaction because, oh, I guessed right, but because it actually sounds like hardware that I might utilize. But those are just my thoughts. Now it's time to hear your thoughts. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it very, very much. We are going to start really trying to start on time. Now, that means I scheduled the stream a little bit earlier than we have been. I'm going to try to start scheduling streams at like 9:01 Eastern. That should ensure that you only get one notification. And then I'm going to go live right at 9:30. I think today I went live at like
I hit
9:31,
targets on the second
9:32,
go around.
something like that.
Okay.
So that's the plan going forward.
just
So set your
noticed that.
watches.
Shit.
We should be starting to go live a lot sooner. I'm sorry, a lot more on time right at 9:30. That means you should be able to come here around that time. Now, we will be checking out the new free stratagems in Helldivers 2. That is the second stream today. So Microsoft has been working on this for a while with Valve. Wouldn't be surprised if this is an upcoming announcement with a new partnership between Microsoft and Valve to launch a Steam platform on Xbox Series X and S devices. That's the one question that I have. I didn't include that probably enough in the monologue. I'm kind of surprised I didn't include that. I thought I did, and now my brain is feeling like I didn't say anything about it. What does this mean for the Series S and the X? Like, could you retroactively do this software update? Right? Could you create an environment where they're able to get access to the Steam stuff? I got some people to thank. Machiavelli 24, 9 months of membership. Xbox Dreamcast 2.0. Yikes. And 5 months from Feed. Thank you all for the gifted sub. Says Feed, and then I am Melee with 27 months on the VIP. Excuse me. Thank you so much, Melee. Guys, thanks so much for smashing the like button and crushing it this morning. Good to see a nice strong turnout. Who's making all those games run on Xbox? Magic. Okay, Eugene, track with me here. Does this sound crazy? Let me get the daily goal up. I got the daily goal up before you guys have gifted all the ways you can support. If you guys are watching the past broadcast, don't forget, I am wearing Gamer Advantage glasses. We are partnered with them. If you're looking for blue light blocking glasses, use my code below. My t-shirts are always from Into the
Master. Good
AM.
enough.
And then the
Barely got
coffee
it.
as well. If you're a coffee drinker, check it out. Try it out. You're supporting a small business. That's not a sponsor. All right. And then obviously the memberships. You guys have a massive goal to hit if you want a Friday night stream, because we were not going to do a Friday night stream. So see if you guys can go crazy today. Good to see you, Brap. Okay, so track with me here, Eugene. Do you think that they could update the Xbox Series X and the Xbox Series S? Could they update those to be dual boot devices? Right? I got a note with my coffee that said, blame Lono for how late this order was, comrade. Watch your back. Did my wife really do that? Han shot first, and so did you. Joker Quinn beats Mike on the mic by just half a second. 2 gifted members already. Thank you so much. We were aiming for 2,500 members, and you guys are going to have to go bonkers today because Fridays is almost impossible to hit those numbers. Because we'll be doing the Stellar Blade demo in the morning and then doing a stream with Mike. We're currently at 2161. You guys are basically going to need 300 members today if we're going to hit 2,500 before the end of the month, and then we'll do a big Friday night community game night celebration. So you better bat signal the big boys if you guys hope to do that today. She really did? Oh, that's amazing. I want a picture of that, Zuby. Update to even more useless Xbox. Xbox needs to be a PC to run Steam. Horrible idea. But couldn't they make it to where you could boot it into Windows? Like, Hip Hop Gamer was talking about a device coming that's going to do that. Like a hybrid device that's literally built for you to like press a button and it boots into Windows 11. You press a button and it like boots in to Xbox mode. Yeah, exactly, Brap. That's the video I'm talking about. Do you think they could do that to the Series X and the Series S so then suddenly they can get access to like the Steam Marketplace or something? Like, I don't know. It sounds crazy to me. Did you miss me? Did I miss you? Did you do something? Did you do did I miss did you do like a super chat or something? Oh, you're just asking if I missed you. Sure. Do you remember the time when the Steam machine was a thing? Steam failed with that idea. How is the current Microsoft thing different in your opinion? Maybe because they're going to appeal to the console gamer, and I don't know if the Steam machine appealed to anybody, because if you're a PC guy, you already have a PC. If you're a console guy, you're like, I don't want a PC. This would be something different. This would say, no, this is a console with expanded ability, with expanded opportunities for you to have more games. I feel like it would diminish the performance even more, says Eugene. Oh, you weren't here yesterday. Sorry, I did not realize that. Listen, if you guys weren't here yesterday, if you haven't been seeing my streams on your homepage, I'm going to say this 1,000 times. I'm going to say it 1,000 times again. We say this all the time. YouTube's not reliable, okay? You got to check your sub feed, but really, get in the Discord. Follow me on Twitter at Reforge Gaming. YouTube is bad about that. They'll make some updates, and I'll just disappear off of your radar, and yet I'm still here streaming, okay? So I appreciate the daily engagement. Guys, so many people here. Smash that like button. Likes have been acting up, okay? So double check when you like that it saves, all right? Let's hit 200 likes really quickly here. If every console's identical, then it's curated window experience, not full Windows. Eugene says, so now hardware that was not designed to run Windows has to now run Windows. I'm not saying they're going to do it, Eugene. I'm saying, hypothetically, Way of the Lao, thank you so much for upgrading to VIP. Hypothetically, let's say they're going this route, okay? They're going to do this hybrid box. They can do both Windows, and it can do both Xbox, and it can do Steam, and it can do all these things. What happens to the Series X and the S? What happens? What do you do with those boxes? Zubair says, designed to run Windows. It's got an x86 CPU. It's designed to run Windows. Like, yeah, is it that crazy to think that a Series X could boot up a version of Windows? A stripped-down version of Windows that can boot up Steam? Now, to be fair, the hardware configuration in the Xbox Series X still might not be compatible with a lot of the Steam games. I don't know how that works. Just because you can boot to Windows doesn't mean that the games are going to be able to interact with the video card. You know what I'm saying? Because of the drivers. I don't understand how any of that works. A 5-spot from Darius Ward. Didn't Dell try this with Alienware Alpha? It was essentially a PC and a game console, and it failed. Way of the Lao, gifts a member. Thank you so much. You guys have got a massive goal to hit today, and you're taking chunks out of it already. 3 members just that fast. Controller navigation of Windows does not work. Okay, but imagine this. It would be more like the Windows that we've seen on Surface, where it's just like cubes and stuff. All you got to do is give them a version of Windows that's just like a couple of boxes. Do you want to open Steam? Do you want to open Epic Games Store or do you want to shut down? Like, that's it. That's like they need like 3 buttons. You know, it would boot into that and then they would be able to play all their Steam games. I'm not seeing the uniqueness. How would this be different to a Steam Deck since the Xbox games are on the Steam? Anyway, I think you guys are missing what I'm seeing. So let me try to paint the picture. Imagine the console gamers suddenly being able to buy a console that doesn't just give them access to Game Pass. It doesn't just give them access to their backlog of games or Xbox games. It gives them access to Steam, all of Steam. How
That would
many
be
times
insane.
have we sat through a showcase and we're like,
I
that
might
game
get
looks
that.
sick. Oh,
I
wish
don't
list
know.
on Steam. And all you console guys are like, frick, can't play that one. All you console guys are like, oh, your wish list on Steam. Okay. Now, Death's Door is a good example. Like, Death's Door crushes it. The week it comes out, it sells like 100,000 copies. And then it's now available on console. So, I think it would appeal to a consumer base that currently is like, I don't want anything to do with PC. So, it's a PC, not a console. It would be a console-PC hybrid. I'm confused. Make this make sense to me. Why would you not want that? Let's imagine it's real. Let's imagine it can run games really well. You just plug it into your TV. Why don't you don't want that? I've wishlisted some killer Steam games, and I just can't be bothered when it's time to game to like come into the office and sit in a chair. I want to sit on my couch. If I could go boop, turn a box on and have access to my entire Steam library in my living room, am I crazy? Am I the crazy one? I would want that. Why would you not want that? What? Because Microsoft sucks and it won't work? Is their Surface team bad? I thought their Surface devices were good. I thought they were getting praise. I'm asking the question. I don't use them. I thought the Surface team and the hardware coming out of the Surface team was getting praise. So we would be worried about the hardware itself. That's what you're saying, Jez? You don't think the hardware would be any good? I think the Series X is a great machine. I don't think the Series X is the problem. I think the Series S is the problem. Let me ask you something, Jez. If the Series X was the only box that they made right now, do you think we would be getting performance issues? They just changed the whole team? Which team are you referring to? People are missing the main point of a console, says AOZ. It's a single hardware profile, so you can build games efficiently, and the OS guarantees resources. Xbox is pretty much a PC with a special OS. Ding, 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 ding. If they can somehow figure out to make it to where the hardware architecture and the software get along so that suddenly you can launch Steam and you launch PC games on it, they just did what I said they were trying to do 7 years ago. 7 years ago, I said, I feel like Xbox is trying to blur the line between console and PC. I said that 7 years ago. That was the impression I got. What if that's the culmination of that? Now, if you're not confident in their ability to make good hardware, okay, so be it. So be it. I think the Series X is a great device. I don't think the Series X
probably
is a
not.
bad device. If the Series X
wait
was
for
the
it to
only
pop up on the
console they
map.
were selling,
Probably just a
I
bag
happen to think we'd be
of
having a
shit.
much different experience this gen. I do. I firmly believe that the Series X is a great piece of hardware, held back by the stepbrother. No offense to anybody who bought a Series S. I'm not insulting your purchase, and I'm not insulting your choices. I'm simply saying that the Series X is a great piece of hardware, and we haven't really gotten to see it perform. I don't know if we will. Hellblade 2 is almost here. We'll see. Box can run Windows, but they have the issue with the Asus Ally. Windows on a small screen is not working. Okay, but you're presuming you would just boot up and just have like a standard version of Windows. Why would they not have a version of Windows that's sort of been simplified and stripped down? Like, the version of Windows that you've seen on the Surfaces.
Just loot. All right.
It literally looks like an Xbox. It's like a bunch of squares. Like you just kind of navigate the squares. You don't have like a start menu and like a desktop with icons. I talked with 3 Xbox guys today, says Derek. 2 swore they'd only buy PCs from now on. 1 just said the PlayStation controller is for babies, it's too small. And then I showed a diagram of how it's bigger than the Xbox. Wait, people think that the PlayStation controller is... Oh, he's probably talking about the PlayStation 4 controller. Yeah, the hamster hands, era of the PlayStation controller is a real thing. He probably just doesn't realize that the DualSense is larger.
Oh, he hit me with that.
PWH Sound with the $5 Super Chat tip says, the new hardware, I think, is a handheld with a version of Windows designed for it. Most Xbox fans have a PC, so the console-PC hybrid is kind of pointless. You think most Xbox fans have a PC? Why do you think that? The Xbox operating system is a version of Windows already, says Zubair. You just need to add support for running Steam games with controller support. That's what I'm saying. It is Windows. I remember when they updated it once, and then I saw the Surfaces at Best Buy, and I was like, that's the same dadgum operating system. Windows 11 has touchscreen, but the Xbox interface is not there anymore. That was Windows 10. Okay, so you're saying they've moved on from that, Jez. You can't imagine a world where they would develop a new sort of, what's it called in Steam? Big button mode or whatever the frick. You can't imagine a version of Windows like that? I think they can make a version of Windows like that. You literally would only need to boot it up in Windows mode and be like, here's Steam, here's the Epic Games Store, here's the button to turn this thing off. Yeah, big screen mode. Thank you. They could make that. They could make a version of Windows that could do that. I think so. I completely resonate, empathize, and understand a lack of confidence in Xbox's ability to bring good hardware to market. I get it. I'm right there with you. Red Ring of Death, the Xbox One and Kinect, what a disaster. And then this era with the Series X and the Series S and all the broken promises, and I get it. If you're going to sit there and say, I have no confidence in their ability to enter the hardware market competitively, I think you have good reason to think that. You do. But I'm telling you, it sounds like it could be pretty good. I'm telling you, it could be pretty good. Yo, Patrick Q is saying, hey guys, we need 300 likes. If you're reading chat right now and you see Patrick Q saying that, give the man what he wants. Smack that like button. If you haven't hit subscribe yet, hit subscribe. We'd love to hear from you. Subscribing is totally free. It enables you to talk in the chat. And we will be covering the Helldivers 2 free stratagems, the new free stratagems. We'll be covering that later, okay? I know you guys want to see him. We'll be checking it out, all right? I forgot to move my PlayStation in here because I'm an idiot. We'll figure it out. I'll have to go grab it. I don't understand the target audience. If you already use Steam, you have a PC, you already can play Microsoft games. Xbox is a small market share, so what crowd is clearly not enough? Yo, welcome back, Jean Velez. Listen to me, listen to me. He wants Gen Z. I think in Phil's mind, Gen Z is like,
that was good.
I game here, I game here, I game here, mouse and keyboard, I game here on my PlayStation. Like, they game everywhere. And so what he's trying to come up with is, or what Xbox is trying to come up with, is a solution that says, hey, Gen Z, you like to pretty much kind of game everywhere. On the go with the mobile, maybe a handheld, maybe on your TV, maybe on PC. This device lets you do like almost all of that. If it's a handheld, if it allows Steam games to be played, and it allows console games to be played, Xbox games to be played, which I guess there aren't really console games anymore with Xbox because, you know, they've been doing Xbox and PC for the longest time, but getting access to that Steam library, I think that's the mindset is Gen Z doesn't want a single box. You aren't going to find a Gen Z gamer that's like, oh, yes, I only play on the PlayStation. I only play on the Xbox. They kind of play on all of it. Does that make sense? Like, I think that's what they want. The Gen Z I know play on consoles. The Gen Z that I know, my nephews, they play on everything.
Fuck.
They have a Switch, they have an Xbox, they have a gaming PC, and they just bought a PlayStation 5 because they wanted some of the exclusives. They play on everything. They don't have an allegiance to one of the pieces of plastic. They don't care. They're just like, what games are my friends playing? I'm going to go wherever that is. That's basically the Steam Deck. I don't know if Gen Z's buying the Steam Deck in great numbers. I think Steam Deck adoption is probably a lot of the older gamers like us, 28 and up, that are already established gamers, that already like Steam, that already like PCs. I think if you polled the average person buying a Steam Deck, it's probably not a large proportion of Gen Zers. It's probably a larger proportion of folks like us, 28 and up, not 27 and down. Gen Z plays where the games are. Xbox has no games. There you go. I think that's a point that I kind of made in the show opening monologue. I said, I don't think this is going to hurt exclusives. I think you're going to make exclusive stands taller. Because if Xbox is putting their games everywhere, and let's say Blade, when it comes out, it's multi-plat. I told you it was multi-plat when they debuted the trailer, and you hated me for it, and I was right. Blade's going to be multi-plat. Deal with it. Blade lands multi-plat. And you can get Blade on a PlayStation 5. And you can also get Spider-Man 3. That's compelling because, like, well, I can get both games. But then if you go to this Xbox piece of hardware, you're going to be like, oh, I can get Blade. And, I mean, I guess I can wait a year or two for Spider-Man 3 when they port it to Steam if this handheld hybrid can play Steam games. So you're making the exclusives more compelling because it's like, well, PlayStation's going to de facto have more games because they don't just get the Xbox games, they also get the PlayStation exclusives. The Nintendo Switch 2, same deal. If they start putting Xbox games on the Nintendo Switch 2, you get those games and you also get the latest Zelda. So exclusives will stand taller in this system they're trying to build. However, this is what I think the pushback and what Phil would say. That's great. You know, exclusives are becoming less and less common. We don't just have Xbox games over here. We also have Steam with over 70,000 titles, a catalog nearing 100,000, right? We also have the Epic Game Store. So if that's the quantity war you're fighting and they get to throw Steam in the bin on whatever device this is, that's Xbox. That's their version of competing. We know this. We know this is Xbox's version of competing. What do? They buy or broker deals to increase quantity. They do it for Game Pass. They did it through acquisitions. They'll do it with Steam if they can. It's how they compete. They don't foster developers to build really great product. No. They buy developers so they can use their products to be like, look at all the games that we have. This fits right in line with how they've approached competing in this market is, well, let's approach Steam. Let's put Steam on this device that we're coming out with. And if you have a portable device that is basically a handheld PC, handheld Xbox that can then dock and is also then a console/PC in your living room, that could be the technical leap that Sarah Bond was talking about. That could be their idea of, this is a huge technical leap. I'm not hyping them up. I'm just painting a picture of this could be their version of competing. Almost 700 people here, guys. If you're just tuning in and you're enjoying the conversation, I am a safe for work broadcaster. I do a stream like this Monday through Friday, and you can keep me on in the background. A lot of people treat me like a podcast. Maybe they come back later and they listen to the past broadcast. That's super helpful. If you want to talk in the chat, hit subscribe. If you want to help this specific video, you can hit the like button, and it helps the video find more people. So smash that thumbs up, and make sure it's actually saving your thumbs up. YouTube's been a little quirky lately. What about Sony blocking gaming from being used on a Microsoft device like it does on GeForce when using it on Xbox? It blocks exclusive games. Explain that to me. What do you think they're going to block? What games in particular do you think Sony's going to try to block on this particular device? Remember when Steam tried to try this with Steam machines? Okay, somebody brought that up, Brap. Fair point, but don't you think there's a significant difference between a Steam machine coming from Steam, trying to appeal to people who either don't know who Steam is? Steam was not a household console name amongst console gamers. There's a big difference between that and Xbox, a known brand awareness. We know who Xbox is. If they come out with a handheld console PC hybrid,
I'd be able to fly into there.
that could appeal to people that... I don't know how many people probably did this. Console owners who were like, oh, I've got to get the Nintendo Switch. They probably largely did it for the first party titles, but I also think the idea of playing on the go with the Nintendo Switch Lite especially, I do think there is room in the market to say, hey, we're not just a console. More than a console. You know, they're going to be using phrases like this when they market this thing.
Bro,
if we've got our finger on the pulse of like what Xbox is getting ready to do, that would be the selling point. More than a console. It can play PC games. More than a console. You could take it with you. More than a console. You know, you're not locked to just our games. So that would be the selling point, is that you're going into a market where people know who you are, and the desires of the generation behind us are changing. The desires of the generation behind us are like, I want to be able to game on a handheld device. I want to be able to game on a mobile. I want to be able to play my PC games. I want to be able to play my console games. I don't disagree. This just reminds me of Steam machines. Do you ever think sometimes, Brap, that hardware fails because it's too early? I've said this a lot about the Xbox One era. I've said this a lot about Xbox One. I think Xbox One got a lot of hate because it was too early. Think about what the Xbox One tried to do. It literally tried to do what we now celebrate in our smart TVs. It's always online. It's your entertainment hub. You can watch TV on your TV. Like, the Xbox One was like, they were like too early for their own good. It was like they knew where things were going, and they were just too early. And then the gamers just rejected it. They're like, this isn't gamer-centric. You're not talking about games. You're talking about advertisements. You're not talking about games. You're talking about TV. You're not talking about games. You're talking about sporting events. Like, they were almost too early. So the Steam machine, yeah, Connect. Right? A lot of the Connect features, the idea of like motion tracking and face tracking and having a game that you interact with your body, like that was them maybe a little bit ahead of their time. Yeah, the Nokia N-Gage. I remember the Nokia N-Gage, basically like a gaming phone. I remember that. So the Steam machine, I don't really remember it. I don't remember what happened with it, but it just could have been ahead of its time. It also could literally be a brand problem. It could be a brand problem. It could be, you know, who's Steam? You know, the average console user is going to be like, I don't know, what's Steam? You know, if they're not plugged into the PC world. You got to think about the average consumer that was like walking into a Best Buy. Or if you remember Circuit City, you know, they're walking into a retail location. That average consumer is like, I don't know who Steam is. What's that? But Xbox, people know Xbox. Now, right now, obviously, Xbox's hardware is in a terrible space. It's not doing well at all. They're going to fall below Xbox One numbers. It's looking bad. But you can always, I think, have a resurgence of interest if you actually come back to the market with something that's different. Like, if they would have just come back to the market with like another console in 2028 or whenever this thing lands, if it was like just another console, nobody would have paid any attention to it. They've lost that fight. Like, no, what? Okay. Nobody's buying your consoles anymore. What are you doing? You guys fell off the face of the earth. But if they come to the market with something that's brand new, a new concept, if they come to the market with something that PlayStation's not doing, now you might look at Nintendo and say, but Nintendo's kind of doing it, but not really. Nintendo's going to have like another gaming on the go solution. PlayStation's going to continue to push graphics and premium performance, and then also put their games on PC by way of Nixus. If you haven't seen their Horizon Forbidden West reviews, Nixus crushed it again. Xbox can say, we do all of that. We have a gaming on the go solution. We have PC games. We have great graphics. Now, again, the pushing the graphical fidelity thing, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, but they might not really want to fight that fight. Who would this be marketed to? Gen Z. I've said it all morning. Gen Z, the younger generation. I'm not saying that they're right. I'm simply telling you who they're targeting. This is disingenuous. The PS5 is falling behind the PS4, yet not a peep from anyone. That's not true. They are targeting Gen Z. Now, I'm not saying that they're right, but the logic is this. Gen Z, the younger generation, they don't game with plastic loyalty in their veins. A lot of you do. A lot of you think that I do, because if you view the world a certain way, you think everybody else does. Gen Z can't afford this. Gen Z have smartphones and or tablets. They won't buy this. All right, hang on a minute. People are speaking out of turn here. Gen Z is age 27 and down. The generation above currently makes up the largest portion of the gaming audience, 28 and up. But Gen Z, over the next 10 years, is going to infect the gaming market. They're going to start to, they're going to start to spend more, and they're going to start to buy more. Why? Because they're going to start to, more of them will have jobs. More of them will have disposable income. More of them will be like, okay, now I can buy games for myself. Okay? So Gen Z is like 27 and down. All right? To say that Gen Z won't buy this, I don't know what you're basing that off of. Oh, they play on tablets and iPhones. The Gen Zers that I know also play on PCs. They also play on consoles. They also play on the Switch. Like, Gen Z, and again, this is according to Phil Spencer, their Gen Z research is that they just kind of play everywhere. They don't really care. You came up during the era of Xbox versus PlayStation, or some of us came up in the era of cutting our teeth on Coleco and the Nintendo, and so we're just kind of like, dude, I'll buy everything. I don't care. I just want video games in my house, okay? But a lot of us, a lot of you, a lot of gamers today cut their teeth as gamers in an environment that fostered loyalty to a plastic box. Gen Z's not gaming that way. So Xbox's strategy is, let's give them a device that checks 3 boxes. Console gaming, handheld gaming, PC games. Right? I'm not saying that they're right. I am not saying that they're right. I'm saying that is their strategy. I'm simply explaining to you what Xbox is trying to do. What Gen Z do you know? I know my nephews and a bunch of kids in my church, and they don't play the way that we do. And they don't just play on cell phones and iPads. That's an oversimplification. That's an oversimplification. That's not the only place they play. They're just more open to playing on those devices because their friends do. A lot of us still play on our phones periodically, but not to that degree. We're not like really, some of you are probably still booting up Clash of Clans. Some of you are probably still playing Candy Crush in secret, but in large portions, 28 and up male gamers, men, most of you here are men. We're like a 98-2% split here. most of you just aren't touching mobile games to that degree anymore. Or if you do, it's just disposable gaming to you. You're playing it when you're on the toilet, or you're playing it when you're at the DMV. You're not like
Just jump over the
committed.
fence,
It's
bro.
not like
Why?
I'm playing this every single day. Like the people that play mobile games every day are in different brackets, right? Especially if you're in places like Korea, especially if you're in brackets where like lots of more of like middle-aged women play lots of the mobile games. Like there are brackets of gamers that just tend to sort of, cluster around certain things. And 28 and up men tend to be more within the console PC gaming trends, and then 28 and up women are also in there, but they also gravitate and cluster around mobile games. This is all research that you can go and find. So their research, this is just what Phil Spencer's saying, their research is that Gen Z just sort of plays everywhere. Like they don't really have like this, when I get home, I can't wait to turn on my Xbox, and that's all I ever do is Xbox, and I love my Xbox. Like, they don't play that way. Ages 20 to 27 is when I had the most money to burn, living at home without bills. Exactly. Like, to act like they don't have money, they're going to have money. They're going to have money to spend, trust me. Kids also play on devices dictated by what their parents allow and buy for them. This is true. Like, you get under the age of 18, they have a little less volition and control over, their gaming experiences, so they have to kind of like go through mom and dad. And so a lot of them have a Nintendo Switch and maybe a PC. Oh, and then they also game on their phone. They play everywhere but Xbox? No, not in my experience. That's not true. They also, a lot of them still have Xboxes. But I also think they would be more open to buying an Xbox if it's checking those boxes. 27 and living at home, LOL. Why are you laughing at that? There's an enormous trend right now of the generation behind my generation that are having to move back home with their parents. It's an economic reality. It's not something to be laughed at. To act like kids are any different than we were is disingenuous too. I had everything. I had consoles, I had handhelds, I had PC. That changed when I got older for a multitude of reasons. Well, okay. I agree with you. I'm understanding Phil's strategy, but I also disagree with the idea that like Gen Zers are just going to stay the way that they are. And this is where I'm going to bring in the metamorphosis principle. The metamorphosis principle is an idea that I always put forth, that your gaming experiences change your gaming expectations, and you don't even know it. You don't know that it's happening. So the first time that you played GoldenEye, you went through a metamorphosis. You didn't know that it was happening. You weren't checking in with yourself. You weren't aware of it. But it changed your expectations about like what you were going to want from the next game and the next game and so forth. And the first time you played Call of Duty and the first...
I'm gonna warm up a beef patty. What's up, Kitty? Oh. Little stinky. Get some rubbed in. How long do I heat up a beef patty? In the oven. 350. Yeah. I gotta piss.
First time you played Gears of War and the first time you played Halo, your first exposure to these games has caused a metamorphosis in you. And it's very difficult to predict where these trajectories are going to end up. Did anybody know that Fortnite was going to change the world, but also kind of make everybody get a little sick of anything that looked or smelled like Fortnite? Did anybody know that? No. Do you want to know what a lot of companies did? A lot of companies saw, oh wow, everyone's flocking to Fortnite. We need to try to do something like Fortnite, and it's blown up in a lot of those companies' faces. So, if you look at Gen Zers and you're like, well, this is how they're gaming. Yes. Does that mean they're going to stay that way? Probably not. They're going to have gaming experiences over the next 10 years that will vastly change their expectations. The metamorphosis principle is a fact. You can't stop it. It will happen. They will play games. They will have experiences that will simply change their expectations and their desires from gaming. Meaning, I don't think they're wrong. I don't think Xbox is wrong for thinking we can target Gen Z with a more versatile hardware solution. I don't think they're wrong in doing that. But they could end up being wrong if Gen Z starts to trend in another way. Nobody knew that TikTok was going to become a thing. Nobody knew that. It's completely changed the way that people consume information. It's completely changed the way an entire generation thinks about social media and the news and facts and reporting and world events. A single application, one, all by itself, has changed the world, if you really think about it. Global hive mind change from a single application. Okay, Skynet's almost here. Anyways, if you apply that and you think, okay, Gen Zers are like this right now, they're going to stay this way. Probably not. Probably not.
I forgot to choose another
However,
ally, fuck.
appealing to their current trends, appealing to their current preferences, it's not a bad strategy. What else are you supposed to do? Like, guess? You have to make, as a business, you have to make approximations and you have to make judgments about where you think things are going to end up. And the only real way you can do that is based off kind of like the trends that you're looking at right now. So I don't think Xbox is wrong. I just don't think I strongly agree. I think I lean towards disagreeing that, like, I don't think Gen Z is going to stay this way. I think they'll change. I think their gaming habits will change. I think seasons of life have a huge impact here. I game completely differently now than I used to. Why? My life is different. I used to play Call of Duty for a minimum of 4 hours a day. Minimum. The minimum was 4. Call of Duty. I would boot up. If I was not working, my wife was working, or I had the day off, or I didn't have class, it was Xbox, Call of Duty, minimum 4 hours a day. Upper end would be about 6 to 7 hours a day. If I tried to do that now, I would feel sick after about 3. I'd be like, I can't do this anymore. I'm tired. I'm grumpy. I'm not having a good time. I need a nap. Like, I wouldn't be able to do it. I just can't. My life as it's set up wouldn't allow me to do that. A lot of you played EverQuest and World of Warcraft for 8 to 12 hours a day. You're not doing that anymore. You aren't. It's why MMOs are going through a bit of a casualification crisis. It's like, well, the people that want to play MMOs, they can't play like they used to. They can't kite spiders in the forest for 8 hours anymore. They've got real lives now. They've got jobs. They have children. They can't do this like they used to. So MMOs are even having to adjust and think differently about what players can put into a game and therefore what they're going to hope to get out of a play session that might only last for 2 hours, 3 hours instead of 5 to 6. So that doesn't mean that there aren't whales. That doesn't mean that there aren't people who don't play, 12 hours a day. But you have to see that like gaming habits change a lot of the times in relation to your life situation. So Gen Zers will get older, they'll get jobs, they'll get married, they'll have children, they'll have parties that they want to go to, right? They'll have social lives. Please let them have social lives. That'll be terrible if they don't. A lot of them, their social lives are kind of weird right now. But that will dictate how they game. And so this is where I tend to agree with some of the stuff that like Eugene was saying yesterday. He's like, they're going to get older, they're going to mature, and they're going to do what a lot of us did. They're going to start to gravitate towards like a PC or like a console, like more serious gaming that's like in a room, on a screen, you sit down, this is like your leisure. They're not going to be like, can't wait to play God of War 9. No. No. No, the experience and the medium are married. Marriage and children is a bold assumption. Okay. Maybe for you, but, for the men that don't look like a foot, there's a better chance, okay? The trends are away.
Bitch.
Yeah, I know. Less. The generation behind us is getting married less and having children less because they can't afford them. Again, those are economic realities. Sure. Let's just say they get a little bit older and they have a more regular job. Even that will create an environment where they're having like a more leisure setup where it's like, this is when I play my games. This is how I play my games. And again, the point that I was going to say before, that was a very specific insult. I appreciate that. Yes. It was very British of me, right? To insult with an object, Hey, looks like a boss. Like, you know what I'm saying? Anyways. Don't bring Dave. He looks like a foot. The medium is like married. It's married to the experience. Like I really don't think as games become more immersive, more photorealistic, and the graphics get better, right? I don't think you're going to want to play those experiences on a phone.
Damn.
Or on a tablet or on a handheld. Now you might, I'm not saying like you would never do it. I'm saying the gravity, the magnetism is going to be I want to be wearing something or looking at a screen and I'm like experiencing the full breadth of it. Like, I don't think you're going to be like, oh, I can't wait to play God of War 9, the new versions of ray tracing and textures and lighting and the photorealism. I can't wait to play that on my phone. Like, that's not, you see what I'm saying? Like, the medium is married to the game type. Disposable gaming is perfect on a phone or on an iPad.
Food.
I'm gonna roll a blunt.
What's up? I'm not coming back yet. Come on. Yeah. Oh. Don't get my cock in. What's up? Fried shaku, shosaku.
Bad. Clash of Clans, Candy Crush, even these more simplistic or, what I would consider them to be kind of like throwaway MMOs, like they're fine. And regions of the world will prove some of this different. That, the MMOs that are very popular in China and Korea that are on a mobile. But I do think you're still going to have that cinematic narrative thrust, those big, huge experiences, the graphical tour de forces, and I don't think you're going to play them on a dadgum phone or an iPad or a handheld. You're going to want either some type of new VR experience, if that continues in a good way, to be more immersive and so people don't get motion sick, and maybe it's easier to wear or whatever, or a screen. Like you're going to want the full breadth of the experience. That's not going to change, I don't think. Just because people right now, Gen Zers, are open to playing on a phone, a tablet, a TV, they're open to all of it, that doesn't mean the games they're playing are the same. Now, yes, to a certain degree, Fortnite and Apex and Call of Duty, they're kind of spanning that spectrum. Like they have like a band all the way across. I think the rest of the console games, the PC games, are generally going to still be played in those places, and the more disposable games are still going to be played in these places. What if I can just dock my phone with my TV wirelessly? See, that's what I'm getting at, Zuby. If you... Xbox already gets debunked in real time. Jeff Keighley tweet from 2020 to make it seem like Valve and Microsoft are cooking up something for Xbox. I had a feeling when I read that tweet and then I read who tweeted it, I was like, I'm pretty sure that guy is like super dishonest. Like, just not trustworthy. What you're getting at, though, Zubair, is I think what Xbox sees. I think they see, what if we had a piece of hardware that could show up in all of those instances? What if we had a piece of hardware that just got you into your games? Whether you were on the go, or you wanted to plug it into a TV, or you also wanted to have access to PC games. What if we checked all three of those boxes? That's a lot of dadgum boxes. Like, I think that's their strategy. I'm not saying it'll work. I'm not hyping it up. I'm simply saying that's what I see them doing. I see them targeting that more, device platform agnostic generation, being drawn to a solution that says, you can take this device with you, you can plug it into your TV, and it also gets you access to PC games. Like, I see that being a very compelling offer.
Oh no, behind me. Valdo.
Mobile connected to your TV, I can't wait to play those PS3.5 games. Don't you think at a certain point, though, Critopsy, that there will be almost a singularity of hardware event where even mobile devices have reached such a peak of performance that you could play most games, just maybe the graphics are slightly toned down? Like, I think we're headed toward that. I feel like mobile devices are going to get more and more powerful, and they're going to be able to play games that you're thinking, oh yeah, PS3 games. I don't know. I feel like there's going to be an intersection of, you can only get so photorealistic, you can only push graphics so far, so a really, really strong mobile device will be able to hit above its weight class, or like at least carry some of these games. You would just turn some of that stuff down. I don't know. I feel like mobile, processing, mobile devices and chipsets are getting better. Woden's Throne with a $5 super chat tip. Without handheld gaming, I wouldn't be able to enjoy gaming as much. I beat the second half of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on my PlayStation Portal. God, thank you so much for that super chat. Guys, do me a favor.
Tough.
Great turnout today, almost 700 people. If you haven't hit subscribe yet, consider hitting subscribe. It'll ensure that I show up on your homepage or your sub feed. It lets you talk in the chat. And really, make sure you hit that like button. That helps us out as well. And consider becoming a member or gifting a member. If you pick up your own membership, if you click join, make sure you pick the $6 tier. If you guys are wanting to gift, You're going to need to come really, really huge today because there's no way. Fridays never works because I'm either playing a game or talking with Mike, and it doesn't work. If you guys are going to try and push that member number, man, this is it. This is the last day, basically, of March to do it. You need about...
Ooh, excuse
You
me.
need about 250 to 300. It's somewhere in that ballpark because I gift 5 every 25. I would 100% buy a piece of hardware that could reliably let me play retro games on the go on its own screen or on another screen. Patrick Q bumps the gifted member line. He says, come on, boys. You guys going to try and beat your single gifted train? Yesterday, you guys went on a single gifted train of 26 members.
Guys
See
ran
you
a
guys
train
can't get
on
it going
him.
again. Silver Subaru says, let's go, chat. Good Friday tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow I was not planning on doing a Friday night stream. We will be coming back from a service. So it's like, but if you guys hit the goal, we'll do it. We'll do a community game night. It's going to be a tough goal to hit. Like, you guys are going to have to get some of those crazy guys in here that just go nuts. Like, that's what's going to take. If not, no big deal. We'll go into April, start fresh. We'll have a new month, but there's an opportunity today. Rebirth doesn't even look that great on the PS5, and people are loving it, so graphics aren't everything. I've seen graphics and screenshots from Rebirth that I think look fine. I don't know why people are getting so persnickety about the graphics. Another gifted member coming in from Jordan Lanham. Thank you so much, Jordan Lanham. The single gifteds add up quick, guys. Thank you so much. 5 out of 25, though, attempting a 20 bomb. For somebody, I agree with Lono. We are asymptomatically approaching a limit to graphics performance. I'm not sure what you mean, Zubair. I mean, I like that you agree with me, but I'm not sure what you're saying. No singularity. Who's wasting their battery on mobile games at home on the TV? These mobile games burn through power like nothing, and you're not supposed to charge and play high-demand games. It heats up. Well, again, and a 20 bomb from Parasito. He hears the call and he answers. And we drop all the way, or jump all the way up, to 25 out of 25. Parasito says, let's do this.
Your boy's still fucked up.
Thank you very much, Paris. I now owe you guys 5
All right.
members. That's a big one. Not asymptomatically. Yeah, I read what he said. Tom Warren calling out that tweet and says nonsense. So that tweet from K. Jovian, Tom Warren says nonsense. He replies to that guy and just bodies him. All right, well, that'll do it. Sorry. I always get a little choked up when a liar gets bodied. It just really touches me. It gets me right here. Oh, it's my favorite. I get a little emotional. Liars getting exposed is my new kink. I mean, I'm dying here. I'm choking. Oh. Anyway, sorry. I'm not having any issues. It gets a little blurry on occasion, and that's it. I mean, people grossly overstated the performance in Final Fantasy 16, so it's not surprised that a lot of the same actors are doing the same thing. You know, oh, it looks terrible. Okay, here's the $5, the 5 members that I owe you guys. Boom. There we go. Getting us a little bit closer to that big goal. Hey, Lono, do you think PlayStation will block their games on Xbox if they allow Steam on the platform? Oh, that's what somebody was asking me about earlier. No. What lie tweet? Some guy took an old screenshot of Phil Spencer on a call with Gabe Newell, and he's like, they're cooking up an agreement. And it's like, no, it's from an old tweet by Jeff Keighley from 2020. It's 4 years old. Has nothing to do with today. No, I don't think that PlayStation would say you can't play Horizon Forbidden West through Steam on your Xbox. I don't think they would waste a single ounce of energy on that. They don't care at that point. Who cares? It wouldn't necessarily be running on an Xbox. It would be running in Windows, in Steam, on a hardware device that if our predictions and if our instincts are correct, that they would be basically playing it through Windows. Like, I can't see Sony trying to have any say in that. It's like, no, you brokered a deal with Steam. I mean, I wonder if that gets contractually sticky, though. I do wonder. Anybody, PlayStation, let's just take PlayStation as the example. PlayStation entered into like contractual agreements with Steam. If Steam starts to change where they show up and Steam starts to show up on somebody that PlayStation considers a competitor, PlayStation may say, hey, the contract we signed with you doesn't allow for that. I don't know. There might be a contractual problem there. Because right now, when PlayStation enters an agreement with Steam to put Horizon Forbidden West on Steam, Steam's not on Xbox. They've done it with GeForce Now. That's different, though, isn't it? Like, specific lines of TOS not allowed in cloud streaming? I feel like that's different. Is that... Well, maybe it's not. I don't know. They're like, no, we want our games to show up on Steam. On PC. We don't want our games showing up other places. So if they do it already... Yeah, I think my initial answer is probably not correct. PlayStation probably would say, no. That's not the deal that we entered with you. Nope. We did not enter a deal with Steam to end up on Xbox. We entered a deal with Steam to show up on Steam on PCs because, as Hiroki Totoki said, we see opportunities for revenue growth on PC. Right? Like, there could be a contractual issue there. Wait, what's this guy saying? You guys are both going after him. He says, fair enough, but I shouldn't have to pay for other people's choices of not being able to afford college without going into debt. Why on earth are you guys talking about this? Talking about personal life with you, life sucks, get over it. Jiminy Christmas. You got to get off that wavelength. Ironically enough, the Steam Deck is pretty similar to the Xbox Series X and S in terms of the processor. Would not be surprised if either Xbox wants to partner with Valve and have them make the hardware, or if they want to be cross-pollinating libraries with Steam. Xbox devs would have little to no barrier to entry if they started using Valve hardware. Just imagine on Steam where it shows you that the game is compatible with, and then the Xbox logo starts showing up. Yo, Wild Mustang with 13 months. If you didn't have an Xbox but wanted to play the exclusives, would you wait it out for the next console generation, or would you save up and get a PC? Well, I don't think you're going to have to wait. I think Xbox games are going to start landing day and date in as many places as they can frickin' put it. Like, I don't think they care. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they care at all. Xbox isn't going to be concerned with staggering releases anymore. That's a thing of the past. Their biggest titles are just going to land everywhere day and date. There's not going to be like a waiting period. You can get it on Xbox, PC, or PlayStation. That's going to be the most common Xbox published game launch. That'll be the most common scenario. He's been high and mighty for the past 20 minutes saying, oh, boo-hoo, you guys had a choice for college and money stuff. I'm simplifying to an extreme. Okay, that's just not at all the topic. We got into a debate about Gen Z's financial realities and people who don't own homes. And we had this guy basically saying that a bunch of empty platitudes and condemnation of them. Yes. Yes, because people really like moving back in with their parents and not getting married and not having children. People love that. They love to be limited. That's truly an example of volition. Let's move on. Jiminy friggin' Christmas. I believe PlayStation will just make their own launcher at that point. Either that or they would try to force Steam to block it on their end. Listen, I'm be honest with you. I've heard a lot about like the speculation that PlayStation would create their own launcher. Why? What's the point? Like, what's the point? Just use Steam. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't get why people think that is can't even talk. Why do people think that that's a thing that they would want to do? Steam would sue the F out of PlayStation and win? Sue them for what? If they make their own launcher and try to force Steam to block it on their end? Steam can't sue PlayStation for deciding to put their property where they want and not put it on Steam. Not revenue share, the most important point. So I guess what you're saying is, and I guess there could be business impetus to do this, is let's launch a PlayStation storefront app on PC. And even if we only get 10% of PC sales through our app, that's 10% of the sales where we get all the money and none goes to Steam. I mean, I could see that. If they can get the launcher to run well and do a good job, if all they need is, a percentage of the PC sales to go through their app and they make more money, justifying its existence. Are we moving towards an industry-wide analog for what PC currently has? Everyone has their own launcher or store, and if you want to buy a pre-built, then you can get a PlayStation, an Xbox, a PC. I'm not sure what you mean, Paris. They don't put enough games to make a PlayStation storefront? They don't put enough games out to make a PlayStation storefront? Really? How many games have they brought over right now? It would be a pretty decent library, like, right now. Blame Lono for how late this order is. Yeah, and I see distinctly, I see that comrade is missing. The word comrade is missing. Horizon Forbidden West Steam. Let's go to Horizon Forbidden West, and then I gotta put in my birth date for that game. Really? Okay. Please view the page. Thank you. PlayStation PC LLC. Can Steam on the browser work? Like, just do your job. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here's all releases. All right. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Like 12 of their well-known titles. Horizon Zero Dawn, Days Gone, God of War, Spider-Man, The Uncharted Collection, Sackboy, Miles Morales, Returnal, Last of Us Part 1, Ratchet & Clank, Helldivers 2, Horizon Forbidden West. So 12. I think that's enough to have your own launcher. And they're going to keep adding to that collection. So I've always thought, is there a member goal for the day? It's a big one, dude. It's a big one. You're going to basically need to hit 300 members today. If that's the goal. You guys have hit 25. I've gifted 5. But if you do 300, that'd be 360. And then plus this, Yeah, you need 300 members basically today. It's a big one, Marcus. We've slipped quite a bit, and that's normal for the end of the month. I'm saying everyone has their games available everywhere. Microsoft, Sony, Valve, on any hardware. If you want to buy a console, mobile, or PC, that's fine. It won't affect gameplay. I don't think that's going to start happening. No. How many are you at? Well, out of the 300, we're at 25 for the day. Might as well include Helldivers 2. I mean, I was including it in that total. In the 12. Helldivers 2 is included in that total. No, companies are not going to start putting their games everywhere. Absolutely not. Nintendo's not going to do that. PlayStation's not going to do that. They're not going to suddenly ask their developers to build their game for, hey, we need you to build Spider-Man for PlayStation and Nintendo and PC and also whatever the heck Xbox has. Now, this is where Xbox can start to get back into the good graces of the third-party developers if they basically launch a PC, a console PC hybrid. Why? Nobody really wants to develop games right now for Xbox because their hardware footprint is so small. And a 5-bomb from Marcus. That's Agent of Chaos, and he takes us to 30. That means the next milestone's 50, tempting a 20-bomb. We've already had one 20-bomb temptation today. Let's see if we can get another one. Thank you, Marcus. If you guys got a gifted member, make sure to get in the Discord. We are going to be talking about Helldivers. There's brand new stratagems today that anybody can use, and we'll be covering that in our next stream that we'll be going to in about 1 hour. So I could see Xbox saying, right now, third-party devs aren't really confident in our hardware, our platform, or building games for us. But if it's a quasi-PC console hybrid, then third-party devs right now pretty regularly are making their games for PC. Well, suddenly Xbox is now included in that. Oh yeah, we have that game too. That game is going to be playable on our platform too. Now again, PlayStation's going to have a problem with that, I would imagine, and they would go to Steam and say, listen, when we bring Spider-Man 2 to Steam, we don't want it playable on an Xbox piece of hardware. We're going to enter a contract with you. We're not entering into a contract with Xbox. And a 20-bomb from Darius Ward comes in and gets us all the way to 50. Just that fast. I now owe you guys 5 members. That's another big one. You guys are tag teaming today, and I love to see it. Marcus sets it up, and Darius slams it home. That was awesome. But if you still have to build for the Series X and the S, it won't matter. Yeah, Josh, that's the question, isn't it? If we're even remotely smelling what Xbox is cooking, we're like, smells like they're going to do like a console PC hybrid handheld thing. What the heck happens to the Series S and the Series X? What do you do? Is it possible to push out an operating system level update to those boxes to make them function more like PCs? To make them suddenly compatible with Steam? I don't know. I'm doubtful that that's possible. You'd make a great sports announcer. I appreciate that. I actually have professionally shoutcasted tournaments and things before in gaming. I appreciate you saying that. Parasito says, Xbox won't matter if Microsoft continues down the path they have been. Windows at the core won't be hard to expand on. Xbox won't be unique for much longer in terms of dev. It depends on the market and whenever this hypothetical machine is released, but I doubt that Gen Z and their multiple devices will be interested in a combo machine that's 2 things they don't want or need. But how is it 2 things that they don't want or need? Gen Z is embracing gaming on the go. Gen Z is playing PC. Gen Z is playing console. On OBS, that's going to be a blip. We just swapped ingest servers like super fast. It's going to cause some hiccups. It might make your audio mess up. If that happens, you just have to refresh. Wasn't me. It was YouTube. Periodically, they refresh the ingest servers. So I am sorry about that. Jez Corden says, the Xbox app on PC has a fiery background now. Guess it's time for Diablo 4. And Tom Warren says, I thought it was for the Xbox fans constantly dooming and glooming. Right now, Xbox runs Windows. That's what we're saying. It's already running some version of Windows. Something, someone on the wing. Like, it's already running some version of Windows. Like, as I said that, I heard Jim Carrey imitating Shatner from The Twilight Zone. I'm technically Gen Z, and I just play on my PC, occasionally my TV with Steam Link. Lono, yes, they're playing everywhere. Why would they care? They will keep playing the games they are playing. Welfare Rockstar with 21 months, thank you so much. Xbox for sure would be running some version of a Windows operating system, no doubt in my mind. Yeah, it's running the Windows kernel already. Every time I hear Gen Z at work, it's usually how they screwed something up. That's not what we're doing. We're not doing that. I feel bad for Gen Z. Yo, it's good, Aqua. Finally able to have time to watch you in a very long time, so good to be back. Welcome back, Aqua. Good to see you in the chat, Deviant. Who's Gen Z? 27, 28 and down to 11. Like ages 11 to like 27 right now. It's a big bracket. So basically they're going into their teen years and they're going into their early adult years. That bracket of people right now, they play games kind of everywhere. And somebody's like, oh, they're just going to keep playing how they're playing. That's what Josh is saying. Okay. Okay, let me give you an example with the iPod. We were all going to the store. We were buying albums. We were thinking about music in a particular way. You had a CD player. I had a CD player. And we were all listening to music. And that's how our generation was listening to music. And they said, you can listen to it all right here. And we were like, oh, go, yeah, that. You see? Like a piece of technology... A piece of technology can suddenly pull all those threads together, and a generation will say, I like this. Give me that. Millennial, I'm in the gap. Like, I'm like right on the edge. Like, I don't feel like a millennial because I'm like 81. Like, I'm right there on the edge of like when it supposedly started. Like, I'm on the older edge of it. So I'm like, when millennials talk, I'm like, shut the frick up. Yo, Aqua, welcome back as a VIP. Yeah, now we all stream music. Exactly, Wheezy. A technological solution comes in that like pulls all the threads together, and you're like, yep, I'm gonna do this. That's what Xbox is trying to do. Xbox is saying, you look good for 81, thank you. Xbox is basically saying, listen, if they're gaming here and here and here and here, I just pantomimed cell phone, handheld, mouse and keyboard, console. If they're gaming in all those places, let's just give them something that does all of that. I'm not saying that I know their plan. I'm hypothesizing that they would say, we have a handheld that can dock, and the handheld can play Steam games, it can play mobile games, it can play console games. And when you dock it, same deal. Though you're checking all the boxes now. Mobile gaming, gaming on the go, PC gaming, console gaming. Ding, 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 ding. And a Gen Zer is going to look at that and potentially think, I'm not saying Xbox is right. A Gen Zer is going to look at that and say, give me that. That's how I game. That's how I engage with gaming. You and I are old. We're not in this bracket. We're like, what the frick? Give me a PS5 Pro, baby. Give me the latest graphics card, baby. Like, we think differently about gaming than they do, and that's the strategy that they're saying. They're saying, well, if that's how Gen Z games, we do not have a pathway. We don't have an inroad to them with plastic box allegiance. It's not going to happen. And the PC Master Race guys are just as allegiant to their plastic box. That is not what the generation behind us is doing, and that's why Microsoft and Xbox's strategy is likely a device that kind of gets to do all these different things. Catwalk with 13 months in a VIP. I'm at 40. I would be an elder millennial. Lona would be an ancient millennial. Hope everyone's having a good day. That's right. Respect your freaking elders, Catwalk. I'm just kidding. There's a term for us. Me, tail end of Gen X. You, the start of the millennial. Xennials. We were kids for all of the 80s and teens for the 90s. We're the in-between. We're the Xennials. Yeah, like, I don't vibe with the mentality of, like, when millennials talk. I'm like, oh my gosh. Like, I choke and gag on their short little videos that they put on my... It's millennials. I just can't freaking do it. I can't. What's the... Shut up. Marcus with a month of memberships, and it's a gifted tier. This man already gifted to others. Gen X gamer, all I can say is serenity now. How old are you? I'm 42. I will be 43 this year. That was not a pause. No. There was a noun. There was a noun. There can't be a pause. When I said I'd choke and gag on their short video, oh, frick, whatever. You pause all you want, right? I'll pause you. I think it's all dumb. Yeah, probably. It's all of this is dumb. It really is. Let's just. I'll see you guys later. This is all stupid. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
What are you doing, lady?
People will buy it as much as the series or a little higher, but it will allow them to look good while putting all the games on their systems. All right, let's think about this, Lance. I like that you brought that up. Do you think this thing has an inroad in the Asian market? You don't look 42, you look younger? Well, thank you. Won't pause us. I'll pause you any freaking time I want to.
I don't even know why I'm going to put the volume up.
Do you think this thing has an inroad in the Asian market? Right? Like, Phil talked about how Game Pass PC was kind of blowing up in Japan and having crazy growth for them. They walk into Japan and say, we have a device that is not just a handheld, it is not just a console, it is also a PC. And Japan might say, oh, that sounds awesome. Isn't the difference that this is console players who want PC games, for example? I don't see PC players switching. Both platforms have always been a choice for my generation. Right. That I think is right, Brolo. I don't think this is for PC users. I don't think this is for console users. I think this is for Gen Zers who kind of have all of it already. And they're like, oh, I can have it all in one place. It's kind of like you don't really need a Roku and a TiVo anymore. You just need a smart TV. Right? Japan will say, does it play Nintendo games? Okay. Forget I said Japan. Just consider the Asian market. Consider the Korean market. Like, consider the fact that there is an entire market that plays more on the go. More handheld oriented. The Nintendo Switch, there's a Nintendo, every fourth person in Japan has a Nintendo Switch according to population and sales. Like, what the frick? That's crazy, right? A handheld, a handheld that's also like a PC when you get it home, and it's also a PC on the go. I don't know. Yeah, the Switch 2 will spank the Xbox handheld. I mean, that is obviously a considerable threat, for sure. I'm not saying that it will. I'm asking the question. Will it have a chance in the Asian market? Any Xbox device will not sell well in Asia, let alone Japan. Phil Spencer sees the Asian market as pivotal to their success, and they've been trying to make inroads and handshakes with Japanese developers and Asian companies. So I think they see that as a challenge, but I also see I think they see it as like fertile ground. Like, hey, let's get over there. Let's make some friends. I found an Xennials group on Facebook. It's all pictures of 80s toys and early 90s commercials and mid-90s music. It's fun. The nostalgia sweet spot for sure. I listened to a song today, and it absolutely captivated me right before I went live. It was absolutely insane. It's by a guy named Greg Thompson, and he's singing about 1994. and it starts with the Nirvana do 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 do. Like he just plays that on his guitar, kind of slow, and then he uses that melodic influence for the bass melody of the song, and it is fabulous. It is a wonderful song. I went to Spotify. I was like, where is this guy? I want to listen to more of his music. So I saved it. I bookmarked it. It's freaking awesome. Like, if you grew up and, like, you know what he's talking about. Like, he's talking about Nirvana. He's talking about the 90s. Holy cow, dude. So good. It's an amazing song. Super talented guy. Wonderful voice. Great storyteller. I was thrilled. I couldn't stop watching it. I didn't call this out. Aaron... this is his username in stream. Thank you so much for ordering 2 bags of light roast on the coffee, man. I appreciate it very, very much. So he sampled it? No. He didn't sample it. He played the melody on his guitar, and then it was like the melodic influence for the melody that he chose for his own song. Like, you could hear the influence of the Nirvana song, and then he ends with the melody. It's fabulous. He didn't sample. He's not sitting there with like a button, like pressing buttons. Like, he wrote a song. It's very, very well done. He sampled it. Frick out of here, Trill. What's the name of the singer again? Greg Thompson was his name. It was a video in my feed on the Tickety Talk, right? I don't even know if the song has a name. He doesn't even give it a name. He just hashtagged it 80s baby. Wait, this says Steven Wilson Jr. Oh, wait a minute. Greg Thompson posted it, but Steven Wilson Jr. is the artist. Oh, it's called Year to Be Young 1994. This guy Greg Thompson posted it.
God damn it.
Steven Wilson Jr. Year to Be Young 1994. That's the song. He might be on Spotify. The guy that posted it is not the guy who wrote the song. Greg Thompson is the name of the guy who posted it. Frick. Probably stole it. This boomer. Okay. Steven Wilson Jr. Is he on? I don't want to mess up my Spotify and start playing different music. I'll look later. Okay, cool. There's still a chance to find him on Spotify. You want an apology? I thought it was a song you were listening to. What?
What are these guys doing?
You're not getting an apology, Trill. No, I don't do that. I don't do apologies. Go write a twit longer, right? You know what? That needs to be merch. That needs to be a shirt, okay? Have you seen the Be a Man Mafia? Work a job you hate for the rest of your life. Be a man. Never show up to your kids' games. Work 10 hours a day. Be a man. We just need a shirt that says, go write a twit longer. You know what I'm saying? That's our here's a quarter, go call somebody who cares. That's our version of it. Go write a twit longer. Steven Wilson Jr. is a singer-songwriter from rural southern Indiana. He's from southern Indiana. I could probably go meet him. That's very close to where I live. Yeah, Year to Be Young. There it is. It's just a fantastic song, dude. Buy a truck. Never use it for truck things. Be a man. I love it. I love it, dude. The Be a Man Mafia is so funny. So funny, dude. They make great content. Wouldn't it technically be an X longer now? Oh, for frick's sake. It'll always be Twitter. You know what I'm saying? Like, can you imagine if any other website did that? You would still call it YouTube. You would still call it Facebook. You wouldn't call it by the new dumb name, right? Like, if Zuckerberg would have got it in his mind, like, yeah, we should just rename Facebook to Meta, right? Everybody thought that was going to happen. People would still call it Facebook. Nobody would adapt. Nobody would do that. Why would you? You don't need to. Like if McDonald's was suddenly like, we're not McDonald's anymore, we're Larry's, you'd be like, yeah, we're still gonna call you McDonald's. Like, you're a fixture in society. Like, we're not changing, okay? Just shut up, all right? And you can clip this and send it to Elon, all right? We're not calling it the other thing. It'll always be Twitter. Yeah, we're now M's. What'd you say? Parasita says, Xbox being on Windows kernel is still a good few degrees removed from PC Windows. It's logistically more similar to an ATM or McDonald's self-ordering kiosk. Objectively, it's based on Windows NT and Hyper-V, a virtualization system, which means it's far more similar to Windows Server. The OG Xbox was originally far more similar to Windows than what we are on now. 360 took that further away, and the One started bringing it back slowly. The Series X and the S are pretty close, but it's still basically Windows 10 embedded with some extra bells and whistles crossed with Windows 10s. Okay, well, there you go. That's hysterical. We're going to Larry's for burgers. It's got to be one of the dumbest rebrands in history. It doesn't mean anything. It's a freaking letter. It's a letter, dude. It doesn't even make any sense. Yo, what's good, Crafty? As long as the URL redirects to Twitter, it's Twitter. That's right. I want French fries from Larry's. Wear a coffee ring beard and call it a goatee. Alienate every woman you meet. Be a man. We need another version, though. You know, like we need to be a woman mafia. You know what I'm saying? Buy 18 Stanleys and only use one. Be a woman. Like, we need another version of that. Xbox X just open sourced their AI, actually. Pretty neat stuff. It's not filtered or pruned like the other models that are out. What's good, Ravenstorm? We're all the way off topic. Let's see if there's anything that we didn't talk about.
It's gonna be on top of there.
Let's see here. Short recap. Let me give you a recap. Let's see if we can't unearth something from this.
Let's get a fire. It's got to be a fire.
So
here.
I gave the quick backstory about how back in November, Phil Spencer told Famitsu that PlayStation and Nintendo are part of the Xbox family. The CFO made his remarks about a change in strategy and putting games on platforms that were previously considered competitors. And then Satya Nadella said what he said about
I think I see it.
Now in the position to do what we've always wanted to do, which is make great games and put them on all platforms.
Yep.
And then recently, Phil Spencer talked about a, quote, brand pivot. He used the word brand pivot. And he said that Gen Z, console market stagnation, all these different factors, they were going to have to change. And the funny thing was, he did talk about how they're not thinking about Xbox being the only thing that you plug into your TV, which is interesting that he said that it would be almost hinting that they're going to make something else that you plug into your TV that's not just an Xbox. And so that also then led him to talking about like being open to the fact of like putting Epic or Steam on the actual Xbox device. So essentially, I positioned it as this is what I think. I think this could be good for Xbox. I don't necessarily agree with him on Gen Z. I think Gen Z's gaming habits won't necessarily stay the same, but I do understand targeting Gen Z with a handheld, dockable hybrid console / PC could be very appealing to Gen Zers who basically play on PCs, consoles, tablets, and phones. They kind of play everywhere. They're not really allegiant. They don't have allegiance to a piece of plastic. And so I also talked about serious gaming versus disposable gaming and how the medium of playing on something like this versus playing on a
That's all you
TV,
needed?
you're not really going to see
Slit their
those
throats?
worlds cross over. You're not going to see people who gravitate towards disposable gaming suddenly being gravitated towards serious gaming. And you're not going to see people who gravitate towards serious gaming suddenly gravitating towards disposable gaming. And then the people who enjoy both, serious gaming like a God of War Ragnarok and more disposable gaming like a Clash of Clans, you're not going to see somebody who likes both suddenly mix and matching where they're playing the games. Like if you're playing a more serious game, you're going to want it on a TV. If you're playing a more disposable game, you're going to feel like, oh yeah, this is totally fine to play on a mobile. Does that make sense? So my prediction is they will be making essentially a PC handheld console hybrid device. I gave Hip Hop Gamer his credit. He called this in January and said it would be a device that you could boot into Windows or boot into a console mode. And that this is essentially their strategy going forward. Like that's how they're kind of targeting Gen Z. That's kind of the summary of the monologue, as well as the discussion that we've been having. Sven, with a $15 super chat tip, says, been a minute, I got my bonus, so I'm sharing the love. Fathead Groovy's Juice Hazy IPA should be available at your local Total Wine. Okay, so yeah, if you guys ever want to make a drink recommendation like he just did and you tip the money, that's basically you buying me a drink. All right, hang on 1 second here. It's called Fatheads Groovy. All right, that should be enough to find it. Fatheads Groovy Juice. There it is. They don't have a picture for it. Is it good for delivery? Yeah, switch to delivery. Confirm. Let's see if it's available for delivery. It is. It is. It's been added to the cart. It's been added to the cart. Thank you so much, Sven. There's no pick on the site. It's available. It's been added to the cart. Thank you for the 15 spot. Thank you for paying for me to try out a new IPA. I appreciate you, brother. And you guys that were going for the goal, thank you for a huge, huge day. 50 members already. Very lofty goal. We need 300 members basically today to hit the goal for a Friday night community game night. We were not planning on doing a stream. I was going to take the night off because we're going to be coming back from a service. However, if you guys can hit 300 members today, we will do a Friday night community game night. It'll be a blast. It'll be a little bit later than normal, but it'll be a fun time. So you guys can keep pushing that. You've got more time. In about 30 minutes, we're going to switch to Helldivers and check out the brand new stratagems. They dropped brand new free stratagems in the game today, and we will be looking at those and seeing how they are. Jim Ryan's Godfather PlayStation as well. We all know it. I don't know, man. I think they've had some great people at the helm. I think I don't think it was just Phil. I think that oh gosh, what's his name? He just did the podcast with those guys. He said some great things to say lately. I think it'd be great to bring him back. He probably won't come back, but I can't believe his name is escaping me right now. The Wrath update for Hell Sweeper VR rolls out today, bringing new gameplay features and improved graphics to the PSVR 2. Glad to see people utilizing this tech. Yeah, I wonder what their plans are with the VR 2, because like everybody's like, oh, the VR 2 is DOA, and now I'm seeing all these announcements and new games and stuff. It's weird. Sean Layden, thank you. Yeah, Sean Layden was great. What are you talking about? You haven't talked about the Ministry of Lies in a minute. Did they get to you? What was the security phrase? Oh no, they haven't gotten to me. No, we just tried something fun on Monday, and it was fun. But I think anytime we cover Helldivers from now on, we'll cover it like the regular way. Like the little jokes and stuff are fun, but I'm never going to do another thumbnail or something like that again. It didn't really vibe with the audience. So, what's the phrase? I don't remember the phrase. I don't know what you're talking about. If Sony ever decides to do it, though, it would be the death of Xbox. If Sony ever decides to do what? What would be the death of Xbox? They got to him? Sean Layden greenlit Helldivers 2? Yeah. The headset doesn't get the credit it deserves. It might start now that it can be used on a PC. You know what I mean? Wondering if Jim got low-key walked to the door like Sean? No. You don't celebrate a man with cookies and in-game bobbleheads and have him going around and visiting the studios. You don't do that with somebody you're firing. The fact that people even still try to insinuate or claim that he got fired, like, listen, your life will be better if you stop listening to liars. Like, your life will just be better. You're letting nonsense into your brain. You just are. Just stop. Don't follow them. Don't consume their content. They're not honest. It's so painfully obvious that the man was not fired. Like, it's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed that adults continue to deal in such stupidity and such falsehood. I think they're embarrassing. Like, what are you doing? He was fired. Jiminy Christmas. Helldivers 2 is mid. Uh-huh. Whatever you say, Hilly. Whatever makes you feel good about not being able to play Halo. Whatever you say, Hilberg. And that's okay. Last I checked, mid games don't have reverse sale charts. Last I checked, mid games don't top charts that many months in a row. Last I checked, mid games don't go viral to the degree that game's gone viral. But okay, yeah, it's mid.
Excuse me.
Being on PC is real interesting too. I would bet HTC and some of the more corporate geared companies will add it to things like industrial. What are you talking about? Are you guys talking about the VR stuff? Check my last comment. I'm curious. All right, hang on, Sneaky. Lono, do you actually think that Sony would allow games on an Xbox through Steam? No. We talked about it in this broadcast, and at first I was like, I don't think they could, but then the more we talked about it, PlayStation entered into a contract and an agreement with Steam, and for Steam to suddenly make that game available on Xbox, I think PlayStation would have grounds to say, you can't do that. That's not in the contract. You can't suddenly put our game on the competitor. What are you doing? Do you see what I'm saying? You would not ever see that. Like, if Nintendo suddenly decided to put their games on Steam, which they won't because they hate piracy, and what, Horizon Forbidden West was like cracked in like 5 minutes, and Zelda was downloaded like 1 million times. So I don't think Nintendo would ever do it, but let's just imagine that they did. I don't think they would be cool with Steam suddenly showing up on a competitor console and you could play Nintendo games on a competitor console. Like, PlayStation's going to think the same way. Foveated rendering, the thing where the headset tracks your eyes and only turns up resolution where you're looking, extremely good for reducing procedural load and power requirements to run VR. Yes, it's very cool. It's very cool in, they do it in,
Where's these sunken ship?
No Man's
I can
Sky.
take pics
They
underwater.
do. That guy said, cry, pony, fanboy. I don't know anybody here who's crying, and I don't know why you're saying pony fanboy. If Steam tried pulling that, Sony would just pull their games from Steam. I don't think Steam would try pulling that. I think contractually, PlayStation could say, you can't do that. That's not what we agreed to. We agreed to put our game on Steam for people to play the game on PC. We never agreed to have our game showing up on Steam on an Xbox. PlayStation would have every right to say, no, that's not cool, man. That's not what we agreed to. Contractually, that's not allowable. So I'm not, again, they might not care, but I would imagine that they would. They would be like, no, that's not the optics we're looking for, right? We're okay with porting games to PC later. We're okay with tapping into the extra revenue from the PC platform, as Hiroki Toki has indicated. But suddenly having our games on the rival box, no, that's not something that we're okay with. Unless the contract is written as Steam the platform and not Steam the program. Sure. And I think PlayStation would have grounds to say, hey, we would like to renegotiate. That's not something that we're okay with. You know, and I think Steam would play nice. I think they'd be like, sorry, man, you know. We talking about hypothetical contracts? No, they're not hypothetical. There are contracts that you agree to when you bring your game to a platform like Steam. and you have to abide by that contract. There are clauses in the contract about, like, if you put your game on Steam and then you put it elsewhere and then you discount the game elsewhere, like on another launcher or whatever, you have to also lower your price on Steam. Like, they have things like that. There's 100% contracts between the companies that own the game, make the game, publish the game, and Steam. That's not a hypothetical. That's a real thing. There's been lawsuits about Steam's contracts. Like, we've seen them. I found this research showing mobile games is on the up for Gen Z. It's on the up for Gen Z. Okay. Rise of the Ronin character creator is amazing. Team Ninja also brought back character codes so you can share them. My Ronin, some of the favorites from the subreddit. Oh, that's really cool that they did that. I'm being told from a little birdie that Sean Layden had an amiable departure with a goodbye email. However, there was word that there was a power struggle and he decided to leave. So it sounds like there might have been some, headbutting going on. Sony would tell Steam those devices cannot download the game. Steam knows what device you're on. I don't see Xbox having a Steam app on the handheld and not receive every single game on the platform. I doubt Gabe would agree to hold PlayStation games exclusive to Steam on PC. I mean, PlayStation already does it according to what people were saying earlier. They already do it with NVIDIA, the cloud streaming. So, what happens when the device is just a PC, though? Yeah. I'm fairly confident that content owners reserve the right to pull their games from the platform, just as Steam reserves the right to delist them under certain circumstances. I believe that is true, Victor. I believe that at any point in time you can say, we don't want our game in Steam anymore. You can just yank it. Now, obviously nobody does that, right? Because Steam is the biggest and the most centric location to get PC games. So you rarely, if ever, see that happening. Now, you do see Steam delist video games and stuff, but companies have every right to go in and unlist the game and say, no, the game's not available anymore. We've seen that happen. So PlayStation could basically be like, no, we do not want it to be available on Xbox hardware. So you either disallow it or we're just going to pull our games, right? We don't need this. We really want this, but we don't need this. So I wouldn't think that Steam and PlayStation would be unable to come to an amicable agreement on that. You can pull your game at any time. Ubisoft did it and EA did it in the past. Then EA came back to Steam. Yeah, that we've again, like I said, we've seen it happen. Supremacy 101 with a $10 super chat tip. A Swift. I think you meant to say Swiss. A Swiss Army knife, essentially. However, should this fail, I can see them simply buying another publisher and sticking to being third-party publisher. Also, make their own PC launcher if they don't already have one. Oh, yeah, no, they do. Xbox has their own launcher. It's not very good. It's been pretty criticized. Jez Corden has criticized the Xbox app on Windows Central. Like, he thinks it has all kinds of problems. If it's a curated version of Steam on an Xbox handheld, we might have something there. But if it's a Steam entirely on that handheld, I don't know. These agreements were not written on a napkin. These issues have been lawyered out in advance, says Zubair. What happens when Xbox hardware doesn't exist anymore and it's just a third-party hardware with a sticker and an app on it, but just Windows at the end of the day? Well, according to Phil Spencer, that's not going to happen. According to Phil Spencer, that's not going to happen. He made it pretty clear that Xbox, he says it's in the name, we're always going to have some kind of a piece of hardware. So I don't think that's going to happen, Paris. I don't think there's a future where Xbox is like, yeah, it's a console, PC, handheld hybrid, but it's not an Xbox. It's a Microsoft gaming system. I just don't think so. I don't think they're going to completely dissolve the notion and the name and the idea and the identity. I don't think that's going to happen. How many times has Phil lied? I don't want to get down into the muck and the mire about when he lies. I don't think he lies. I don't. Do you know what? You want to know why I think people think he lies? No disrespect. people are stupid, and they're very manipulable.
I'll beat
and
all
Phil
of you.
is very smart. It's a very simple equation.
Shut the fuck up.
It's a very simple equation. Like, I'm not trying to insult you, okay? But Phil's just smarter than
grab.
you, man. He's never lied. He says what he needs to say, and he lets you walk away with the impression that he wants, and then people turn around like, he's a liar. No. You were just kind of dumb. Like, come on. I'm saying it with a smile on my face. I'm not being mean. You're just being kind of stupid. Like when Phil said the 4 games coming to PlayStation Nintendo, they are not Indiana Jones and Starfield. And everybody runs to Twitter and they're like, see, ponies, cope, ponies,
No way I
Starfield's
tried not to
coming,
heal on you
ponies."
guys. Good
And then
job.
when it
Good job.
happens, they're going to
Oh,
say,
fuck
Phil
me.
Spencer lied.
Can I get my vendetta back on him?
You're just easily manipulated. Do you
Yes.
remember when the CFO said, we're going to
that
start
ass
to
back
put our
here, boy."
games on platforms that were previously considered competitors? And Phil goes to Windows Central and goes, you don't need to see our identification. He just Jedi mind tricks the whole dadgum community.
go.
He's like, we have no plans to put Game Pass on PlayStation or Nintendo. And everyone's like, ha ha, Phil saved the day. What? He's not lying. You're just stupid. He's not lying. Right? He's not. He just takes words and he
that
goes,
grab.
he's like Doctor Strange with
Alright, I'm gonna
words. He's
heal.
like, and everyone's like, haha, Phil saved the day. No Starfield. Phil saved the day. No, the games aren't going to PlayStation. We told you the games aren't going to PlayStation. Look what Phil said. And it's like, oh my gosh. He doesn't lie. You just don't pay attention. And you call me a pony for telling you that that's not what Phil said.
Give me my money.
He's so masterful at it. He's the freaking Obi-Wan Kenobi of video game marketing. He's just like, you don't need to see our identification. And everyone's like, well, you don't need to see his identification. And then a month later, they're like, Phil Spencer's a liar. No, he's not. You just weren't paying attention. You just weren't paying attention. Every single time we covered any of this, I got mercilessly attacked and called a pony. And now what do you have to say for yourselves? Now what do you have to say for yourselves? Not much, because they don't show up to my streams anymore. Clip that. Give me a frickin' break. Phil Spencer's a liar. You lack basic reading comprehension and deduction skills. Phil Spencer's not a liar. You're like putty in his hands. That's what it is. He's like, look. Ridiculous. And people have finally woken up to the fact that he says what he needs to say in the moment. It's like in the Wheel of Time. The Aes Sedai are bound by magic, like they cannot lie. So they say things that are true to leave you with an impression, to get the results that they want. They don't lie. They literally cannot lie. They're unable to. Like, they're not able to do it. You don't know what putty is? Well, like silly putty? Are you kidding me? Y'all, come on. I put silly putty on the Sunday newspaper comics, you know? I'm like, hey, look, it's Garfield. Phil's nose continues to grow. Wow. I've said it time and time again. I got respect for the man's wordsmith abilities, right? I've got respect for it. He's really, really good at it. And watching him play the Xbox community like a fiddle last year, it was remarkable to watch. It was just remarkable. was remarkable. Like, the CFO's like, we're going to start putting games on the competitors' consoles. And Phil's like, we have no plans to put Game Pass on PlayStation and Nintendo. And, like, that's all he had to say. That's all he had to say. Everybody took it. Everybody ran with it. They took their little victory laps.
Inspect the reservoir.
He's the
Yeah, I'm
Hattori
in here.
Hanzo of video game PR. Check Discord. The Steam Deck is a piece of hardware just like the Xbox. It's just running Linux with some fancy paint. Phil is very sly with his words. Xbox will still have their hardware to sell, but I don't think it will be made by them. They'll outsource this. They'll slap their branding and version of Windows on it and they'll call it a day. They don't want to be the last kid picked it for kickball. They're going to consolidate and get rid of the made for Xbox mentality. It'll just be another published by Xbox app available for general computing.
Something in the
I
water
mean-
and I can't. Well, I think I see it.
I think you could probably compel me to believe that they are going to outsource the hardware.
Hold on, I see it.
They're going to have somebody else make it. You could compel me to believe that. Apparently, I think it was Jez Corden who said the Surface team has been helping with the consoles for like a while now. And
Just
according to
dead
Sarah
bodies
Bond, they're
hanging in
currently
the
working
water.
on
Oh,
something.
shit.
According to Phil Spencer, they're currently working on something. Like their R&D department is cooking something up. So I don't know if what you're saying is necessarily true yet, Paris. I could see a future where they do that, where they're like, we don't want to really do this anymore. We do want to have a hardware offering, but we're going to outsource this to another company. They have entire departments that are working on this stuff right now. Like those departments would have to be either reassigned or laid off. Like, so right now, I don't think that's happening. Maybe in the future, I could see them doing that. We have it on very good authority from Phil himself that the department and the department head is currently working on something new that's coming that's going to not be like a traditional piece of console hardware. We know this. Unless he's
That
just
was
literally
like-
talking out of his rear end, but I don't think so. I don't think you would go and do interviews and hint and say that like something new is coming. They're working on it. It's not going to be what you expect. It's, you know, it's going to be unique. It's going to be a huge technical leap. The Windows GDK is being developed and overhauled at full tilt. It's in progress right now. Yeah, so they're doing something. They're cooking something up right now. And I think we got pretty close to what it is when we talked about like a handheld console PC hybrid, like this kind of like checks a lot of
fucking
boxes
Baldo,
device.
Jesus.
And again, I think the biggest question would be if this is the path they're taking,
I got a double assassination on him. Nice.
what do they do with the Series S? What do they do with the Series X? Like, what are you going to do when games start getting developed and they hit this handheld thing, but they don't hit the Series X and the Series S? Like, when does that happen? When does that hinge turn? Where they're like, yeah, those are no longer supported. Or is there a way for them, we've talked about this before, like what if they turn the Series S into a cloud box, but the cloud box basically has them log into this thing that we're talking about. This interface that we're talking about, this PC operating system console hybrid thing. Probably already in that super secret room where the other postware is being made. Yeah, I'm with Zubair. Like, I think he's very, very gifted at being vague. He's very, very gifted at about, you know, he says just enough and he gets everybody convinced. Like, I do. I think he's very, very good at that. You know, that's why when people are like, he's a liar, I'm like, oh. You know, I mean, there are PlayStation guys that say it, but now there's all these Xbox
sweet
guys that are
child.
saying, and it's like,
Sweet
he's not a
child.
liar. He just,
You just don't know.
you're again, it's a Jedi mind trick. You know.
come here, man. I don't know why you on my chair.
I mean, and some of us are like Jabba the Hutt, and we're like, oh, we laugh at him. We're like, that doesn't work on us, Phil. You know, the rest of you are like stormtroopers. Like, we don't need to see his identification. We're like, go along there, Phil. You know what I mean? That's called deception. I don't necessarily think it's worth discussing whether or not there were moments of willful deception. Like, he's like, I'm going to deceive and mislead the public. I just don't think that's a debate worth having. The man said things to maintain an image and to maintain PR and consumer confidence. He's doing his job. He can't walk out and be like, yeah, the stuff we're cooking up, you're not going to believe this. We're going to be putting games on PlayStation and Nintendo. And here's the crazy part about it, and this is why I do defend him a little bit. He was telling people this was coming. And anytime we pointed to it, we got attacked. Like, he was saying this stuff. He was making it clear. He wasn't walking out and being like, yeah, we're going to completely detonate the entire brand and make you think completely different about us, and hardware confidence is going to be in the dadgum toilet, and, you know, we're going to be putting games on our systems, and you're going to be really angry because we sold you basically a bill of goods with the Series X. Like, he can't walk out and say that, but he can walk out and basically say, like, games everywhere. When everybody plays, everybody wins. PlayStation and Nintendo are considered part of the community now, you know? If your girlfriend thinks you're cheating and she asks you if you went to this other girl's house and you say no, but you did so in a hotel room, you told her the truth, but you still lied. Right, but again, how many times can we point to instances where Phil Spencer was asked pointed questions and he pulled that level of deception? What's he supposed to walk out there and do? Say, well, we effed up again? He'd lose his job. Phil tells you that the snow is white, he's lying. His 10 out of 10 Starfield comment was telling. Yeah, I feel like he got very transparent during the Kind of Funny interview. Yeah. The only time that I took Phil Spencer to task for what I felt was unprofessional and also not honest was when he was speaking about the issues of feature parity and said that it wasn't a hardware problem, and he cast it as a developer choice. Buddy, that was one of the few times I got out the bat, and I was like, Phil, that's a load of bull, and you know it. And they didn't fare well in that exchange, because the very next day, Larian was like, Baldur's Gate 3 is coming to Xbox without split screen. I think Larian had had enough. They were like, we've been doing interviews for 6 months, basically running PR for you, trying to softly say that this is the Series S's fault while also trying to make you guys not look terrible. We're running PR interviews for your brand. Instead of celebrating our game as this triumph in the gaming world, we're doing interviews about your hardware, and you have the nerve to sit down with Destin from IGN and be like, it's not a hardware problem. Larian was like, you know what? Frick you. You're taking our game without split screen. There's no way that within 24 hours, him saying that they're not going back on feature parity, there's absolutely no way that was not the straw that broke the camel's back. And Larian goes into public and is like, they're taking our game without split screen. And where's your split screen? Where is it? It's nowhere to be found because they abandoned the idea. It's not possible. They're like, this is a waste of time. The game probably didn't even sell well over there. So that was the one time I got the bat out. And I was like, give me a break, Phil. These guys have been running PR damage control for you for 6 months. And you can't do them the solid of saying, yes, there are certain things that are required to get certain features to run on the Series S, but we're confident that we can get the job done. That's all he had to say. Instead, he chose another path. And at that moment, I remember I told you guys, I said, I lost some respect for him. That is absolutely ridiculous to passively throw Larian under the bus after all of the kindness and the professionalism that they afforded Xbox in the public about that. Got to keep in mind, Phil is still beholden to the higher-ups who are beholden to the money. Sure, and in that interview, I still don't know if he was like, oh, I can't say what's true, I'll get in trouble. He could have been like, listen, I mean, Matt Booty owned it and was like, basically admitted that it takes more work to get games to run on the Series S. He wasn't shy about that. He was like, yeah. He's like, and I think that, you know, the more developers do it, you know, they'll be able to plan better. The whole plan better interview, remember Matt Booty saying that? For a full year, he was talking about the acquisition being about exclusives for Game Pass. Meanwhile, they were porting games in the background. Yeah, I mean, that is where... I mean, yeah, I don't disagree with you. That is an element of, like, you're saying one thing, but you're doing another. Alapark says PlayStation ports were actively being worked on in the background, and he was doing interviews claiming basically the opposite. Eugene and I are on the same page. No, you know what? I'll give you that one. You know, I think that that's a valid point for Xbox loyalists to push back on and say, you were saying this while you were actively doing this. And then the rumors run wild for 2 months, and you come out and have the nerve to make it seem like it's only going to be these 4. And then you go and do other interviews with The Verge. You do this podcast where, yeah, just these 4, you know, it's not everything, blah, blah, blah. And then you go do a Verge interview, and you're like, yeah, we're not going to say no to anything. we're not going to close the door on anything. Everything's fair game. I think Xbox loyalists have every right to be upset about that. I will never discount that criticism or that frustration. But to call the man a liar, I don't know. It's like, what was he supposed to do? He's not allowed to come out and say anything other than that. But like, listen, we're trying to get great games to be exclusives to Game Pass. And to be quite honest with you, what if that's still true? These games that they purchased, these properties that they purchased, might still be only on the only sub-service they're going to show up on is going to be Game Pass. Like, I know that's still like twisting words to make it maintain truth, but it's like, think about it. Like when Blade lands, if it hits all platforms, but you can play it day one on Game Pass, that's still within the hemisphere of what he promised. If you're an Xbox loyalist, you're still benefiting from that acquisition if Blade hits Game Pass day and date. Now, if they move away from that, you set the world on fire. You go right ahead and scorched earth and say, this is ridiculous. We supported these acquisitions. We supported these mergers because we thought we were going to get a bunch of these games on Game Pass. And if they move away from doing that, go ahead, set the world on fire. But if they still start bringing these acquired pieces of property to Game Pass day and date, you're still benefiting from that as an Xbox loyalist. I still think you're getting essentially what he promised. You're just mad that I can buy it on the PlayStation as well, which is petty, if I'm honest. Like, I get it. But it's not like some iconic piece of Microsoft Xbox property. It's Blade. It's like, what the heck do you care? If it is Game Pass day one and I can buy it on PlayStation, why do you care? You're still getting the thing he promised you, and it's not some iconic big piece of property that you're suddenly losing a part of the brand identity. Well, that seems to be coming, so that's a whole nother subject. If Halo ever makes the jump, that's the end. There is no more identity to retain. He's still lying, in my opinion. David Dorsey with 17 months. Yo, just got home with my NVIDIA Shield Pro. Gonna play some GeForce in 4K 60 HDR, dude. Have fun with that, man. Hang on, I gotta schedule this. We did not do...
Oh, this is how you get up here. There's a little wood board.
We did not do like a members-only chat today. I don't feel like we needed to. Chat was humming and felt great, and we appreciate you guys. But we got to check out this stuff. Here we go. I had to write a whole new description for Helldivers this morning. I had to write a whole new description. I had everything typed up, and then these guys dropped brand new free stratagems in the game. Oh, I didn't download the new thumbnail.
Even though I thought that was hilarious, I still want to get to the meat and potatoes of what the actual specifications of the case and everything are. At least right here, we got TMZ got footage of Diddy pacing around the Miami airport, which I don't even know what that's about. I really want to see what the actual findings of everything were. They got a raid going. I think the FBI conducted the raid, and they got the cooperation of 3 other states so that they could get every one of his properties. One in Miami, maybe one in New York, and another one in LA, I think. I hope that's, well, you know what? Whatever. I'm not the person that says I hope it's not this person now. I just hope whoever's involved get caught. Whoever that is, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? If it's Diddy, if it's Beyonce, it's not Beyonce. But if it were, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't even want to know the names of who's involved. I just want everybody caught, and then you can tell me after.
Do you think this Diddy situation is just to distract us from Dan Schneider?
I don't know why people say everything is a distraction. Like, why you can't be focused on 2 things at once is beyond me. Like, people think you can't walk and chew gum at the same time. It's like, bro, we could just say those things are both wrong. Like, it could be a 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th case come out, and we could just talk about them all equally about how wrong they are. Like, what do you mean? Your brain can compartmentalize like different pieces of information and like capture it all at the same time, and you just be like, okay, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Like, what do you mean? Like, when is this? Because I feel like nothing's ever real or true. I don't even know who these people are. Paul might be the dude who was is he in Dior's? Oh no, don't tell me he got arrested in a Dior slide. Paul is one of the NBA players that they said, or not one of, but the NBA player or former NBA player or college player, whatever the case is. He's a basketball player, or was one, who was supplying the whole conglomerate with that sauce, with that raw. You know what I'm saying? With them pills, with them perks.
Diddy drug mule.
Basically, you know? And they got Lil Bro. Now, that doesn't necessarily indicate that there's anything crazy outside of some really, really wild potential house parties that could be going on. But I need people to understand, for anybody that thinks this is like conspiratorial, they raided the house. Can I get some footage of the house raid?
If we find out Diddy is connected to the Epstein Island?
He is Epstein in his own way, based off the accusation. He don't need them. He got his own conglomerate. It's like, damn, bro. Went through the whole house, went through the drawers, got the safes, or whatever these are supposed to be. Some files. A smart individual is not going to keep a safe full of actual, like, documentation and, like, real evidence in his homes, though. You know, Diddy's a billionaire. You know, I'm not saying it has to be like that, but when you that, like, high level, it's like you got to move in a way that would basically avoid people finding out the worst of the worst based off shit like this. You know what I'm saying? any information I feel like the FBI did get, they didn't get additional from his home outside of maybe some camera footage. I don't think that they would even, or he would be reckless enough based on the person that he is doing everything that he's done and everything that he's accused of. I don't think that he would be careless enough to leave shit around his homes. I just don't think so. I don't know what they found here, though. I don't know if they released anything to say their findings in the homes. I don't know any of it. Like, bro, you know how ridiculous this is? When they show up to your house, they got something. And that's the worst part about it. You can't be like, oh, they made a mistake or they got the wrong crib. Like, no, they know. They know something's going on.
How would you hide your stuff, hypothetically speaking?
Well, I'm not saying that I would do it like this, but I'm just saying that I wouldn't keep anything that was confidential or that would screw me over in the long run at any of my residents. What would be the best case scenario? Not saying that anybody should do this, but it would just make more sense, reasonably speaking, you know what I'm saying? To have somebody that you don't really have a paper connection to, get something in their name, you know what I'm saying? Maybe a home or some type of property. And they be willing to hide your things and your assets or your items through them, if that's what you were going to do. Not saying that you should or that you have to. I'm just saying that, like, why would you have things in your own name or your business name and have those things in the residence of those homes? That really don't make sense if you're thinking wise. So I don't think they're going to find additional shit that's going to screw him over inside of his house. That's all I'm going to say. I feel like this was a waste of time. Once they get to this stage, obviously they have way more than enough evidence and information, but they're not gonna get anything additional. I feel like when it comes to looking through his house, maybe some, some camera footage, some loose handcuffs, dildo or two on the wall. They got some loose condoms that he forgot to throw away. You know what I'm saying? Some coke residue, but like, I don't think nothing that's gonna put him in the quote unquote slammer. Or maybe he's really stupid. Nah, they wouldn't put all these resources to check the houses if they didn't have good evidence to say that there is stuff there. Well, they do that all the time, assuming that things are there that might not necessarily help the case in its totality. They just have enough evidence to say that we have something against you. By the time they get to this stage, I feel like they have enough to like move forward, but like the additional stuff that might be in the house will just be additions to the case. Maybe. I'm not an FBI, you know what I'm saying? But I don't think if you're moving wise and you are in the position that Diddy's in, that you would keep anything that would put you away in your house, in your name, in your business names. That just don't make sense. Lawyers might use that to paint a good picture of him. They could. I heard his lawyer was talking about, I didn't actually hear what he said, but I heard he was like basically going in defense of Diddy, saying like this is not right, whatever it is that they're doing.
Apparently, Yo Miami was moving coke for Diddy. Some pink shit.
I believe that. Those interviews that we saw them some years back where she was, you know what I'm saying, insinuating that she was like his new girlfriend when he really never like tried to claim her or some shit like that. Like it would, I'm not surprised at any of this beyond this point. Like this makes complete sense. That makes complete sense. If you're telling me that she was a worker for him and all this other shit, like you give him promises of like, okay, it's gonna be like this. You just got to keep doing what you're doing a little bit longer. You'll eventually be my number one. Like that's how I feel like it was actually going, regardless of what she said. Like he gave her a show on Revolt. She had a podcast and shit where she wasn't talking about nothing, wasn't entertaining in the slightest. Bullshit conversation after bullshit conversation. Then they get on, and it's just the weirdest dynamic I think I've ever seen. Fuck you watching Young Miami podcast for? I wasn't watching the full podcast, but I'm seeing who's a guest on there to see like, oh, okay, maybe this is a show that's going to end up being something long term. Because Revolt went on this like, I guess, tear of hiring co-hosts and certain people for new shows. And I know that very well because of a thing. But they went on this tear, especially in 2018 in the beginning, to get all these new shows. And so I would just peep to see like, okay, who's going to be like the new face or the new person that's going to be in media or whatever the case is. And she was one of the people that ended up getting one of those shows. And I was just like, okay, is this going to be a thing now or no? So I was curious, but after you see one of them, it's just like, no, that's kind of crazy. Like, this is like, why did she get a show? I'm not going to confirm or deny nothing. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to confirm or deny nothing, but I know it was going crazy in 2018. What I was about to say was I'm glad that I wasn't raised or I was raised in a situation that wasn't horrible enough for me to feel like money, I have to do anything or subject myself to any risk in order to obtain it. Not saying that I was well off as a kid, because I definitely wasn't, but it's just to say that certain dangers go overlooked when that is the motivator or that's your goal. You feel me? So it does, even though she probably victimized other people, it does sadden me to see if, you know, the young Miami girl was in this to the level that she was. It does sadden me to be like, damn, like what happened? Like what's your view of yourself that you feel like you got to do any and everything? Like, how do you get these people? And, you know, and you look at somebody like a Diddy who's got all the power in the world. It's like, those are the exact people that he probably goes for. The ones that feel like, okay,
bro, are you kidding me?
I just flash a little bit of money, or I give you hope of a dream that you think is impossible, and I got you. I reeled you in. Like, it's over for you at this point. That's what these people are. They act as opportunity or means to an end. You don't want them. You want what they can give you, and then you end up, you know what I'm saying, adhering to any and everything. Not you personally, obviously, but the people that they end up recruiting. Because that's basically what they are. They're recruiters. They're not like allies of you. They're not like people that are going to help you achieve anything. They're recruiters to get you to do what they want, do what they want, and that you can fall in line with whatever fantasy that they want fulfilled. They're not attracted to you. They don't want you. It's more of a situation where they just want you to submit. That's what all these people are. Is that pink Coke? That looks like so much fun. Okay, I know it's fucked up. Nigga, pink Coke is crazy. What the fuck? Can we zoom in? It'd be so much more likely to try Coke if it was pink. That's what I'm saying. Black Coke, nigga, a nigga like me, you call black Coke Amaterasu, I'm gone. I'm gone. It's over for me. It's over for me. A high off, oh wait, he witnessed defendant Coran, or whatever this name is, openly order her assistants to keep Mr. Combs high off gummies and pills. Gummies. That's all it takes. What you mean? Of course that's all it takes. I'm off everything. If you give me black drugs, like black colored drugs, I think I'm gone. Genuinely speaking, I think I'm gone. Or is the old shit that we didn't finish reading, and this is included in the old shit, but I don't think it is. This dude, his son is involved, according to the situation. CEO of Motown Records. Wait, didn't I see her somewhere before? Not in person, but in life. I think I've seen her face somewhere. Motown, Love, all these music groups and record labels. Cuba Gooding, which is the menace to society, the real menace. He should have been in that movie, now that I think about it. Him being threatened. Diddy's former bodyguard, that level is included. Jennifer Lopez arrested. She required all the employees, from the butler, the chef, to the housekeepers, to walk around with a pouch or fanny pack filled with cocaine, GHB, ecstasy, marijuana gummies, 100 to 250 milligrams each.
Damn.
100 to 250 milligrams each?
That is so hard to avoid.
That ain't too crazy. Nigga, a gummy will have you on your ass. Technically, it's not an edible, but still.
Damn.
That's a lot. Nigga, 5 milligrams have most people on their ass for a little bit. 10. You know, some people tolerate 20 pretty well. Nigga, 150? 250? God damn, what are you trying to do to me? It was important for the defendant to have Mr. Combs' drug of choice immediately ready whenever he asked for it. This isn't too damning when I think about some people just like to be, you know what I'm saying, faded. 250 milligrams is a little bit more than faded, but I don't know, whatever you into, that's a lot for a gummy. For a gummy. Marijuana, mushrooms. Oh my God, please don't let me know the amount of the mushrooms. To Mr. Combs and his celebrity guests who were present on his rented yacht and in his homes in LA, New York City, and Miami. Multiple occasions, she forced Mr. Jones to carry Mr. Combs' drug pouch against his will. Okay, so yeah, they're fucked. That's a lot. Chief of Staff defendant was instrumental in organizing and executing the RICO enterprise. Had the following individuals execute the following tasks. Stevie J would recruit sex workers and attends and participates in the freak off. In the freak off. Justin Combs solicits prostitutes, underage girls, and sex workers would engage in the freak-offs. Justin Combs is one of the sons of Mr. Combs himself, so that is insane, you know. I think his son is older than me by like a year or two. I thought the son was like barely grown after a certain point. So I was thinking like, oh man, these all kids. That's crazy that he taking advantage of everybody like this. This nigga 30. Justin Combs is 30. We have a recording of this and we'll provide it to the court. Look at these little cliff notes. We have a recording of this and we'll provide it to the court. We have a video of Mr. Combs, Stevie J, and Plaintiff Jones at a strip club. Mr. Combs is recording the video. We have while coaching and training Plaintiff Jones how to recruit the workers. They said, we got the video. We got footage in 4K. While Brendan acquires and distributes Mr. Combs' drugs, blah, 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 blah. Frankie carries the money and pays for everything. Yeah, this is a tens and part. How you gonna keep people from snitching at this point? Because Brendan's already been arrested. Can you confirm his ability to stay solid while he's locked up? Does he speak or does he get let go? Does he try to bail? Because he can't bail him out. What did he get caught with, Brendan? What did Brendan get caught with? Because I think they got him with a certain amount on him. He was released already. Never mind. He was already released on a $2,500 bond on Tuesday, and his hearing was set for April 24th. So he's already out. Upon information and belief, these individuals were recorded without their knowledge and consent, and this is the case with the tape of Stevie J that Mr. Combs provided to Mr. Jones. Mr. Combs possesses compromising footage of every person that has attended his freak-off parties and his house parties. So everybody is coming down with bro if bro come down. That's what I'm hearing. It's basically to a point where if Diddy go, whoa. I said dead. D-E-D-D-Y. That almost turned into a different word. See, this is why my mom always told me to stay away from certain people. Now I'm talking like the nigga. Now I'm talking like it. What do you mean? I said D-E-D-D-Y. You can go back. You can go back and find it. You can go back and find it. I know what the fuck I just said. I know what I just said. But now that I'm thinking about it, it's like, damn. Birds of a feather. You could really become like what you thought you'd never be. Just off reading this alone, I feel difference in my spirit. Not funny, man. That's fucked up. He got images and footage of everybody who's attended. That means anytime you've gone to a freak off, and yes, I'm talking to you. Anytime you've been to one of these freak offs and Diddy invited you personally and said, "Hey, bro, we're gonna have a good time tonight." He had some type of 4K camera somewhere hidden away to see you. So you couldn't attend and act like you didn't know. You couldn't attend and act like, oh my God, like I never went there. Like, no, he got you on camera in 4K. It's done. You're clipped. If he goes down, you coming with him, which is a violation of your own rights too. Yes, it is. But the fact of the matter is, if he decided to release the footage is coming out. You're going to get exposed. Wherever you are. Sean projecting again. I was never invited. Actually, never mind. I never went. No, I didn't. No. That's not what I was saying. I'm saying like niggas keep asking me why I keep saying no to collaborations in all like forms and facets. Cause I don't trust people. Some niggas reaching out is like I don't know. Like you could just sense evil on a nigga. Some niggas you could just sense evil on them, and it's just like, nah, bro. I can't even vouch. I don't even know what you into. Something's on you and I don't know what it is, but I just can't do it. I can't do it. The opportunity is not worth the risk to anything. You know what I'm saying? Like these niggas got different shit they got going on in their thought processes and shit like that. I don't know how you are, to be honest. I can't vouch, man. Maximizing defendants' revenue through fraudulent means, as set forth herein. Defendants benefited financially from their scheme to defraud plaintiff, including by making false representations that claim that loyalty and obedience to Mr. Combs will result in a cash payment of at least $250,000. Grammy Awards, access to future projects, access to famous celebrities, access to opportunity, basically. You know, this is what we was talking about earlier. You make these promises. We're going to see if you can get in. You don't got no plans of getting in. You got no plans of following through with this idea. It sound good, it sound cute. It's not gonna happen, bro. True nature of the defendant's scheme was left undisclosed, was omitted, or was affirmatively misrepresented, all to fraudulently increase defendant's profits, at least some of which were used to expand the enterprise, causing further injury to Plaintiff Jones and other unwitting artists, creatives, musicians, and producers. So it's more likely than not, outside of just Mr. Jones, who is the reason for this lawsuit. Well, really, it's Diddy who's the reason for the lawsuit. If he never did this, then there wouldn't be no lawsuit. But Mr. Jones, for walking forward and going forward with it, it's much more likely than it is not that there's plenty more people that could say something. I don't know who's going to be next. Who's the next guy? Who's the next person to come out and be like, yo, me too. That's why JT doing her solo thing now. I hope that's not the reason for the friction, but I can't really envision any other reason. That would be a huge point of contention if you started a group with somebody and then you ultimately had to break ties with the person because they into some shit that you think is just too deep. That would probably be the most likely culprit of the Miami or the city or whatever their group is called. That would be the most likely culprit of them breaking up. Can't confirm, but it would make sense. Yo, maybe these niggas are stupid. They use WhatsApp instead of Telegram. I'm not trying to give advice. I'm just saying, what are you doing? Text messages and WhatsApp to messages to distribute interstate wires, and like, what are they doing? Everything else that you're doing here, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you use Mega Dropbox? If you're a criminal, I don't see why you would use something like a WhatsApp, a Mega, a Dropbox, anything. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Will be responsible for ensuring payment to the workers. Young Miami, Jade and whatever that name is, Daphne Joy, were paid a monthly fee to work as Mr. Combs' sex workers and received payment via wire transfer from Robin Greenhill, which outlined defendants' ongoing criminal operation. Damn. Worst part about all of this, I know she ain't closed the bank account that was receiving the wires. Wait. This could be different. They could be on a payroll. No. I'm thinking about this another way. They could be on a payroll. They could have rendered services, and they could have listed it under something completely different, and they could have got a 1099. I'm just saying, there's a way to make this look good on paper. There's no way out of this. There is a way. There is a way that you can at least make it look clean. Doesn't look good on this paper. No, on this paper it don't look good, but they could do that. They could do that. I don't like it, but I'm saying that's what they could do to make it look palatable at least. For her to at least come on and be able to lie about it, that would be like, here you go, my 1099. He gave it to me. Like, I got one for each year. I was helping him promote the business. I had a podcast. Oh no. It was all a cover up. I'm not sharing too much. No, I'm not. I'm not sharing no game. This is common knowledge. Young Mike. That's just the crazy thing to read, man. But it isn't impossible. You know, a lot of shit goes on behind the scenes when it comes to these larger organizations and people that are working behind the scenes. A lot happens. You mean she could say she was getting gifts from her boyfriend? No, I mean, she could actually write it down as if to say, you don't even have to start a business. If she starts receiving regular payroll from this place, that's reasonable enough for her to, like, Schedule C it on her taxes. I doubt she was paying taxes on that, though. But, like, it would make it look good. You can make this look good. You can make this okay. At least for her, anyway. You can make it look okay for her, is what I'm saying. There's still evidence of her playing with a role with the coke. Yeah, she's cooked regardless. I'm just trying to say that she can make it smarter, like she can make it look right on paper at least. But outside of that, she's fucked. The coke they got her. I think Mr. Jones, whoever is following this lawsuit, said that her cousin at one point forced herself on him. And then another point of contention was her making a Twitter post not too long ago talking about how I'll have some of you bitches doing some crazy shit in front of somebody else. Like, I'll make you do some shit that will very strongly indicate that she was probably on the sidelines watching people get forced to do crazy shit or being forced to do crazy shit herself. It don't bode well. It shit looks very, very bad, you know? And that's the problem when you are connected to somebody like Diddy. You can't do what he does. None of y'all that are associated with him can get away with what he's doing, because if shit hit the fan, he got the resources to defend himself. You don't. You are a means to an end for the FBI and whatever organization is investigating this man. You're done. You get fucked. At the end of the day, he might even be able to get a... Never mind. I'm going to just chill. Racketeering. Oh, yeah, this fuck. It's over. I would be interested to see the footage. Not trying to see the actual footage. I mean, please don't show me anything minor related, but of the attendees of these freak-offs, who was on the clientele, who was on the list. You know what I'm saying? I'm waiting on the Epstein list. I'm waiting on the Diddy list the same way I wait on the Epstein list. I want to see who was there. Who was on the notes? Yeah, and that was your man's. That was your man's. Now, I know he didn't grow up with him. But that was your man's. If anybody probably gonna say that, it will probably be Young Miami, which is the most unfortunate part of it all. So this never happened, right? This one right here. I don't think this actually happened. Him departing from the U.S. amid the investigation, blah 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 blah. Like, this was all fake. This was the narrative, I think, yesterday or the day before that. That he left his whole family or whatever the case is. I don't know where he is, to be honest. I don't know where he is, but apparently I heard that he already spoke to authorities, which would be the indication from this photo right here, I would assume. So he never left. Or nah, they wouldn't allow him to leave after that. So he's still here. Nigga said call him. I don't know who this nigga... All right, bro, you doing a lot right now. Diddy has sold off all his shares of Revolt to an anonymous buyer. Can I fact check this? Oh, so this is true. Oh, wow. Who bought it? None of your fucking business. I would like to tell you, but it's none of your fucking business. That's basically what he wanted you to know. Or he could have sold it to somebody that he knows. He could just be controlling, you know what I'm saying, what they do with it. You never really know. You know what? As a matter of fact, just go ahead and keep quiet. They getting his they getting his things, his items. They got some information. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I don't think they have enough. I'm keeping it a thou wow with you. I think there's shit going on, and I think that they have a lot of damning evidence. I don't know how they're gonna prove the video that they have of those twerkers and him instructing certain people on how to obtain them. I don't know how they're gonna prove everybody in those videos were or were not minors. They said that you saying that they got his electronics. I know they got a lot. I don't think it's enough. I'm trying to figure out or picture, and this is just me assuming that Diddy is like a 300 IQ nigga or something like that. That's my assumption. That's why I'm probably saying that. But outside of camera footage, in certain instances, it's hard for me to imagine what is on there. It could be the worst thing I could ever imagine in my mind. 100%. Homeland Security involved.
Good.
Hey man, that's great. I'm glad they're involved. I don't know what they got. They have a case. Don't get me wrong. They have a case, but I'm saying something that can't be argued against. Something that can't be, you know what I'm saying? That doesn't have a response. Cassie, when she came out with her case, all the evidence, all the shit that she probably had against bro, solidified. Settling. I got no response to that. This just seems so much more complicated. Homeland Security ain't light work. I know that for sure. 100%. You're right. I'm not saying they are. Not saying they are. I hope there's enough information to convict. I hope there's enough information to put niggas away. But based off what I read, it seems like a lot that can be explained. I'm a skeptic, don't get me wrong. I'm looking at it like you lying, nigga. I'm looking at you like you lying, but I don't know. I hope this goes the way I think it will go in terms of them having way more information than I think they have.
If you don't live under a rock and you can afford plane tickets, you may have noticed something in the news in regard to Boeing specifically lately.
There are multiple investigations going on. one from the National Transportation Safety Board, FAA safety audits, and then, of course, the reopening of a criminal probe by the U.S. Justice Department.
Boeing, the company that manufactures a lot of the planes that people fly on currently at commercial airports, in and out, you know, to and fro, whatever you may have it. This massive company is trying to save costs after their big bailout during COVID-19 back in 2020. They retired the massive 747. Truly a sexual big chungus in the airline world.
There's nothing as beautiful as 747.
And in spite of the 747 being a pretty legendary airplane, there are so many problems now that very few people feel safe flying in this day and age.
Several big developments impacting the Boeing 737 MAX 9 aircraft. This after a mid-air emergency forced an Alaska Airlines flight to land just minutes after taking off.
In spite of my irrational fears and the irrational fears of many people, aviation is relatively safe, okay? Especially when you compare it with driving on the road. There are a bunch of people die every single year from driving in cars and crashes and tires falling off. The first dumbass looking plane made from fucking balsa wood and paper was made by these brothers called the Wright brothers out in North Carolina.
And as every school child learns, the Dayton, Ohio duo became the first people in history to successfully pilot an engine-powered airplane.
And it's a dude lying on his stomach, flying through the air. That's some 1800s type shit right there, guys, for sure. Early 1900s, whatever, turn of the 20th. After this, another iteration, potentially even worse than the first, would have a man sitting inches away from a spinning propeller. What was wrong with these people? I guess it beats fucking tuberculosis, though, and dysentery and all that. A genuine death trap that could barely maneuver itself. Wow.
Every time they went up in this motor-driven airplane, they were risking their lives. This is something that cannot be overemphasized.
That's kind of like the beginning, okay? And there have been so many bad ideas in the aviation world from the very beginning that they couldn't imagine what we're working with now. The creations that touch the sky, that kiss God's undercarriage, especially when they were inventing shit like this. What is that? That's not gonna work. And in spite of all this, in spite of learning whatever, we have these giant houses that can fly through the sky now. Evolution always works in reverse, and time is a flat circle, I think. I don't know, I've been told that before. Cutting costs will always be victorious, and we will always return to balsa wood and paper. You younglings may not remember this, but there was a plane that could fly from New York to London in 3.5 hours. It completely dominated the skies. It was called the Concorde.
It was a joint venture between two European countries to develop a plane unlike any other, to transport passengers at unbelievable speeds, and as a result, bring the world closer together.
It allowed our friends from across the pond to visit America in the same amount of time that it takes to fly from Dulles to DFW, or to drive basically a quarter of the way through Texas. Now, with our incredibly epic modern technology, it takes about 7 hours to fly from New York to London. Once again, it's evolution reversed. In 1969, this insanely epic and very ugly airplane made its first successful flight, flying at 1,354 miles an hour, twice the speed of sound. I guess that's Mach 2? I don't really know. Also, the way that this thing looks, I said it was ugly. It looks like it came straight from a sci-fi movie. It seems like what people think airplanes would look like back in the Orville Redenbacher days.
Since pilots couldn't see out of the plane because of angled landing, engineers put together a solution.
The Concorde featured a droop snoot.
Droop snoot?
Yeah, the snoot would droop.
The snoot droop.
I'd rather have that ugly bitch fucking with its proboscis be flying around rather than these ugly bitches with their dumbass thing. At least their fucking doors don't fall off on the Concorde. But these things are affordable and they're simple. But they're also pathetic. Also, you guys may be forgetting, you used to be able to smoke on airplanes, which was completely baller and very sick. And we need to bring that back as soon as possible. Smoking was chill. They had chefs serving full course meals. It was amazing.
Normally people complain about how bad the airline food is. I will attest in this case, that was not true. This was one of the best meals I ever had. It worked beautifully. A normal French meal takes 2.5, 3 hours. Well, by the time dinner was over, We were here.
And now I've been told you get served a cracker in a cup. It was retired on the 24th of October 2003 and put into history museums. That ugly bastard was never to be seen from again. So why was it retired? The reasons go on and on. A couple of reasons, very valid. One reason, it's supersonic, so it makes a lot of explosive booming sounds whenever it goes anywhere. I don't know if you live near a military base. I live near a few military bases, and every now and then some fellas, some hot shots will fly over, and it sounds like a fucking bomb going off, and it shakes shit, knocks stuff off the walls.
In the 60s, the Air Force ran a test of sonic booms over Oklahoma City, and residents reported hundreds of damaged windows and noise disturbances. All that meant limiting supersonic flight to above the ocean. There would be no New York to LA Concorde. That's part of what quashed the American supersonic experiment with Boeing.
On top of the supersonic booms, there was also a huge fatality accident in the year of 2000 on July 25th. A Concorde was damaged while taking off, and it resulted in 113 fatalities. And then this, a year later, and boom, the aircraft market kind of probably, maybe let's try a different approach to the aircraft market. People don't really want to fly on extremely fast supersonic planes that crash and blow up. And then also you've got...
But while both tragedies did affect Concorde, there are only a couple of pieces of the fundamental challenges for the plane.
More reasons would be damage to the ozone layer. Apparently supersonic jets, if there was hundreds of thousands of them flying around, it would burn up the ozone 10 times quicker. I'm not even sure if that's true. That's just what people said.
Noise concerns were paired with environmental concerns.
There will be severe environmental damage to the ozone layer.
The plane's high flight pattern made scientists think its exhaust gas could be more threatening to the ozone than normal jets.
I don't know anything about the ozone layer. I know there's a hole in it, or at least there was, or something. People don't talk about the ozone layer anymore. I'm not sure the science, but on top of that too, the cost. It was pretty expensive to make these bad boys. All the managerial, directorial, executive aspects of businesses are always controlled by these geniuses who all have the exact same idea, which is to make as much money as possible all the time, no matter what, and boom, Concorde doesn't exist anymore. On top of that, the Airbuses could travel much further. You know, it was more efficient overall to rely on them fellas. And the highest price seats for the Concorde cost around $12,000. There wasn't a lot of availability there. Now back to Boeing. Boeing has also had some crashes. It doesn't just specifically begin and end at Concorde. Boeing has had quite a few planes go down. The largest controversies regarding Boeing crashes are the October 9th, 2018 Lion Air Flight 610, which was a Boeing 737 MAX 8.
189 people were killed in the crash of Lion Air Flight 610.
The March 10th, 2019 crash of Ethiopian's airline Flight 302, which was once again a Boeing 737 MAX 8.
New 737 MAX 8 jetliner crashed today.
And then the very recent January 5th, 2024 Alaskan Airlines Flight 1282 Boeing 737 MAX 9.
Alaska Airlines is now grounding its entire fleet of Boeing 737-9 MAX planes after a terrifying trip on Friday. Alaska Airlines Flight 1282 had just taken off from Portland, Oregon, when a section of its cabin ripped off, leaving a gaping hole, as you see right there, in the jet with more than 170 passengers on board.
The first flight we mentioned, the 737 MAX 8 Lion Air Flight 610, crashed after taking off from an airport in Indonesia after 15 minutes in flight, tragically killing all 189 people aboard. Not long after, the second flight, Ethiopian Flight 302, another Boeing 737 MAX 8, traveling from Ethiopia to Kenya, would crash in even less time than the Lion Air Flight 610. So what caused these crashes, these incredibly unfortunate events? Not user error, not a typical system malfunction. These planes crashed in a nose down dive into the fucking ground. Quite literally, they just went... It's terrible. The 737 MAXs were a bit different from their predecessors, the 737, in one way in particular, that they had an MCAS system, the Maneuvering Characteristics Augmentation System.
MCAS.
It was designed for these extremely unusual maneuvers, situations that hopefully the plane would never get in,
weapons from
and
the Great Sword
to
to something
prevent
else.
the nose from getting too high, the system would move the stabilizer on the back of the plane to push the nose back down.
I think I want to go back to
would
the
take
twins.
readings from the single
The
angle of
twins.
attack sensor on the aircraft and then make corrections that are determined to be needed, and then it would make those corrections. And that malfunctioned.
And as a consequence of this angle of attack data error, the MCAS activated when it really shouldn't have.
Well, I still like
a
the great
hypothetical
sword.
question first, so you can understand this. What if a pilot that was used to flying a 737 sat in the 737 MAX and wasn't used to this feature? What would they do? What would happen? Well, the plane would nosedive and crash, just like what happened in those two planes. And Boeing's CEO tried his best to explain why the company didn't tell 737 MAX pilots about the software system that contributed to those two fatal crashes. Another hypothetical question. What if there wasn't proper training on this new system that is meant to augment the plane's angle of attack? What if there wasn't training that existed in any way for anyone to access, especially pilots of those airplanes? And now Boeing's focusing on pilot training, luckily, because Boeing omitted safety system details and minimized training for the 737 MAX pilots that were used to 737 planes. And the worst addition to the hypothetical that is no longer a hypothetical is that the Lion Air pilots were looking at their handbook when the plane crashed. Now I'll ask another hypothetical question. What if the single sensor, the angle of attack sensor, was faulty or had a false reading? What would happen then?
2 minutes into the flight, based on faulty data from the AOA sensor, MCAS kicked in and began pushing the nose down.
If this system can control the entire plane and the pilots don't know how to use this system because they're not taught how to use it, and the sensor's been flagged 216 times to the FAA for being
what the fuck? I have to
what
fight
would
for the
happen
pussy?
then? Nothing good. Here's another hypothetical. What if pilots couldn't actually override the system that determined a nose-down dive was the best course of action for the MCAS system?
I'll fight you.
It'd probably crash. And that, my friends, is exactly what happened. How about one more hypothetical? What if Boeing downplayed the significance of the MCAS system during the process of certifying the 737 MAX for use in commercial airlines? What if that happened, guys? That'd be terrible if that happened. Oh, wait! That did happen! So we threw some hypothetical spaghetti at the wall, and hypothetically, every single fucking noodle stuck, bro. It's a full-on conspiracy theory wet dream.
Goddamn.
It's real, though. It's not a dream. It's actually the reality.
This has
So
the
at
same
best,
exact
this
problem
all
as
points to
Wulong
Boeing
Fallen
being
Dynasty,
very
just the fight
overconfident
areas are
in their
too
new system
tiny.
and criminally
Even in a
negligent
fucking open
at
world
worst.
game,
Or
come on,
maybe a combination
Team
of both equally. So at
fuck?
least after these two horrible disasters, there weren't any more issues with Boeing 737 MAX planes, were there? Well, no, guys. In January of 2024, a Boeing 737 MAX 9 going from Oregon to California had a door break off completely after takeoff because the door plug was improperly installed.
The National Transportation Safety Board says right after the plane took off, the door plug depressurized. They're analyzing the plug, saying they believe it holds clues to what could have caused the accident.
That one was a bit more recent. Not as bad as the MCAS, but still a borderline disaster, especially for Boeing. In this incident, injuries were minor and there were no deaths considering it was so soon after takeoff, but still, the plane did experience explosive decompression.
The boy's shirt was sucked off him and out of the plane, and his mother was holding on to him.
I saw half of his body was getting sucked out, and then I was like, oh my God.
I look over and there's a hole on the side of the plane.
And had the plane been further along into the flight, it would have been absolutely catastrophic. I would love to see what percentage of people on this flight will ever fly ever again. Probably a lot of them. Probably a surprising amount. I know I wouldn't. I just wouldn't in general. Maybe this one was just old. No, it was fresh off the line. It's brand new, but it was made of fucking Legos. Or at least the door was, it seemed like. People on Twitter are making fun of Boeing in this plane specifically. So it's you know, pretty scary being on a plane that's quite literally falling apart. Now, how would Boeing respond to these incidents, guys? How would Boeing respond? Just how you'd think. After the crash and loss of everyone aboard the Lion Air Flight 610, Boeing put out a statement. They expressed their deepest and most heartfelt sympathies to the families of those aboard at the start, and then they said that safety is a core value at Boeing. Clearly. Later, they indicated that this crash was a result of pilot error, stating that the day before, pilots were able to disable the nose down trim. It's basically saying, oh man, it's a bummer this happened to you guys. I'm really sorry about that. We love safety, and also the other pilots that fly these airplanes were able to deal with our faulty sensors. I guess these guys flying that plane just weren't as good as them, so You know, not our fault though. It would be like if Tesla's autopilot just caused cars to drive full speed into brick walls exclusively, and then Elon Musk went on Twitter to say, well, it didn't do that yesterday, even though it kept trying to. So it's like, guess the driver just didn't know how to deal with that. After this, it seems like Boeing realized that this statement sort of missed the mark. So when the second airplane crashed
Might
in
as
the
well
exact
be the
same
entire
way, they
game
kept
dialogue.
their updated statement very, very, very brief. In fact, beyond the similar initial statement expressing their sympathies, the only sentence that they write is basically them saying that one of their technical teams is going to the crash site to assist in an investigation, and probably be really sad just seeing what they're responsible for, you know, the deaths of a lot of innocent people. People weren't happy with that one. Maybe if we give them 5 years, we'll see how they can better respond to a controversy when they come under scrutiny again for a door ripping off a fucking airplane mid-flight. The CEO of Boeing, a genius, said in a CNBC interview,
how did an unsafe airplane fly in the first place?
Because a quality escape occurred.
Can you explain what that
escape
means?
Occurred.
What is a quality escape?
I think that's the description of what people are finding in their inspections. Anything that could potentially contribute to an accident.
What? What's a quality escape? What are you talking about? Is he saying quality escape the planes?
Leaving the
Because that
mission
feels
area?
pretty accurate. Is he saying
Do I have
he's
to
looking for
poison
a
him?
quality escape because he's uncomfortable in this line of questioning? Is he cracking a joke saying that the plane's
Alright.
emergency exit door blowing off made for a quality escape from the plane? What is this fucking idiot saying? Sorry, this guy. Now we could speculate endlessly here, but I think we can absolutely and easily get a grasp that this fella is unable to make a solid public statement in regard to his plane fucking exploding and endangering a bunch of people that pay money to be safe and travel and see their families. And we know this extra big time judging by the way he would talk about the Lion Air and Ethiopian Airlines flights after taking over as CEO. David Calhoun told the newspaper that pilots from Indonesia and Ethiopia don't have anyone near the experience that they have here in the US. He added the plane maker made a fatal mistake by assuming those flying the aircraft would immediately counteract software failures, which played a role in both accidents. So basically, you know, Indonesian and Ethiopian pilots are bozos, taking L's constantly. It's not Boeing, it's not the airplane with the faulty sensors, it's the pilots. Oh, okay. But in an interview from a couple months ago, Calhoun said that this is a mistake that can never happen again. It should never happen again, can never happen again, but how exactly are they going to prevent this?
What happened is exactly what you saw. A fuselage plug blew out. That's the mistake. It can never happen. We're not allowed that to happen.
Even as recently as this month, there was another Boeing plane that had a fucking wheel fall off during takeoff.
Boeing and United Airlines want to know why a wheel fell off of a plane headed for Japan. Wanting to know is the first step. Video shows the tire falling just after takeoff right onto the ground.
It fell onto a parking lot and crushed some cars because airplane wheels are really big. They're not like those small wheels on other vehicles. They're gigantic.
No one was hurt, but the wheel that plummeted to the ground did extensive damage to at least 2 cars in an employee parking lot. The aircraft is built with 6 tires on each of its 2 main landing struts, and United says it is designed to land safely with missing or damaged tires.
Yeah, it gets worse though. It gets so much worse. 2 months ago, a Boeing 747 cargo plane, Atlas Air Flight 5Y095, had to make an emergency landing after an engine caught fire.
The Atlas Air cargo flight sparked after it took off from Miami International Airport.
Leaving the mission area, I'm
A
fucking
Boeing
fighting him.
777 had an engine fire over Colorado. And 2 weeks ago, there was another engine
Bro, stop
fire
throwing
on a United
poison. What the
Airlines
fuck?
flight
Come on,
shortly
stop
after
throwing- he's
takeoff.
such a
It was a
pussy.
terrifying few moments caught on video at altitude.
And then how about another recent example? A Boeing 787 dropped altitude rapidly and resulted in 50 people sustaining injuries after fucking hitting their heads on the ceiling of the plane after it started shaking strongly for unknown reasons.
Video from inside Chilean flight LATAM 800 capturing the aftermath of some harrowing moments. On board the flight from Sydney to Auckland, New Zealand, 50 injured passengers and crew members.
It is unbelievable how many issues there are with planes due to low quality parts or just improper installation. How the fuck is this happening, dude? It makes sense with like cars, right? Because they're not flying. They don't fly. When something goes wrong with a car, you just
Bro, what a pussy.
pull over and that's it. When an airplane, you crash and everyone dies. Everyone dies. The systemic negligence at Boeing is kind of fucking disturbing, in all honesty. It's been around for a long time. 9 years ago, Al Jazeera went undercover with hidden cameras into a Boeing manufacturing site, and what they uncovered was pretty wild.
Our investigation finds Boeing altered its own quality standards.
They're shortchanging the engineering process to meet a schedule.
We uncover a whistleblower fired as he fought for safety.
There's no doubt there's bad repairs going out the door on the 787.
I'm gonna fuck her.
We go behind closed doors onto the factory floor
date her.
to reveal a world Boeing keeps secret.
She's gonna get all of
are
my
reported to managers who don't do
Alexandria
anything,
Moreau.
or they just do
Yeah, she's
band-aid
gonna get all
fixes
my
like
money.
sealing doors with fucking Dawn dish soap.
That machine malfunctioning there. There's holes up, okay? They just went ahead and filled it. But I've gone ahead and told managers that, and nothing has been done. Nothing.
When they ask the people working on the planes if they would fly in them, many say no.
Did you fly on one?
No.
You won't fly on one. Would you fly on one of these planes? Would you fly on one of these
Probably not.
Would you fly on one of these?
Yeah, it's sketchy.
Sketchy.
Yeah, I probably would, but I mean, I'm having death wish, dude.
There's just parts sitting on the floor. By the way, just in case you were wondering, they're not stored in any kind of hermetically sealed. They just don't care. I kind of imagine working at a Boeing manufacturing plant is kind of like building something with Legos and just taking all the numbered packs, throwing them all together into a big 5-gallon bucket, and then shitting in it, and then mixing them all up, putting Dawn dish soap, and trying to build the, whatever your Legos are supposed to build that way. On top of this, Boeing also claims to be continuously losing more and more money. Hey, how about just don't exist anymore? If that's the case, just don't exist anymore. Especially when you start cutting corners to make profit because you're not making money. In spite of reporting more revenue each year, like every gigantic business does, they have more losses. Not as many as 2022 this year, but still, they're reporting a lot of losses. I'd say they should expect more after that fucking door fell off. That would damage my consumer confidence, TBH. I wouldn't fly ever again if that happened to me or near me, or I just wouldn't do it anyways, because I'm a big baby boy. And it seems as a result, they're cutting corners continuously and suffering because of it. Airplanes are a serious business, and they shouldn't be any less safe than they are just because of like money, right? That doesn't seem like it makes a lot of sense. Maybe make the interiors really shitty or something, like wood. Make the interiors wood, but make the planes actually fly though. How about that idea? Little cherry on top to this whole thing with flying, by the way, if you weren't a little bit, if your consumer confidence wasn't damaged after this video, pilots as well, they don't like flying in the planes. They rarely show up fucking sober. There was a Delta pilot recently given 10 months in jail for showing up intoxicated to work with a legal blood alcohol limit double of what's legal to drive. Double! I understand planes have autopilot and you can't really, the computers help and stuff, but like you can't be flying a fucking plane. You can't get drunk in a Tesla either, you dumb bitch. John Barnett, a former Boeing employee, you'll probably be able to guess why soon, he's a former Boeing employee, stated to TMZ that the 737 problem is a Boeing problem. It's not just a 737 problem, it's a Boeing problem.
The FAA is saying that the plane is now safe to fly. What do you say?
One, this is not a 737 problem, it's a Boeing problem. And I know the FAA's gone in and they've done due diligence and inspections to assure that the door plugs of the 737 are installed properly and the fasteners are torqued properly. But my concern is, what's the rest of the airplane? What's the rest of the condition of the airplane?
So they investigate door plugs, but they don't check the rest of the aircraft, is what it's kind of seeming like with all these whistleblowers and all this lack of consumer confidence. John claims in 2012 that Boeing started removing inspection operations off of their jobs, leaving mechanics to buy off their own work.
Back in 2012, Boeing started removing inspection operations off their jobs.
So basically, John's saying that this is a systemic thing, and after his little interview with TMZ, he was found dead right before going to testify against Boeing. Boeing whistleblower John Barnett found dead in U.S. with 2 gunshot wounds to the back of his head. Just kidding. I don't think that was... It was he unalived himself, right? John made a bunch of horrible claims as to what Boeing is doing. He said the manufacturing of parts of oxygen masks was they were rushed to fit loosely, which brought complications and a whole bunch of safety concerns behind the scenes. All that was glanced over, among 1,000 other fucking things that you could probably guess at this point, because when employees of Boeing are asked if they'd fly on their planes, lots of them say no. 15 were asked, 10 said no. That's crazy. In conclusion, it's crazy that things have gotten so bad. Our top 5 exports: number 1, oil; number 2, civilian aircraft parts; number 3, fucking gasoline; number 4, liquefied natural gas; number 5, passenger vehicles. There's a lot of corruption involved in all this stuff, and I'm probably gonna die because I made this video. No, I'm not. I'm just kidding. I'm not worried about that at all. It's just a joke. The reputation of Boeing is souring, and the people are losing confidence. Boeing was one of the most trusted names in aviation manufacturing, but it seems like those times are times gone.
Take it out. I'll fuck him up. Oh, thank God for that double parry. Excuse me. I got the Monchica. Oh, I got two Heaven Sent Great Swords. Oh shit. Attack up on a flash attack up on max health. This one gives me attack up on critical, attack up on combos. This one's attack up on critical. I'll keep the one I got. Ooh, fugitives. Let's go. Finally, get these guys. Wanna roll a blunt? Oh, one more joint for the night. Wait, help the Shogunate build up its army. Thought I was helping out the good guys. Yeah, whatever. I'll look for something new to watch. Come back with a blunt. Play a little music in the background while I'm gone.
How good is the Quasar Canyon? Alright, a single Quasar Canyon shot, plus, that's nuts. For Bile Titans, I have to wait for it to do that to get some distance. I assume it's 2 shots at least. That's one pretty dead-on face shot there, brother. And you do have enough time between 2 spits to charge and shoot safely. And it's pretty easy. The Quasar Motor Canyon can actually one-shot a charger. You just gotta make sure you land it correctly. You can land it on the arm, doesn't one-shot. You land it on the freaking neck joint, doesn't one-shot.
The thing about carrying a Quasar cannon is, I would love to carry weapons for the heavier bugs. Like the Quasar cannon, the EAT, but I don't know, for some reason that most of the time when I'm playing with teams, not like they're bad or anything, but we just have bug control problems. And the only thing that can reliably deal with just huge crowds of bugs consistently is the arc thrower. Just kills so many, has unlimited ammo, fires fast, or fast enough. That shit is just too good, man. They need something better than the arc thrower. That shit's broken. watch out, man. Blocking the bathroom door. laying on the floor all the time. I'm bad. Alright. At least now that I'm done clearing most of the map, I can focus on the missions. Focus on what's important. Yep, everything is good. Everything is mine. Yeah. I still got this place and this place I haven't visited yet. Military Academy. There's a cat and a treasure chest in there, but I have no idea how to get in there. Alright, let's do it. Yep, my only mission here. What level am I? 35? That's right, max level's like 60, right?
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at Godzilla Cross Kong New Empire. I was a big fan of Godzilla vs. Kong, and as all of you know, 2023's movie of the year for me was Godzilla -1, so I've become a huge Godzilla enthusiast recently. There have been bangers in the Godzilla franchise, so I had very high expectations of this film going into it. And I'm gonna be honest, it's a bit of a mixed bag. I had a lot of fun with the movie, but it's undeniably a step down from Godzilla vs. Kong, at least in my opinion, which makes it undeniable. So, I think the action in here is the best Kong action we've seen. King Kong is by far the star of the show. It's mainly a movie about Kong. Godzilla is more of just a cameo that appears every now and then. He's like a raid boss that pops up occasionally. His screen time is reserved to him just basically one-shotting some other titans. So he's on screen, he just bops one titan, kills him and absorbs some radiation. He's literally One Punch Man as a kaiju. He then bops another Titan, Tiamat, absorbs some radiation, then you don't see him again for like 45 minutes. Then he has a huge role to play at the very end, but it's mainly a movie that focuses on Kong. And I don't mind that at all. They did a really good job with King Kong. There's a super impressive like 20-25 minute scene without any dialogue at all, and it's Kong interacting with others in Hollow Earth. Others of his kind, and without a single word being spoken, it's able to convey the entire story of what's happening, with Kong finally realizing he's not alone. It's actually a really, really great scene, but I also like the scene that precedes it, when Kong first realizes there's other great apes like him. He gets ambushed, like a little tiny great ape, a child, a toddler, comes at him, and like bites his finger, and he's like, damn, ouch! And then like he gets jumped by 3 other great apes, so he takes the little toddler and starts using him as like a baseball bat and slapping him around with the little guy, and then he throws the little guy away, like actually just potato sacks him, throws him away like a trash bag, and then ends up befriending and becoming like a pseudo father figure to that little great ape. And that's when he stumbles upon like the entire society of them. And that's when that scene happens that I'm talking about. That's like 20 minutes of showcasing that their leader is pure evil. There's a lot of bad stuff going on there, and you really get a lot of story just through their expressions and what you're seeing without any dialogue. Different partners. I thought they did a great job with that. But I want to change gears real quick here and talk about the humans, because unfortunately you have to talk about those cringe meat sacks that appear in these movies. Godzilla -1 is still to date the only kaiju movie I think that does a human storyline super well. This movie has to have the stupidest plot I've seen in quite some time. I don't like to get into spoilers when doing Moist Meters here, so I'm going to do my best to tiptoe around some of this, because I don't want to ruin it, but I have to give you some examples of the absolute fucking lunacy
nuts
here from plot points. So there's a scene where King Kong gets frostbite, and the humans see this, and it's very emotional. It's like, oh no, that doesn't look good, he's hurt. And then one of them goes, Eureka! I've got it. Doc, do you remember the Powerhouse project that the government cut funding to? And she's like, the Powerhouse? You can't mean. Yes. And they're like, what is a Powerhouse project? It was a project where we were going to make Titans stronger, with augmentations. What do you mean augmentations? I'll show you. And he's like, it's luckily one of the prototypes got shipped out to Hollow Earth before the government pulled the funding. So the prototype is 500 feet away from where King Kong just collapsed. I'll go grab it. And the next scene is he goes to the armory that has the Powerhouse prototype, and he literally fucking airdrops a Power Glove, a Nintendo Power Glove, onto King Kong's arm, which immediately like autopilots onto it, and it also came with an anti-frostbite serum. I shit you not. An anti-frostbite serum, because I guess they knew this day was coming. They knew he'd suffer from frostbite eventually. So they made him the Infinity Gauntlet, and he wears it for the rest of the movie. Don't get me wrong, it's super fucking cool that King Kong starts walking around with a Robo-Fisto. But also, if you really stop to break it down, that is so nonsensical. Why? What are the odds? Like, that's crazy. I mean, good on them for foreseeing such a crazy sequence of events happening with him getting frostbite on his hand and also collapsing pretty close to the armory so he could go grab it real quick for him. It's it's dumb things like that. Like, it's fun dumb. And I think it's self-aware in its stupidity, because a scene that comes pretty shortly after that is a whole series of outlandish shit that I probably can't spoil, but it revolves around a psychic child who has this mission where they're basically the chosen one out of the Jedi prophecy, but instead of like a high midichlorian count, they're like super psychic and can summon a monster that will help them. And after all of this stuff is happening, also there's a whole society of human beings that communicate with each other telepathically, so most of their scenes just revolve around them standing still, looking into each other's eyes, and then going away because they quantumly beamed all the information they needed to at each other. But I'm already getting lost explaining this kind of shit. But anyway, after a lot of stuff like that happens, the same guy who brought the Power Glove is like, you know what, while we're just throwing weird shit at the wall and seeing what sticks, I've got a plan. I'll be right back, I'm gonna go try something. So then he disappears, and he comes back as like a fucking rodeo master with a bunch of birds shooting electricity, lightning bolts from behind him. And he just goes, yeah, my plan is so much weirder than what you think it's going to be. He disappears, vanishes, and somehow pulls off that maneuver. Again, it's super fun, just really dumb. I wouldn't be surprised to learn the writers were smoking crack, and for the last 30 minutes just told all of the actors to improvise, and they'll just wing it. That's what it feels like. It felt like they had no idea where they were writing the humans or what the humans' role in here was even supposed to be. So they just did like a Ghost Stories dub where they just came in there and just got really wacky with it. They're just like, fine, fucking throw it in there, why not? It just doesn't really make any sense where the human plot goes. But again, that's not why you're going to see Godzilla, Kong, New Empire. No one cares about the human side. What happened to my character? What the fuck? It's just something that takes up a lot of screen time. It's filler. It's literally the vegetables before you get the dessert, which is the kaiju fighting action. But I just had to mention it because it does take up a large chunk of screen time. They devote a lot of time to it, and it is something special. Hooey! I gotta also mention the dialogue, because the lines here, it's written like a Saturday morning cartoon from the early 90s. Like that Powerhouse Project scene, that's pretty much exactly how it plays out. The Powerhouse Project, the one that had the government funding cut to it because it was making Titans too strong and they weren't really on board with that, the one that also happens to be 500 feet away, you can't possibly be referring to that for your plan. Yes, indeed, that is the exact same Powerhouse Project I am referring to. That's how half of the human conversations go. Like, it's super unrealistic. Honestly, towards the end of the movie, I was half expecting Godzilla to start talking. I thought we'd have ourselves like a Transformers Optimus Prime moment. Sam Witwicky, fetch me a jar of peanut butter and a condom. I'm going to Hollow Earth. But anyway, enough dwelling on that. The important part of the movie is all of the giant monster fighting is superb. Except for the ones where Godzilla just immediately kills them. I would have liked to see that a little bit more. It's just kind of underwhelming to have Godzilla come in here and one-shot some cool Titans. Like Tiamat, I thought would have been a really cool fight to see, but it ends in 30 seconds. But King Kong is the star of the show. He's the one that does the bulk of the fighting, and his fights are exhilarating. There's even a scene where he like throws up a set where he was ready to like actually unleash martial arts or something for a second there. It's just really cool. And it looks great visually. It, of course, looks great. It's a big budget film. Though, as I understand it, this actually has the lowest budget out of the MonsterVerse, from what I can tell. Doesn't feel like it, though. It still looks great. except for a couple of the human scenes because they take place in like a crystal domain expansion, and you can tell it's the most obvious green screen ever at some points. But aside from those instances, which is again a human problem, a human complaint, everything around the monsters looks great. All the fighting looks good. There's a monster that I'm quite a big fan of that made a surprise appearance in here that I didn't know was going to be here, so that was a lot of fun for me as a fan of that particular kaiju in the Godzilla franchise. I just had a big old smile on my face. There's a fucking scene where Godzilla suplexes King Kong. Like, how can you not like that? There's also a scene where King Kong and Godzilla are forming like this crazy team up, and they do like some kind of fucking Brawlhalla 2v2 combo where they're like literally juggling their enemy together back and forth, beating their ass.
Fuck,
it's
man,
so
these
cool.
goddamn fucking
So yeah, anyway,
guys.
the thing that actually matters
So
in
fucking
Godzilla,
annoying.
Kong, New Empire, which is the monster fighting, is amazing. And if you can just go ahead and ignore the outrageous, ridiculous, silly, stupid human storyline and narrative that they build around it, then you're going to have yourself a great time. So plugging Godzilla, Kong, New Empire into the moist meter, I'm going to give it a comfortable 70%. That feels right to me. I would have liked to see more scenes like the one I mentioned where it was no dialogue at all, just Kong interacting with all of the other great apes around him, and it telling a very compelling story. I could immediately tell what Kong was feeling and all of the other characters and immediately getting their motivations and what was going on there. It was super cool. I would like to see more of that. And, of course, more fighting, even though there's a lot of fighting here, but you can never get enough. But, anyway, I thought it was good. I enjoyed it. That's really about it. See ya.
First time anybody said that in a long time, I bet.
I like when you like this, Daddy.
Yeah, where you put my bag?
Daddy, I like when you
right
scrambling
here,
and scraping for shit.
Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P. Diddy, is a talented man who is well established in the rap community.
Don't sit on the bed at night. No homo. No, just don't get close to the bed. Don't get close. But it's just like, yo, we want to thank you for hosting the thing, man. It's been a pleasure. You didn't have to do it, and you did it.
No. I definitely didn't have to do it. I definitely didn't have to. First and foremost, I'm not getting in the bed.
A community I am very familiar with.
Never seen a cowboy drill like me. Gold teeth in a brand new Chris White.
Due to P. Diddy's rap game, he established himself successfully on both coasts, even during the East and West Coast rivalries.
I'm the executive producer that a comment was made about a little bit earlier. But check this out. Contrary to what other people may feel, I would like to say that I'm very proud of Dr. Dre, of Death Row, and Suge Knight for their accomplishments. And all this East and West that needs to stop.
He has had much success in the world with songs such as Victory and I'll Be Missing You. Not to mention being very successful with his boy Notorious B.I.G. right alongside him.
The Tupac article had me pissed off, you know what I'm saying? Because first of all, he dissed my man, said my man turned his back on him, and I know for a fact that didn't happen, you know what I'm saying?
However, it seems P. Diddy's legacy has been a bit tainted recently because of some new information that's come out about how he's not that good of a guy. And he's actually like sort of the Jeffrey Epstein of rap, and that's pretty accurate, it seems like, at least.
Good morning. Quiet right now, but it was a chaotic scene with federal agents rushing into the home here behind me. There were two separate raids, one here in this upscale neighborhood, the other in Miami, both connected to a federal trafficking investigation.
How ironic that someone with the surname Combs is a groomer. Pew, pew, pew. But then, so you've definitely heard of P. Diddy. Well, he's getting sued by a fella named Little Rod, aka Rodney Jones. I'm assuming these are real service medals. Justin Dior Combs, P. Diddy's son, A. Diddy, J. Diddy, D. Diddy, I don't know what his name is. Ethiopia, the former CEO of Motown Records is also being sued. I'm just gonna be honest, she looks like she might be scheming right now. That is not a facial expression that people who are not schemers make. This guy, Lucien Charles Grange, also a massive schemer looking fella. Christina Coram, chief of staff at Combs Enterprises. Chief of staff, I thought that was a political thing, like an actual governmental position. I didn't realize that there was a chief of staff at Combs Enterprise. There are also other individuals named in the lawsuit that are just listed as John and Jane Does. Then there's all the record companies and corporations also named as defendants in the lawsuit. It's good to see UMG named. I like that. It's pretty cool. They pull some BS on us content creators, so, you know. So what is this lawsuit about? Well, the lawsuit alleges that Diddy was attempting to groom Little Rod into engaging in gay sex. That's right, gay sex. That's right, gay sex. The story is as follows. Diddy knew that Jones looked up to Stevie J, music producer, DJ, television personality fellow. He's won a Grammy for his work, and he's produced for artists like Mariah Carey, the Notorious B.I.G., and Jay-Z as well. So Diddy shared a video that allegedly showed Stevie J penetrating another fellow, all right? And Diddy said, this is normal practice in the music industry. Even Stevie J is doing it. You know, an appeal to an idol, I guess. What the hell? Shoo, bud, that takes that whole fucking, if your friends jumped off a bridge, would you go with them thing to a whole nother level, man. If your friends engaged in gay sex, would you do it with them? If they're in the music industry and they've won a Grammy, of course. Now, the photo that's in the lawsuit is not Stevie J. It's an older video of someone involved in Korn who confirmed on Twitter that it was in fact him and not Stevie J, which muddies the water of the lawsuit. So it's like, all right, what exactly is going on here? That's me, SMH. What do you mean it's you? Were you at Diddy's party?
Great.
No, I'm a Korn man. What the fuck? Diddy also informed Mr. Jones that he had engaged in sexual acts with two redacted rappers as well as Stevie J. And internet sleuths, by the way, were very quick to speculate as to who that could be, the two redacted names, and they proposed that it's Usher and Meek Mill. And they proposed this based on annotations at the bottom of the page, annotation 5 and 6. He's a Philadelphia rapper who dated Nicki Minaj. He performed at his Super Bowl and had a successful pregnancy. Man, that just like exposes him completely. It's not redacted at all, bro. That's quite literally just like, there's only one person. What do you do? That's not gonna keep him sick. You can't put that. You just redact the names and they can give you 20 questions. Wow, he's a Wapple, and also he dated Nicki Minaj and he's from Philadelphia. Philadelphia rapper who dated Nicki Minaj? Oh, crap. The lawsuit, as you can imagine, created a few miniature controversies in and of itself, but, you know, Meek Mill being named in this shit, he went on a day-long Twitter rant about being tied to the lawsuit, and Meek threatened DJ Academics because he was showing the lawsuit on stream. He specifically threatened him at the part where Academics reads the section above and called out Meek by name because he could, you know, put 2 and 2 there.
Yo, Meek. We were playing around with that Michael Rubin shit, but if you don't, you've been tweeting about you've been tweeting about everything on planet Earth. If you don't get a Twitter rant saying you about to get Lil Rod killed, you about to shoot up his block, blow his mama's house up, this is saying that you and Diddy were fornicating. What the me?
And then, instead of denying it, he calls Academics an alcoholic who's controlled by Yakub, which is pretty funny. He never even saw the lawsuit, apparently, before going on his rants. He thought it was AI-generated, possibly. Academics, didn't I tell you stop playing game with my name? IDK what I'ma do when I actually see you. It's gonna have to be a combination to it, though. Academics, an alcoholic fully powered by the white man. Do you think posting that on every website? They'd be so mad they can't stop its few groups. Get me his addy. I'ma shoot a full production music video in front of his house. Lol, seriously, get me that one in NJ. Was you trafficking women? TF wrong with you, Brody? Let's find the real lawsuit to make sure it's Mo computer generated. It's obvious I'm going indecent. Y'all gonna see a lot of bad press about me. I'm going against the system. They see it's wide open. We have a whole new system. This computer generated shit really deep faking y'all to try and destroy all the top place winners. Most people not smart enough to outbeat the A computer, they sheep. I can't be destroyed though. I'm a computer too outside. What the fuck? I can't read. Is this me? Or what is this? I love people just blaming shit on AI now, by the way. That's just like the most convenient excuse ever. If I am ever accused of anything horrendous, hopefully like murder or something like that, I'm just gonna be like, that's AI for sure. You what? Never mind, guys. Never mind. I do not own any trench coats like that. Okay, what the I only own dusters. When I got a girl around me, I'm effing her 2 times a day. Ask some of you favorites. P don't control me, but it's like a high. One love to the gay people, but that juicy P do it for me. I done ran red lights to get that feeling. Y'all weird on here like devils. Man, if there was ever convincing evidence that someone's not gay, I'd say it's that tweet right there, man. That's true. Also, who cares if you're gay or not? Who cares about all this? Jamari, one of my favorite commentary channels, also talked about this whole Meek Mill thing and shared some suspicious clips with Meek and Diddy together.
But either way, the internet started ripping into Meek Mill over these rumors, pulling up old tweets like this where he says, "This D good as hell." This picture was also circulating online saying that their matching outfits were couple goals.
It's good as man. Man, interesting. Very weird things, very suspicious. He also said that losing a cellmate is like losing a chick, which is awesome.
Nah, dude, you got Celly for 3 months.
That nigga cried when the Celly left.
Pack it up, go ahead to new jail. You gonna feel like you just lost a chick.
How many times you felt like that?
No.
You ain't never lose your celly and feel like you lost a chick.
No. I lost some cellies that was some good, you know, they went home, motherfuckers. And you'd be like, damn,
how many times you cried?
I ain't never cried, man.
Very, there's a lot of implication in that. There's a lot of data implicit in that statement. Losing a cellmate is like losing a chick. Is this a co-ed prison? No, probably not. Probably not, maybe. What do we think? What are we thinking, guys? What do we think? Also, Daddy.
Now, this video of Meek Mill hanging out in P. Diddy's pool while he talks to him has to be the hardest one to defend.
Hey, what's up, King Son? Man, you doing it, man. You deserve it, Daddy. You putting in that work. Proud of you. I love you. Yeah.
You doing it, Daddy, is insane.
All of that paired with a soundbite that's going around on Twitter, allegedly of Meek Mill getting stuffed like a Thanksgiving turkey by Diddy, that paints a full picture, all right? And it's not unusual for a fun good night with the homies to end up, one of them gets scored like an apple.
Yeah, why not? Love my homies in my asshole
unusual.
all the time.
I'm not speaking from experience, I'm just a guy. Oh my god. Holy fuck. That's real, isn't it? I bet that's real. No, it's not. It's alleged. Not including the funny little miniature dramas that were sparked from this lawsuit, it also alleges that Diddy would constantly solicit acts from Jones or force Jones to have sex with sex workers, which is very, very, very odd and classic using your power to influence and intimidate and control someone, which is Epstein style stuff, I mean, this is we've been here before. He also made promises to Jones like he would win a Grammy if he just magically, connected. He just docked, if they docked with one another. He offered him $250,000 to purchase some instruments and also offered him ownership of a $20 million home in Miami, which is fucking crazy. Oh wait, you mean this home that's being raided by the Department of Homeland Security?
We're told this is part of a federal investigation into human trafficking led out of the Southern District of New York. Once again, you're looking at live pictures from the home of Sean Combs, also known as Diddy. HSI is on the scene right now.
Wow. But there was trouble in paradise when Diddy would go from promising Jones the world to threatening him with harm. Diddy allegedly said that he was willing to hurt his own mother to get what he wants so he wouldn't think twice about harming Jones. Now, things get way darker, way worse. In July of 2023, there was a listening party in which Jones would solicit several for the party. At least 5 of them were under the age of 16, which is all crimes, all illegals. Everything is illegal about that. Also, all the women drank liquor, according to this document. Jones tried to leave the party, but DIDDIE forced him to stay. Jones was also to be passed off to Cuba Gooding Jr., that guy who played in some movies, I think he's been in some movies. While on a yacht, Diddy wanted Cuba to get to know Jones a little bit better, and Diddy left Cuba and Jones alone, which is very odd. I didn't know P. Diddy was that, like that famous or that powerful. P. Diddy net worth. Oof. I feel like when you get that powerful, you just get real evil, It's like you can't help it or something. It's like a thing. You just, you're not a person anymore, really. You're just a thing. You're just a thing. All your worst traits that are in every human are just hyper exaggerated when you don't have anyone to punch you in the face or tell you no because you have so much money. You have just so much influence and power. I don't know. Cuba Gooding Jr. allegedly began Mr. Jones, Little Rod, touching his butt crack and stuff. But obviously Little Rod rejected his advances and pushed him away, which is, good, I guess. This is Cuba touching him forcibly. It seems like bro kind of shit. I've had some bros do this before. You what? This is like a little bit too close, I guess. But all this though, is irrelevant because Cuba Gooding Jr. pled guilty to quite literally doing this Like, this is cut and dry. Cuba's not a great, he's a bad guy. There's 30 women that came forward in 2022 with accusations of unwanted touching by Cuba Gooding Jr. So he's kind of a piece of shit, allegedly. He pled guilty, though, of course, after he denied all charges and contended that he was unfairly tarnished in the era of Me Too, which is such a funny thing to say, and then plead guilty. Why are so many people such pieces of shit? One thing I did notice in this is that Cuba Gooding Jr. is not a defendant in this case, so there was inappropriate touching, but he's not actually listed as a defendant, so he doesn't care enough, I guess. I'm not exactly sure what that is, but Diddy also allegedly had his head of security, Fahim Muhammad, this guy who looks like an absolute badass who could make people and problems disappear for DIDDIE. Fahim Muhammad, what a nice guy. His work experience, Combs. Why even have a LinkedIn if you're just gonna work at one place? Oh wait, co-founder of Oasis Investment Group, self-employed. Jones was terrified of DIDDIE, and he felt like he couldn't tell him no, which is classic in these cases of, you know, someone incredibly rich and incredibly powerful just exercising their influence over someone not as rich and not as powerful. It's sad, it's up, it happens quite frankly all the time. When Jones would try to express his discomfort to Diddy's chief of staff, Christina Coram, she would downplay it and gaslight him into thinking it's no sort of big deal. These acts were Mr. Combs' way of showing that he likes you. Oh, he gets a little touchy, you know? He just gets a little touchy. We don't call him Mr. Combs touchy for no reason. It's because he's a fucking freak. Christina allegedly was also the one that would source drugs for DIDDI for his consumption. I'm gonna get someone who can source various goods for me, like foods and things like that. Not drugs, because I don't do drugs, I don't drink, I don't do any drugs except for copious amounts of CBD oil all the time. All right, because it keeps me, you know, keeps me level, keeps the head not hurting. I got chronic migraines, chronic masturbator, migraines. I'd like to get a guy for sourcing things, but not drugs, really. That seems weird. KK is now being called the Ghislaine Maxwell of the Diddy Enterprise, the Combs Network. This, by the way, is in the lawsuit itself. So you're noticing a lot of bad stuff. It's not only SA, but also accusations of sexual trafficking, which is very, very, very bad. And we've got a Ghislaine Maxwell to a DIDDIE, similar to the Jeffrey Epstein sort of thing that we covered in a previous video and that everybody knows about. Basically, this lawsuit's saying there's a lot of bad stuff. And, you know, how can you prove it? Well, we'll get into that. There's a little more, though. Diddy's staff also were instructed to call Mr. Muhammad if they were ever pulled over by police in Miami or California. A little corruption style there. I'm not sure what that even is supposed to mean. In September of 2022, there was also an alleged shooting that took place at the Chalice recording studio in Los Angeles. There was a heated altercation, allegedly, between Diddy and his son and his son's friend G, where Jones then heard shots ring out and saw Diddy and his son leave, and G was in the bathroom in the fetal position bleeding because he had been shot. Jones moved him to the front of the studio where an ambulance came and picked him up. Also, Jones alleges that Diddy told him to tell the police that the shooting took place just from a random drive-by shooter, which is absolutely crazy. I don't know if he did that or not. The lawsuit then goes on to say that the LAPD spent hours in the restroom and they didn't make any arrests and didn't even clean the blood off the floor, which I don't believe they do that anyways, but Diddy hired a cleaning crew to clean it up the next morning. Hours! I don't know why hours. There were no arrests. I'm not sure what. Maybe they were paid off. Maybe that's what they're alleging here. Who knows? The shooting was definitively concluded to have taken place about a block away, a half block away, and was the result of a robbery. And then G made his way to the studio because he was familiar with P. Diddy and his son. And even the Chalice recording studio where it allegedly happened, Jones is alleging this. They made a statement in regard to the shooting. The amended filing includes a message. The shooting occurred a half block away from Chalice, and it was the result of a robbery. There are police reports corroborating this. Please wait for facts to come out before you start contributing to the defamation of our organization. But Jones maintains that police saw the blood in the bathroom and they still went with the bogus claim. This is all Jones. This is saying a lot, though. And the reason Jones is saying this, I believe, is because of the perceived connection and ties to law enforcement through Muhammad and his reputation of having people and problems disappear or whatever the they were trying to say. 2 months later, police arrested 3 individuals that were allegedly involved in the shooting and a string of robberies. That includes the shooting of G on September 12th, 2022. Now, come to present day, P. Diddy's homes and businesses or whatever have been raided due to this trafficking lawsuits, I think.
Overnight, heavily armed federal authorities staging coordinated coast-to-coast raids at properties belonging to music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. Homeland Security investigations team seen descending on his multi-million-dollar home in Los Angeles, going room to room and hauling away boxes. Across the country, more investigators swarmed the rapper's property in a wealthy section of Miami, appearing to carry out a laptop.
I'm not sure. He flew away. He flew away like a large bird, and he escaped this, and now he's in the Caribbean, as far as we know. This shit just, like, started happening yesterday, basically.
It's a gloomy Tuesday morning here in Antigua, and we're here because of this aircraft in focus. So here we see a black Gulfstream. Registration number, the tail number is November 1969 Charlie. And as we understand it, this Gulfstream is registered owner is Sean Diddy Combs.
So that fucking escaped to the Caribbean, as far as we know, on his little PJ, but his many homes and mansions have been raided by Homeland Security. Laptops, phones, all that shit have been seized.
A Homeland Security investigation spokesperson told ABC News on Monday, quote, earlier today, Homeland Security Investigations New York executed law enforcement actions as part of an ongoing investigation with assistance from HSI Los Angeles, that's Homeland Security, HSI Miami, and our local law enforcement partners.
There are sources that say he was in Miami when his Miami home was raided, and the speed at which they raided and the violence and momentum that they approached that whole situation with suggests that they were worried about evidence being destroyed and deleted. It was a old-fashioned no-knock. It was pretty interesting to see.
Multiple sources tell NBC News Combs was in Miami during the searches and had several phones seized before he was scheduled to leave for a trip to the Bahamas.
The speed at which it appears these raids were conducted suggests that agents were concerned that they needed to secure evidence quickly and prevent anyone from destroying evidence before they got there.
Why exactly was he raided? It wasn't all because of the first lawsuit. It I'm sure had something to do with it, but there was a lawsuit open in New York that alleges insane levels of trafficking, human trafficking.
According to NBC News, a source indicated that federal authorities have interviewed 3 women and 1 man in New York in connection to allegations of trafficking, assault, and the solicitation and distribution of illegal drugs and firearms, and that interviews with other individuals are also planned.
And on top of this, quite a few people have come forward saying that bad things happen between them as underage thems versus P. Diddy. It's pretty bad. There was a woman, a Jane Doe in 2023 that opened a suit against him as well, and this is part of a string of many other women who have raised their voices against Diddy recently, and Jones, Little Rod. Apparently, P. Diddy preyed on vulnerable high school-aged teenagers, and it was all part of a trafficking scheme. There's a lot of stuff that's lining up here. It seems like the buck has stopped, though, for Mr. Diddy. So many lawsuits, so many allegations. I don't think I've ever seen so many outside of Jeffrey Epstein. All these allegations, to me, are insane, and the fact that they are leading to more and more allegations that are coming out, it inclines me to believe it is true. As just someone that, you know, is watching, plus the Homeland Security raid, you know, people actually being arrested, it's crazy. And apparently Diddy was in Miami when his home was being raided. Sources are that TMZ has a video of him outside the Miami airport, and he looks panicked. He looks a little bit upset. He looks a little scared here. He's just walking back and forth.
Nope.
Dude, me when my stomach hurts and I'm waiting to have to go poop
You
again.
wonder what's going to happen next, Diddy.
Damn, this guy's commentating on it. Let's have a slow-mo shot of Diddy walking. Look at him. He seems like a nice guy from afar. I'm naive, though. I'm naive. His home has been seized. His name has been tarnished. There's probably 15 more lawsuits coming soon. No doubt P is a little freaked out. My boy P. Just kidding. He's not my boy. He's also 54. He's old. Now, as you can imagine, the internet, Twitter, all that is having a massive meltdown over this drama. People are tweeting about the P. Diddy crimes, the old ones that have been brought up. There's old clips surfacing of 50 Cent, Cat Williams, and more talking about P. Diddy. 50 Cent even posted on Instagram talking about Jay-Z, saying he was missing, and asked if anybody had seen him, which I'm not sure exactly what this means. It is pretty funny. He's poking fun at P. Diddy, though. I like that. 50 Cent, he seems like a pretty cool guy.
I look at the computer say, Floyd said, T.I., Nelly,
50. I'm like, what do you say f me for? Now they f your first baby mama, Melissa, then took your fiance. Say f that nigga.
He's that smart water fella, isn't he? He's that smart water fella, isn't he? I think he is.
Curtis Jackson again. You guys know, without a doubt, I promote vitamin water the best. Vitamin water! None of those other guys would do that. Shit. That wasn't part of the skit.
I'm the candy guy. If you want to buy some candy, go to sour.gg. I make candy. We make candy. We got a big team out there making candy. It's pretty delicious. Cat Williams, he's been talking about exposing big demons for a while now and said that they'll be catching hell in 2024 is the year of the... What is it? The year of the rat? No, it's the year of... what is it? What is it? The year of the... Is it a wood pig year? What? I don't know. Who cares? But regardless of that, 2024 is the year that all lies will be exposed, according to Catissimus Dorsi.
All of these big deviants is all catching hell in 2024. It's up for all of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way. The truth is the light.
Big deviants, bud. Drake style, all right? Swing that thing around. I'm kind of a big deviant myself a little bit, you know? You ever seen that Drake video? Imagine that, but that's mine folded in half. It seemed like Catissimus Williams actually knew what was going to happen now, because he mentioned his name and everything, and who else is going to go down this year? I'm excited to see what happens, dude. This is a year for justice so far, it seems like, and a lot of other terrible stuff, though. Unfortunately, a lot of bad shit's been happening lately. Here comes the Black Swan. This is insane, by the way. Like, someone like me who's not really in the world that much, but I'm interested in it, right? I actually care what happens, and a lot of, you know, the popular culture zeitgeist don't really care, but it's more like watching sports. I kind of care just for, you know, a little bit of fun, whatever. It's not a priority of mine by any means. He's kind of a big deal. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know that shit, and now I do, and it's insane. And people been combing P. Diddy's past with a fine-tooth brush. I don't want to say comb twice. There are so many suspicious things that have happened in this man's past, whether it's interactions with other megastars or artists talking about him in ways that are incredibly off-putting. 50 Cent does not like him. We've learned that already. When Justin Bieber was only 15 years old, him and Pitty spent some time together. There was a clip circulating online that Pitty offered him a car when he was 16 in a mansion when he turns 18, which is fucking crazy.
But yeah, the keys is yours when you 16, you're good to go.
I'm good to go.
Yeah. And then when you get 18, you get the house. You get the mansion.
Okay. I get the mansion.
Then he starts talking about spending 48 hours together and saying how it's going to be a 15-year-old's dream. I don't know what the f that means.
So check this out, yo. Justin, you ever seen the movie 48 Hours? Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. They're having the times of their lives, like, you know, where we hanging out and what we doing. We can't really disclose, but it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream.
He then also says that he's got custody of Justin, and then follows that up with how the fact that Justin is signed to Usher and how he has legal guardianship of Usher.
You know, I have been given custody of him. You know, he signed to Usher.
I'm signed to Usher.
I had legal guardianship of Usher when you know he did his first album. I did Usher's first album. I don't have legal guardianship of him, but for the next 48 hours, he's with me.
Like, because you are his, you are also mine. Very strange. He then says that they're gonna go buck full crazy, which I don't know what the that means, but in light of what's coming out, I don't want to speculate, to be honest. Then Justin says, let's go get some girls. Don't know what that means.
And we gonna go buck full crazy.
Going crazy.
Crazy.
I'm taking this out tonight.
What you wanna do? What you wanna do over the next 48 hours?
48 hours. Let's go. Let's just go get some girls. Let's go get some girls.
Man after my heart. That's what I'm talking about.
This was 15 years ago, by the way, so it's fucking strange. The specific mention of Usher, by the way, is intriguing to me because there's a video of Usher talking about his experience living with Diddy at age 13.
Moved to New York City, and I lived with Sean Puffy Combs for a year.
That's the crazy thing. Now, that was L.A. Reid's idea, right? We're sending you over to something called Puffy Flavor Camp.
There you go.
To learn
Flavor Camp?
Yeah,
Flavor
that's
Camp.
what it was called. and you're going to go to Puff Daddy's. He's going
In the 90s, do you understand what that's like?
Yeah, so it goes all the way back to the 90s, and Usher said he saw some interesting things, and I saw some interesting things at that Super Bowl halftime show. I tell you what.
Puffy's place was like just filled with chicks and orgying like nonstop, right?
No, not really. I
Come
mean,
on.
but hey, it was curious. I got a chance to see some things.
Yeah, but you were 13. What were you seeing?
I went there to see the lifestyle.
Right.
And I saw it. And it was but I don't know if I could indulge and understand what I was even looking at. It was pretty wild.
It's just really weird, dude. The whole thing is really weird. Diddy, obviously a massive big chungus monster, the Jeffrey Epstein of the rap world. I wonder who else we're gonna see this with. Is this just like a thing that happens a lot and we're just finding out about it now for some reason? All I know is we need Lil Rod to tweet, "I'm not S-word." I say, you know, like he's a sound of mind, whatever it is, because he might get whistleblowed. I'm not sure what's going on here. Will Diddy be charged? We have no idea. Ultimately, we need to wait and see, guys. But it seems like it's over for Pitty.
Sean motherfucking Combs, you, your mammy, your daddy, you ain't the pappy. Well, you probably is. You're giving AIDS. You're giving AIDS. Stop f***ing people up the ass and stop getting up the ass with little kids. You, R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, Harvey Weinstein, all y'all motherfuckers. I hope you...
And there you have it, guys. New York City for you.
Is that legal to say I hope someone dies? Because I might start saying that if that's legal. But justice first.
Rumors are gaining traction that Xbox is actually working on a handheld. Now, even Phil Spencer has done an interview where he sat down and he talked about how much he likes having handheld, seemingly pointing to the fact that they might be making one. How would they approach it? What would theirs, sort of look like if they were to do one? But my question is why? Now, previously I did say, look, I would be really excited to see Xbox sort of push into the handheld space, especially with the help of the Microsoft Surface team. I think they could make a really, really great device, but given recent developments with their own hardware struggles and even comments coming out of the GDC, we'll be looking at some of that. I'm just sort of curious why they would do this, not because I wouldn't be interested in Microsoft having to innovate and push into the gaming handheld space, but because it sort of seems out of step with the growing sense that their focus is sort of shifting to software and game publishing over hardware. And yes, I know Sarah Bond said what she said during the podcast, and perhaps that's what this is. There were rumors previous to this that were talking about the next console being a dockable handheld. Now, maybe that's what this is. Maybe we're looking at a cloud hybrid that is also dockable. Maybe you can take it with you. Could this be the big technical leap? Like in their mind, if they do like sort of a really awesome handheld that then can be docked and then it can do cloud as well as native, that could be a big technical leap in their mind. So we're going to be looking at all of this. I put all of the good information right here at the beginning of the video. You might be like, why is this video so long? Well, it's a live stream, so if you want to be here for the live discussions, make sure you hit subscribe and the bell button so you don't miss the content. There's also extra content. If you click the join button, make sure you select the $6 tier to get into all of the extra shows that we do. Could Xbox enter the landscape of handheld gaming? Well, recent rumors seem to indicate that they are working on a handheld, which has some Xbox fans excited and others asking why. Now, in previous streams and previous content, I actually said that I would actually rather see Xbox make an awesome handheld versus them sort of trying to do another high-end console, especially after what happened with the Series X and the Series S. So I do, though, have to sort of agree with the sentiment of, like, why would they be doing this? This doesn't seem to sort of fit with what they've been talking about. Maybe it does. Maybe it's, right in line with Play Anywhere.
I was using the wrong
there are, though, I think, existing
remedies.
handhelds that let folks engage with the Xbox ecosystem. There was a Phil Spencer interview we are going to look at, though, where he doesn't seem to think those feel like an Xbox. There's also the impending Nintendo Switch 2. And, is it going to be worth Microsoft sort of doing the research, the development, the investment, the raw materials they'll have to acquire just to create a handheld? But it could be more than just a handheld, according to other rumors. We heard that maybe this was like a dockable thing. We've heard about the console cloud hybrid, the FTC leaks. There were a lot of different things they were thinking about doing. Satya Nadella was like, let's just make a controller and people can access that way. So there's a lot of ways this plays out. So first I want to walk through the history of handheld gaming devices. No, I will not be going all the way back to the very first Game Boy, but I want to look at sort of the recent development with devices like the Nintendo Switch, the Steam Deck, the Asus ROG Ally, and the like. Now, second, we do need to then look at the rumors. Like, is that why this is happening? Is there this potential of that market sort of taking off? The history of handhelds could be playing a part here. We also have comments from Phil Spencer about his newfound love for handhelds, right? And he's tried them all. Now, there's also some Microsoft patents that could be contributing to this potential hardware plan that they have in place. And then lastly, I am going to tell you what I think. There's a lot to consider here. Recent comments from gamesindustry.biz after GDC. It's just not looking very good for Xbox on the hardware front. It's not looking good on the third-party company front. Like, third-party games and developers are questioning just putting stuff on Xbox going forward, which is not surprising. Some of us kind of predicted that would start to happen. But I'm actually torn because I kind of want an Xbox handheld, but I'm also questioning the business reasons behind making one. Like, would they see good cause and good reason to do this? So let's just think about the history here of handhelds. This all started with the Nintendo Switch, and now others are going to argue differently. They're going to like, well, no, the Game Boys, all the different iterations of the Game Boy, or maybe even the Wii U. But for me, and from my perspective on actual handhelds that we're seeing in the market now, the Nintendo Switch, in my estimation, was disruptive. It created an entirely new idea, and it wasn't sold on power, it wasn't sold on graphics or performance. It was sold on an idea that people scoffed at. You know, many still remain skeptical if that's worth buying or worth using, but it far exceeded everybody's expectations. Even during the FTC trial, Bobby Kotick, former Activision CEO, he indicated that they underestimated the Nintendo Switch, and he seemed at some level to even be sort of regretful about that. You know, the Switch was in 2017, and it is massively saturated the market. Now, 5 years, the Switch comes out in 2017. 5 years later, the Steam Deck is introduced, and I remember when there was talk about a Steam Deck, people were like, really? Why? Why would you make a device like that? And then the device was very much in high demand. It was very difficult to get one. Then a year later, the Asus ROG Ally. Everybody always says it differently, but that's just how I say it. That came out a year later. And then later in the same year, there was the Lenovo Legion Go. Say that 5 times fast, right? The Lenovo Legion Go. So it would seem that the idea of a handheld as a gaming device, I believe it's taking hold. You know, the market is supporting it. Now, I don't know if it's going to see massive growth. I don't know if the Nintendo Switch has set an expectation. I mean, if you just look in Japan alone, like 1 in every 4 people, according to their population numbers, and the number of Nintendo Switches sold in Japan, like 1 in every 4 people has a Nintendo Switch. That's an insane saturation rate. And so maybe this is a way that Xbox sees they could cut into markets where handheld gaming is more prominent. The FTC leaks indicated that Microsoft was considering something that maybe could be a handheld, maybe a controller, maybe a cloud hybrid console that wouldn't be super expensive because it would be leaning on xCloud for, you know, running your games. Now, this makes the recent batch of rumors maybe easy to believe. So what are those rumors? Well, pulling from Insider Gaming, Jez Corden of the Xbox 2 podcast has claimed that Xbox is working on a native Xbox handheld. Now, there were prototypes in the past, but Jez makes sure to clarify this is not what he is speaking about. More from Insider Gaming. Quote, on the Xbox 2 podcast, Corden said, I know that they've, Xbox, have got handheld prototypes right now. He soon clarified that these are new prototypes. These are not old prototypes that have often been referred to. As pointed out in the podcast, prototypes don't necessarily mean that new products are coming to market, but Xbox pursuing a handheld is not all that surprising. That was Insider Gaming's opinion, okay? I tend to agree, okay? It's not surprising that they would be looking into it. Now, it is important, though, to remember that prototypes, they might never make it to market. We may never get a product. They may be testing this. They may scrap it. They may do their own market projections and just say, yeah, there's nothing, this won't work, okay? We can't get the price low enough. We heard that about the Keystone. There was like a dongle, like a cloud dongle, and if they couldn't get the price low enough, they just weren't going to bring it to market. Now, before anybody says, oh, this is going to be a cloud device, Jez has already shot that down. He said, no, this will not be a cloud handheld, a fully native Xbox handheld. Those are his words. obviously has everybody's attention. Okay, well, would that be the next console? Is that what Sarah Bond was talking about? According to Insider Gaming, quote, various rumors have suggested that the console's next generation of consoles could be a dockable handheld similar to the Nintendo Switch. I've already made reference to this, right? We heard this rumor weeks ago, and I thought it could be connected to the cloud console hybrid. Maybe they've got this idea of it's an all-in-one where you can take it with you, you can dock it, it can leverage the cloud, it can install things natively, but maybe if you want better performance, you would leverage the cloud. I don't know if they're going to be able to push out 4K gaming on the cloud. Like, is that going to be one of their selling points? I've continued to say that maybe the Xbox Series S gets turned into a cloud box. This would streamline development. So if you develop a game, you sort of have to develop for the cloud, but then would you also then have to develop it for this native handheld? Now, we have to remember that Sarah Bond said this during that podcast. She said, quote, there's some exciting stuff coming out in hardware, and we're going to share this holiday. So I feel this might be related to the digital Series X that was recently leaked due to a dev kit rating in South Korea. So maybe that's where they're going to announce this holiday, a digital Series X. Don't think there's going to be super high demand for that, but it's something to announce. It's new hardware to push. But maybe they're planning to announce this handheld earlier than that, okay? Now, in the same podcast, Sarah Bond also said, what we've really focused on there is delivering the largest technical leap you will have ever seen in a hardware generation. So she's talking about the next generation of hardware that they start working on. Now, this could certainly be a big technical leap in their mind if they do some sort of a dockable handheld. According to PC Gamer, quote, Microsoft's new patent promises more efficient ray tracing for the Xbox, and that could be a real boon for AMD graphics cards. That article is not old. It sounds like, oh man, that's something Microsoft probably have done for a while. No, that was just published the same day that everybody started talking about these rumors about the Xbox handheld. Now, the article there from PC Gamer said the following. Microsoft's patent is primarily targeted towards improving ray tracing performance on its Xbox Series X consoles. The technique could be implemented on any platform, as it's not specific toward any particular hardware. Now, given that the Series S largely does not support ray tracing, it's just never really there. It's only in a handful of games, and even then it's not really the same full suite of ray tracing that you might see in other games on other devices. So I don't know if they're trying to leverage this ray tracing technology for the S, or is it for the X, or is it just like a generic thing they're developing to help AMD tech or AMD GPUs do a better job with ray tracing? We've talked about this before with the PS5 Pro, where developers really want to leverage more ray tracing because it automates some of the lighting work, and they prefer that. It speeds things up. And so the PS5 Pro is going to accelerate ray tracing. Well, it sounds like Xbox and Microsoft are setting their sights on the same thing, like we need to do a better job with ray tracing because developers want to use it. Now, maybe they're developing this for the handheld or maybe xCloud, given that the Series X's are used for the xCloud server blades. Now, Phil Spencer also had some thoughts on what a handheld might look like. He sat down with Polygon for an interview, and the article title claims the following: a handheld Xbox, Microsoft's gaming chief can't stop thinking about it. Now, according to the article, Spencer has tried the Steam Deck, the ROG Ally, and the Lenovo Legion Go. And his biggest frustration is that they don't feel like an Xbox. They lack some of his games, or maybe they don't offer cross-save. And the article claims that, according to Spencer, the Xbox hardware team, led by Ronin Sones, is considering, quote, different hardware form factors and things that they could go do. What should we build that will find new players, Spencer said, that will allow people to play at times when they couldn't play in the past? Now, you'll notice his emphasis there is right at the end. What can we do that'll let players play at times where they couldn't play in the past? Well, in the interview, he references he's been using his handhelds on planes and while traveling. So it's pretty easy to connect the dots here. But it starts to get confusing because pushing forward the question why, why would you do this? Okay, it gets even more confusing when Phil says the following. He says, I want everything that we're doing in the hardware space to be great, but if somebody chooses to play today somewhere else, I don't want them to feel like a lesser Xbox player. Now, this makes me wonder, what would the value proposition of the Xbox handheld be? Would it be power? Are you going to make it really strong? Are you going to have a 60 FPS handheld? Like, that would be what I would want to see. It's one of the main reasons I haven't really got into the handhelds, because I don't want to play games at 30 FPS. Would this, Xbox handheld be offered for ecosystem synergy? According to Polygon, he wouldn't officially announce it, but he does seem to be heavily hinting at it, and this is what they had to say. Spencer wouldn't outright announce an official Xbox handheld, but he did say he sees a similar level of creativity coming to hardware that Xbox has brought to software. Now, they closed the interview by saying that the Nintendo Wii helped at the time push software innovation. So in his mind, a handheld like hardware innovation would then potentially push software innovation as well. So what do I think about all of this? Well, I have to admit, I'm a little torn on this subject. I would love a natively strong portable Xbox, and people are like, why? Why would you want that? Well, it would be perfect for the games that I play on Game Pass. Games like RoboQuest, Brotato, even Diablo 4. Like, if Diablo 4 was in a better spot, that's perfect for a handheld. That's perfect when you're sort of on the go. Now, obviously, that would require Wi-Fi, but when I'm traveling and I'm at my brother's house, or I'm at the beach, or I'm going to visit family in Florida, or I'm flying, there's usually pretty good Wi-Fi available. Not necessarily maybe for cloud gaming, but for a game that requires you to be online. And even still, there's games, like I said, like RoboQuest, Brotato, even a game like Ori. Both of the Oris would be just fantastic replays on a portable device. There's also other games sort of in that vein I just never really have time for, and that's the great time to check out those indie titles or those lesser known titles that are hanging out on Game Pass. Now, somebody asked me in a members only stream, well, why would you buy this? Well, they said, how often are you using your PlayStation Portal when you're traveling? Now, the PlayStation Portal is limited because it needs really good Wi-Fi, and it has been great. It's a very useful accessory. Within my home, when I stream with my wife, she can play on a PlayStation right here on the screen, and then I can play on the other PlayStation but still be next to her. I'm just playing on the portable. It's great when I'm on the couch with the kiddos and both TVs are taken, but I still want to play with them, or I want to play a game on my own. It was solid when I had good hotel Wi-Fi or when I was at my brother's house. But if I'm traveling, if I'm flying especially, or driving in a car, and we're taking turns driving, it would be great to have a native Xbox handheld. It'd be great to have a native PlayStation, something that would run the games. Now, again, I would like them to run the games well. I'm not interested in playing games at 30 FPS on a handheld. If I was interested in that, I would just be playing Zelda on the Switch or something like that. Now, I will say this, though. The big AAA cinematic or like narrative-driven experiences, those are probably best experienced on my big TV and on my couch. But you've got Game Pass games that are shorter, or they're just a little bit more casual in the way that they're designed, like a RoboQuest or a Brotato. And I've got a backwards compatible catalog. I've got all these Xbox titles. That would be perfect to play those on a handheld. Now, I will say that I would need that strong native performance because, as I've said, I would not want to play games at 30. And if that takes longer to come to market, so be it. If Xbox pushes out a handheld and it largely runs games at 30, I would sit that one out. I wouldn't see the reason to buy it. It's why I didn't get a Steam Deck, because most of the games I would play on it, I wasn't going to get the best performance, or I wasn't going to get the performance that I would want. I know the Steam Deck is a great device and it's popular, but it just wasn't going to suit my needs. Now, if that's what ends up pulling me over to an Xbox handheld, I would certainly do it if they were able to hit those thresholds. But despite what I would want or what I would respond to, many are asking, like, why would Xbox do this? Who is this for? While I think it has more potential than another attempt at a high-end console, I actually think, like, if they're choosing between the two, a handheld has more potential. I think there's more opportunities for growth in that market. The console market has very much settled, and it's not going their way. So I think that's a smart move to, like, let's pivot in the cloud, let's pivot into a handheld. But you have to consider something. The Switch 2 is on the horizon. The Steam Deck and other handhelds already let folks engage with the Xbox ecosystem. So who would this device be for? Now, if it's dockable like the Switch, and maybe it's part of this console cloud hybrid that we've heard about, I could see that making more sense than just sort of a standalone native handheld. It would be part of a larger experience. They're essentially telling you every screen's an Xbox. You can take your screen with you. You can play it on your TV screen. You've got this dockable thing. You can take that with you as well, and you can plug it in, or you can just play on the cloud. Now, this could also be related to cloud streaming licensing. The PlayStation Portal gets around the need for every individual game's TOS to allow for cloud streaming. You might not be aware of this, but that's why a lot of games are not available on cloud, because the publishers are making cloud streaming very expensive because they want to cut. So if a third-party game that's not owned by Xbox, if they're like, no, cloud streaming is not available in our TOS unless you pay us a significant amount of money or whatever, that might be why the games that you own are not available on cloud streaming. There's a lot of licensure problems going on right now. But let's say you had a handheld that you could install the games natively. Well, that's not cloud streaming. Or maybe it could feature remote play. Like maybe you don't want to install the games natively, but maybe you just want to remote play to your Xbox. Well, that's how the PlayStation Portal works. That kind of gets around those, red tape license issues. So it could offer both native installed games, but maybe remote play as well. And again, maybe cloud. But Xbox hardware and Xbox as a platform is not in the greatest spot, according to GameIndustry.biz. In a recent podcast after the GDC, Chris Drings shared some information that Xbox fans are not finding much comfort in. Apparently, a major company who released a big game last year basically said, I don't know why we bother supporting Xbox. Chris felt after the GDC that Xbox is in real trouble as a hardware manufacturer because they're flatlining in Europe. You're seeing sales decline virtually across every month. They're just not getting any saturation. They're going to fall below Xbox One saturation at this point. And there's also other feedback from third-party developers and indie studios about it just isn't worth putting games over there. The podcast also touched on how third-party publishers were actually having to put a lot of work to get the games on the Series S version and a Series X version, but then they basically said the real market where we make our money, where we make the vast majority of our sales, is on the PC and the PlayStation 5. In other words, they were spending more time and money developing for Xbox where they make the least amount of their money. Okay, that's not a business equation that companies are going to keep signing up for. So people tried to hand wave this when we talked about this in the past and accused me of hate. These are just business realities that if you don't have the footprint, if you don't have the consumer base, and your platform requires more work, that's a really, really hard pill for developers to swallow. They're spending more money on the platform where they make the least. So a lot of the Xbox news and the developments and the decline in hardware sales, it's not just affecting the consumer perspective. This is having an effect on what the developers and the publishers think as well. So how would a handheld help given the current circumstances? Maybe market research is pointing to a growing demand for gaming console handhelds, and Microsoft wants to be a part of that. If the Surface team is helping, and the recent patents help with the performance on this mobile handheld device, I could see it giving Microsoft a road into a potential growing market. But I could also see them saying, look, let's just publish within that growing market and not take on the cost and the risk, because usually items like this are a loss lead. They're expensive to make. The demand is always not that strong, so you're not making a ton of them. You're not selling a ton of them. They might decide that it's just not worth it. Remember, these were just prototypes. No matter how you shake it, I think it's clear the next piece of Xbox hardware is not going to be what anybody expected a few years ago. But that's just my take. What's your take? So let me give you my closing thoughts and conclusions, like as a way I usually use this like transition to talking to the live audience. Good to see you, live audience. Thanks for being here. Make sure you guys are smashing the like button. First thing I want to say is the evolution of Xbox has reached a point where it's very difficult to predict what happens next. 4 years ago, it looked like we were headed into another console face-off. Now it seems like the future is going to be very different. And if that includes an Xbox handheld, and the rumors suggest even PlayStation's trying to figure out a native handheld as well, the question would be, will either of these companies be able to cut into a market that is dominated by the Switch? And then there's already the Steam Deck, the ROG Ally, and the Lenovo. Now, they're not exactly oversaturating the market. It's not like you're trying to go in and compete with Leviathans, but, they were there first. Now, maybe those devices, the Steam Deck and the Ally and the Lenovo Legion Go, maybe those are just proving that the concept can work, that there is a market to foster and grow there. And if that makes space for an Xbox handheld, I would be mostly interested in the performance. Now, the second thing I want to say is this. The same podcast from GameIndustry.biz indicated that they had heard that the majority, in quotes here, the majority of Xbox games would be coming to PlayStation. Now, on that token, notable leaker Sneaker SO said the following: I know of several high-profile Bethesda titles whose port work started up a few months ago. I also have some knowledge on ABK in general, and not a single project that was in development or that has gotten an initial approval to have an exploratory milestone achieved has had a single discussion on exclusivity. I also now know of several titles that fall squarely under Xbox Game Studios, titles that have yet to be announced, and they are now doing PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch 2 development. The console wars are basically over. The public just doesn't know it yet. Now, that's an older statement from Sneaker SO, but you can start to see it's getting a lot of traction. We're seeing the evidence of that come to fruition. This might make more sense as to why Xbox is doing a handheld. The Play Anywhere pairs perfectly with an Xbox console that you can literally take with you anywhere. And it helps bridge the gap. I think maybe public perception is that Xbox games are everywhere. Xbox is everywhere, right? If the games land everywhere, why not have Xbox everywhere? On your smart TV, on your television, on your mobile device, and a handheld that can dock and turn into a console. You know, why not after you're seeing this? Why wouldn't you find Xbox games on the Nintendo Switch 2 or the PlayStation 5 or the PlayStation 6? My conclusion is this. As it is to be expected, the comments about Xbox flatlining in the EU and devs not seeing the point in putting their games on Xbox, well, it's all being dismissed and hand-waved away. Just like it was hand-waved away that first-party games would be coming to PlayStation and Nintendo. Well, that's just ridiculous. That'll never happen. The same hand-waving happened when many of us brought up the Series S bottleneck problems with memory and how that was going to cause developers more trouble and make them want to skip Xbox altogether. That was all hand-waved. Well, it's all happening. And as far as I can tell, just like all of the other things that we've heard, the reality of Xbox not having a good place in hardware and third-party developers and publishers thinking it's not worth putting games over there, I believe that reality will make landfall soon. Just recently, a game that was actively promoted at an Xbox showcase in the past said that they have halted production for Xbox because they wanted to ensure they would make the best experience for the PlayStation 5 and the PC, and that the Xbox version would get focus after. Well, that's another de facto timed exclusive. But you know what? I'm sure it has nothing to do with the Series S, and it has nothing to do with declining console sales for Xbox. It has nothing to do with the game sales numbers always being the lowest for Xbox. This is just an Xbox tax, right? There certainly is an Xbox tax, one that Xbox Series X owners have been paying for the last 4 years, but it's not from the industry, it's not from the media or the gaming press. The Xbox tax bill is sent directly from Xbox themselves. But those are just my thoughts. Now it's time to hear your thoughts. And that is the show open, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Make sure you're going through the daily ritual of smashing that like button. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. If you want to talk in the chat, make sure you subscribe. Subscribing is totally free, and you can instantly talk in the chat as soon as you subscribe. We'd love to have you be a part of the conversation here and the community here, and a great way to do that is to be a member. And William Breimer renews his membership as a VIP, and Lotus Esprit, as usual, bringing the heat with a $20 super chat tip during the show open. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. I gotta tell you, I would buy one if it was going to give me good performance, because that's the place where I would play Game Pass games. Like, if I want to play a game like God of War Ragnarok, like, I want to be in my living room, right? I want to be on the big TV. But if I'm wanting to play like Brotato or RoboQuest, you know, there's a bunch of Game Pass games I've looked at. I'm like, that game actually looks kind of fun. I just don't have time, right? I just don't have time. Well, what better way to hack through that backlog or to go back into my, you know, my backwards compatibility catalog if I had a native handheld? Yo, Patrick Q with the first gifted member of the day. Han shot first, and so did you. Guys, we have a bit of a hill to climb. If you guys want a Friday night stream this week, we got to hit 2,500 members. My wife and I will be coming back from a Friday night thing, and because of that, we were not going to do a show. But if you guys can get us to 2,500 members before Friday, we will do a community game night this week. It'll be the second community game night of the month, and currently we're at 2183. So we basically need about 300 members, not 300, about 250. We need about 250 members before Friday. I believe that you guys can do that. If you do about 100 a day, no problem. I gift right away every 25, so you guys can take care of that. I have faith in you. That's what happens if you can't build your own console's popularity. Somebody said something about shovelware. Shovelware is, yeah, maybe. Well, it's this weird, I do this, I don't know about you guys. I don't know if you do this, but I do this. I triage games according to like their style and their genre. So if I'm sitting down, like last night I played more Rise of the Ronin, and this morning I played more Rise of the Ronin. I've got little windows of time, and I'm like, let me work on something, okay? When I have those little windows of time to play, the last thing I'm going to go do is play Brotato or RoboQuest. It's not because I don't like those games. It's because, I'm in my living room. I'm on the couch. I've got the TV. I want to play a game that is that's larger in scope, or one that I'm spending a lot of time with, or one that has a cinematic, punch, or it's very strong narratively, right? But if I'm in the car, or I'm in an airplane, and I'm just trying to pass the time, that's the perfect time for a game like Brotato or Vampire Survivors or RoboQuest. The environment, maybe I'm the only one like this, but I feel like certain environments are more conducive to certain gameplay experiences. Like, I don't want to sit on an airplane and play The Last of Us Part 2, but dude, I would gladly pass the 2-hour long flight just playing some Brotato. Do you see, like, this is where I see a happy marriage between an Xbox handheld and, Game Pass and, more, I don't like saying shovelware. I want to say, like, more casual, more indie style games that I would love to make time for. And there, I have those spurts of time where I'm away on vacation, or I'm in a car, I'm in an airplane or something, where that's when I could play those types of games. Yo, Joker Quinn with a gifted member, thank you so much. He's like, come on, boys, we can do this before Friday night. Let's not miss out. Playing Hellblade on a plane with crappy headphones. Yeah, exactly. You fly that often? Probably twice a year that I fly. Probably 3 times a year we're driving fairly far. And I would also say there are times where in the house, if the kiddos had both TVs, I could see playing on this thing. If both televisions are taken up, typically what I do right now is I just play on the Portal. Maybe I didn't have anything to play that I wanted to play on the Portal. Maybe I felt like playing, RoboQuest. Maybe I felt like playing, I'm trying to think of all the other ones. Cocoon. Cocoon looked like a really, really cool puzzle game, and I just couldn't make time for it. I don't know. It's not about how often I would use it. It's about it would be great to have it in those instances. Like, sometimes you don't buy something like that because you're like, oh my gosh, I'm going to be using this every single week. Like, obviously, when you upgrade your phone or you buy an accessory for your phone or a case or something like that, you're obviously buying something that is then endemic to your life. Like, every single day, you're looking at this thing that's helping you. It's a tool. It's an asset. It's an accessory to your life. Other times it's like, no, I just really would like a nice thing for when I'm traveling. Or like when I bought the Bluetooth headphones that, I now wear every day here, I just plug them in. When I originally bought these, I was traveling, I don't know, every 2 months, maybe every 3 months. These weren't cheap, but I wanted to have really good noise-canceling headphones when I was on a plane. Before I say anything, this is not aimed at you, Reforge. I don't understand Xbox releasing more games than either Sony or Nintendo last year and this year, but no one talks about that. Because people don't generally flock to quantity. They talk about quality. The talk of the town last year was Baldur's Gate 3, was Zelda, Spider-Man 2, Alan Wake 2, You know what I'm saying? Like, I get where you're coming from, but that's something I've talked about a lot, is that cadence over quality doesn't work. It doesn't. If you're more concerned with like, well, we got this many games last year, okay, I don't care. What does that matter? You guys ever seen Portnoy do his pizza reviews, right? One bite, everybody knows the rules, you know? You ever seen these? I love this guy from Barstool. Love him. He's fantastic. I've wanted to parody him so many times every night with my wife's food, right? You know, wife's cooking reviews, guys, here. One bite, everybody knows the rules. We got some kind of a, I don't know, gelatinous casserole. Undercarriage is a disaster, you know, and I take a bite. Like, imagine he's going to do a pizza review, and he's like, one bite, everybody knows the rules, right? And he uses one piece of pizza. He takes a couple bites. He bites the crust, right? He does all that stuff. Now, imagine if the owner came out and said, now, hang on a minute. You didn't give us a great score, but we make more pizzas in an hour than the guys down the road. Well, that's not a defense. He wouldn't be like, oh, let me change your score then. This is a better pizza. That wouldn't matter. If he goes down the road to the guy that's not making as many pizzas, but it's way better, he's going to give it a better score. And that guy's going to have a line going around the block. Why? Because people are going to flock to the quality. So I'm not saying that quantity matters for nothing. I just think quality tends to matter more. Does that make sense? Quantity does matter. It certainly does. Like, I don't know, we're 3 months into the year. Which platform launched more exclusives, right? That's when quantity can matter. People want to talk about first-party titles. Okay, you know, that doesn't matter to me. I don't know if it matters to you, but I've been playing a bunch of games and having a great time. I don't care who owns the studios. So quantity can matter. If you're like, oh, we're going through a drought right now. Oh, it's a monsoon of games. Like, we've been talking about the quantity of games in 2024. It's almost too many games. I don't have time. I don't. I've got 75 hours in Helldivers 2. That's the most I've played a game in a long time. I beat Prince of Persia. I'm slowly working my way through Rise of the Ronin. I hit like 10 hours yesterday, and then I think I'm passing 10 hours this morning. I only played for like 30 or 40 minutes. And then I'm wanting to continue working my way through Hi-Fi Rush. I've got to get back to The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. There's a Stellar Blade demo this weekend. Hellblade's in May. There's a couple of games next month. You see what I'm saying? Like, quantity certainly can matter. I don't want to act like, I think sometimes we get too sharp. It's like, quantity doesn't matter at all. No, quantity matters. You know, last year, PlayStation was light on quantity. It was a DLC, a PSVR 2 game, Final Fantasy 16, and Spider-Man 2. It wasn't as beefy as the year before. Now this year, they're doing all right on the quantity. If you stop worrying about, you know, fighting with people on Twitter and you just look at exclusives, like, quantity's in a much better place this year. But quality is always going to be what people end up talking about. And that's one of the reasons why when I look at an Xbox handheld, that's the first thing I thought was the Microsoft Surface team. They could make a really quality product. They could make an amazing handheld. They really could. I think they could make one that is maybe standing on its own. Maybe it's innovative. Maybe it does things that the others don't. Derek says, on a handheld device, every button press shakes the screen. I ain't going to see no 60 frames in a second on a screen that by design isn't still, ever, particularly for sweaty games with heavy button input. See, this is exactly what I was kind of getting at. Like, I definitely think on a handheld, I would be playing more laid-back games. I'm not going to try and play Sekiro on a handheld, right? I'm not going to try to play Rise of the Ronin on a handheld where you got to, like, time your parries or you're dead. Like, then that's not, you know, like you're saying. I don't think the screen shakes all that much. You're being a little hyperbolic, but it is true. It moves a teeny bit, especially if it's intense.
Oh, what the fuck?
This is a crowd that wants quality over quantity, says Zubair. Other crowds, younger ones, may prefer quantity. Well, and this is where quantity can actively work against quality. Because if you've got people that are accustomed to, I get a ton of games every month and I just kind of sample them. Everything's a sample platter. Well, you're just going to keep getting sample platter. Because if the consumer has been conditioned that that's their gaming experience, that you've basically conditioned them to have like gaming ADHD where they never finish a game.
Got it.
They always sample the game. Well, that's going to work against quality, isn't it? Are you really going to invest a ton of time in quality? You make it take a long time to bring a game to market for people that play a game for 45 minutes and throw it over their shoulder? You know, look at the achievement percentages, right? Like, look at what Game Pass has done. Like, I think quantity can work against quality. But again, I think some of those games have merit. I think some of those games are worth playing. I like those types of games. I'm just not going to go out of my way for them or buy them. But on a handheld, that's where I would be drawn. I would be drawn to the more Game Pass disposable game, ecosystem. I would be more drawn to that on a handheld. Cool Spoon says, I've been an Xbox guy since the original came out when I was 5. I'm not sure I would get an Xbox handheld unless it's the only option as their next-gen console. Now, keep in mind, he's saying this in our members-only Discord, so great reason to become a member and a great reason to be in the Discord. There's no character limit. He says, I already have a Switch for handheld, and once its life is over, I plan on getting a PC handheld like a Steam Deck so I can have access to even more games. Getting an Xbox handheld doesn't make sense to me if I already have a current-gen Xbox console, unless I can play more PC games. Maybe if it was a PC handheld that was more tuned for Xbox games, then I would get it. Along with the above comment, says Cool Spoon, I'm not against playing Xbox games on a handheld. I was kind of hoping that they would put Master Chief Collection on the Switch because I would love to play my favorite games on the go. Yeah, I would be more concerned about the Master Chief Collection not running all that well on the current Switch. Now, maybe the Switch 2, if they can leverage DLSS like the rumors are indicating, you could get pretty good performance out of the Master Chief Collection. The current Switch, I would worry that you wouldn't have a great time.
I don't know what the fuck kind of technique that they want me to memorize.
The current Switch
flying pattern they want me to memorize.
Well, I guess those are older games, but still, when I play a game like Halo, I want 60 FPS. I don't think you would get that.
Like fucking ass.
Conflicts are self-inflicted on Xbox, says Vedger. They should have stayed with Nvidia. Whatever more pennies Nvidia asked for Microsoft. Oh, from Microsoft. Well, I mean, hindsight's always 20/20. Nvidia certainly is doing incredibly well right now. Their stock value, their share value, their profit, they're doing phenomenal.
These firebombs while gliding. Thanks for telling me what they're able
to do with DLSS is continuing to surprise and delight. So certainly, yeah. But at the time, the context, I'd have to go back and look. But the context of when both companies have decided to go with AMD, it might have made sense at the time. Well, the Master Chief Collection runs at 60 FPS on the Steam Deck, and Halo Infinite's multiplayer does too. We were talking about the Nintendo Switch. I don't think that the Master Chief Collection could get 60 FPS on the Nintendo Switch. I believe that the Steam Deck is, I don't know the exact specifics, but the Nintendo Switch came out 7 years ago, so it doesn't have the power. That's not really a common thing that you find on the Nintendo Switch. Something crazy like 30% of all growth in the American economy last year was Nvidia. Really? No shot that the Xbox handheld won't be running on an Xbox OS. Probably going to be a Windows Lite OS integrated with the Xbox app. Yo, good morning, John. Heard it's a native device. Yes, the Xbox handheld that we're hearing about would be a native device. This is true. AMD's done a fine job and has tons of experience. Also, AMD has the x86 cores. I don't think NVIDIA has an x86 license. Correct me if I'm wrong. I couldn't speak to that. I don't think it's hyperbole to say handheld screen is never still.
Just try to
I'll put it way. I put way too much time into the Game Boy Advance, DSi, 3DS, and the Vita games. You can't push buttons and joysticks without moving the whole thing. No. I wasn't saying you were being hyperbolic to say the screen's moving. You made it sound as if like it's like it's like gyrating, like you're like like you know what I'm saying? Like it's moving, but it ain't moving that much. What's good, SpongeRoth? How are you? If the Switch 2 is truly aiming at the same specs, you'll be able to do it. I wasn't talking about the Switch 2. I was talking about the Nintendo Switch. I don't know why people do this. I made a statement. I don't think that the Master Chief Collection could get 30 FPS on the current Switch. And you brought up the Steam Deck. I didn't say anything about the Steam Deck. Now you're bringing up the Switch 2. I was talking, I literally said that. I literally said that I could see them doing it on the Nintendo Switch 2, but on the current Switch it wouldn't work. I feel like some of you guys are so hungry for a debate point that you make some up. I literally said that. I don't get what you're doing. When Mario falls into the lava again, I'm yelling and shaking my Nintendo handheld. Yeah, but he didn't fall into the lava because your screen was shaking. He fell into the lava because you messed up, right? You done messed up, Ron. Like, I don't know if whenever I've played, like when I was playing Ghost of Tsushima on my PlayStation Portal, I don't know if I ever felt like, oh, the screen moved and that messed me up. I was playing some of the pretty hard, like the duels in Tsushima that you can replay. I was referring to the Switch 2. Then maybe include the number 2 next time, because that's not what you initially said. Why does Lono keep saying things he didn't say? Right. I don't understand what conversation we just had then. Just include the Switch 2 next time. And in including the Switch 2, all you would have been doing was agreeing with me, because that's literally what I said. I said you couldn't do it on the current Switch. You'd probably have to do it on the Switch 2. You've now sidetracked the conversation 5 different times to say nothing new and to only agree with me. I appreciate your contribution. Remember, Google existed. NVIDIA does not have an x86 license, so their console would have ARM cores built in like mobile devices or Apple laptops.
What the fuck is this?
Now you're talking a language I don't understand. I don't know what any of that means. The question that I have is, do you think they could get an Xbox handheld out in the next 2 years that would give me 60 FPS in all of these, in the games that I would want to play, I guess? I mean, I guess not every game, but the lion's share of games.
No, fuck
right?
that. I'm not trying to get
in there. The lion's share of games, are they going to be able to get 60 FPS on a handheld? Like, am I being unreasonable? Like, when we were talking about this yesterday, people were like, you're not going to get 60 FPS, Lono. I was like, why not? Why not? Why can't they give it to me? Eugene says no. P. Dudley says yes. Predator says no. AMD makes both CPUs and GPUs. Oh, okay.
Bro, grab me. What the
fuck
is
boom,
wrong
I answered your question. Why not, though? Tell me why not. Why can't they give it to me? We're hearing that the Switch 2 leveraging DLSS was getting 60. Well, why can they do it? That doesn't add up. I play a decent amount of fast-paced games handheld on my Switch. For those who haven't done that, the shake's not that bad. I have honestly never noticed it. It's like trying to read while you hold the phone versus someone else holding the phone for you. Since it's your body, you don't notice it. I think that's a good comparison. Yeah, that's true. Like when my wife's like holding the phone, I'm like, I can't see it, and I'll take my hand and I'll grab it. I'm like, hold on. She's trying to show me a funny video. And just slight movements in her hand, I'm like, I can't read it. It's all over the place. Sorry, buddy, I'll translate. AMD can make consoles that are like PCs inside. NVIDIA is only allowed to make chips you find in mobile phones and tablet types of things. Huh. 60 FPS where? Like 60 FPS native on the device. That's my question. If it's another 30 FPS handheld, I'm not interested. I have no interest in that whatsoever. This is Xbox. You're getting 30 FPS on the Series X now in Starfield. No handheld is fixing that. Do we think that Starfield is indicative of the power of the Series X, though? We know that that's not true. We know that the Series X is a very capable and very strong device. Starfield is not an indication of the Series X's power. Starfield's... I don't even want to go down that road. That's on Bethesda. That's not on the Series X. Now, if you guys want to go back down theory lane with me when Phil Spencer says that they swarmed Bethesda with support to help them get Starfield running on their technology, or however he phrased it, there's only one thing he could be talking about. You wouldn't suddenly be like, hey, your game's been in production for a while. We're going to come help you you would say, we're going to come help you get this thing to run on the Series S. I believe that's why there are not significant differences between the game's performance on the Series S and the X. If you go watch the Digital Foundry breakdown, the resolution differences are almost not noticeable. Why? I believe you're playing virtually the same version. They made a version for the Series S, spent virtually no time making it prettier or better on the Series X. That's why your Series X version of Starfield's running at 30 FPS. They've already proven they could get Starfield to run at 60 on the Series X. This has been proven. So Starfield's not an indictment of the Series X's strength. Let me know when they've overcome basic laws of thermodynamics at a consumer level, and I'll let you know when 60 FPS is possible on a handheld for the games that you prefer to play. Series S chip could be able to fit into a handheld. Thank you for the 6th spot, SJ Now. I appreciate that. FPS based on the rendering resolution, says True SSJ Havoc. The power output and various settings of the application, there's no such thing as native 60 FPS. What do you mean there's no such thing as native 60 FPS? What are you talking about? Where are you referring to that? There's no such thing as native 60 FPS. We're struggling with Dragon's Dogma 2 on a 4090. Your 4090 has nothing to do with it. It's a CPU bottleneck. That's a decision that the developer made. You can go in and turn all the graphical settings down. You can turn the lighting down. You can turn everything down. It doesn't matter. You can lighten the load on your graphics card all you want. Dragon's Dogma 2 is struggling because of a CPU bottleneck. That again has nothing to do with handhelds not being able to hit 60. Question would be, a native handheld, would it just impede devs even more than the Series S? That's an excellent question, and I entertained that question during the show open because I think I'm thinking the same thing. It's like, okay, well, because Eugene said this yesterday. Eugene said, so right now people have to develop for the Series S and the X, and you want to add a third SKU to the equation. You want to add a handheld, right? Power draw, battery life, and heat dissipation. So when the Nintendo Switch comes out, if it hits 60 FPS, can we put this all to bed? Because we've heard from multiple sources that the Nintendo Switch 2 was hitting 60 FPS. Now, you're talking about games that are not, running at high fidelity graphics. You're talking about like The Legend of Zelda. You're not talking about, God of War Ragnarok. So, I don't know. We heard an awful lot about the Nintendo Switch 2 hitting 60 FPS. Unless that was all a bunch of bogus nonsense and people were just talking out of their rear ends. What was that, Gamescom that they all came back to?
Fuck over here.
Keep in mind that it looks like the PS4 graphics VR headset that's as big as a phone box runs games at 72 to 120. So 60 on stuff like that should be doable, but modern graphics, that's a lot. Yeah, like Eugene's asking, 60 FPS on what games? Right, I'm not talking about playing Hellblade 2 on an Xbox handheld. What's good, Feed? I'm talking about playing a game that looks like Borderlands, or like a Brotato, or like Ori. I'm talking about games like that. FPS is based on the rendering resolution, the power output and draw, the settings of the applications. 60 FPS on what? 540p. 60 FPS is a design choice of performance in games, says K the Barbarian. It isn't determined by the hardware, so a device will never be native 60. You can make a game so complex a device will be 30 FPS regardless. I don't think I ever meant to indicate or ever said that it would be a native 60 FPS device. I never said that. I don't talk like that. If I said that, I completely misspoke. I said I would want to be able to play games at 60 FPS. On the device, like installed on the device natively. Man, maybe I said natively in the wrong order. What I meant was, I'm not playing through the cloud. I'm not remote playing. I have the game installed natively, and I am playing a game at 60 FPS. That's what I'm asking. Would I be able to do that? If I misspoke and said 60 FPS native, I wasn't trying to indicate that, like, can this handheld always be 60? I know that's not how it works. A device's screen has a refresh rate, and the highest the refresh rate goes is the highest the frame rate can go depending on the game, right? You could get 120 FPS on a Switch game if the game doesn't really do anything, right? If the graphics and what you're doing are nothing, you could be like, oh, we're getting 120 FPS. Actually, I don't know if the refresh rate on the Switch can go that high, but you know what I'm saying? Like, the refresh rate of the monitor can determine how high you can go, and then the game itself determines where the game lands because of whatever they do internally with the engine and how much texture and lighting they decided to do, and how big the world is, render distance, like how much can you see, things like that. Anything can hit 60 FPS if the engine allows it, of course. You may have to downgrade a lot of settings for certain games. So what you're saying then is that they could make a device that's 60 FPS capable, but it would be up to the developers to optimize for this handheld, which goes back to what Eugene said yesterday. You basically would be designing a game, developing a game, optimizing a game for 3 different SKUs. I can play Halls of Torment on PC at 2200 FPS. I don't know how that's relevant. I think it's kind of neat. Yo, what's good, Omar David? How are you? Xbox is there a solution for bottlenecking for maximum experience besides DLSS and the like? Well, they can't use DLSS because they're not on NVIDIA chips. They're on AMD chips. On another note, PS Portal and EV Market Continuous 5G, it's being accommodated. They've made some great updates to the Portal. Every time I use it now, I'm struck by how smooth it is. Games like Cyberpunk, Liza P, Diablo 4, Tiny Tina's Borderlands, all at 60 FPS on the Steam Deck. I don't see why the Switch 2 and the Xbox handheld couldn't do it. I was under the impression that most games were not at 60 FPS on the Steam Deck. That was my impression. How long can you hold your handheld before your hands melt into the controller? Then what happens to the game on powerful hardware when the hardware can't run it? Well, I'm not sure what you mean, Eugene. Are you saying what happens to games if they have to optimize for a handheld and then they go on stronger hardware? Is that the question that you're asking? Devs don't even want to make a game for one of their SKUs. Yeah, I mean, that's a whole nother conversation. I didn't feel like doing multiple shows on this week, so I kind of baked that into the opening monologue. I totally don't want to take that victory lap, but I told people, I said third-party devs are going to they're going to start skipping Xbox. Or either that or they're going to show up late. You're going to have de facto timed exclusives, which we've got another game that's doing that. I forget the name of it, but it was literally a part of an Xbox showcase. Xbox spent, their own marketing dollars promoting a game that is now not coming out for Xbox at launch. I, for one, am thankful for this conversation because you've reminded me that I should choose one of my handhelds to charge up for the trip this weekend. I always forget. There you go. I'm talking about the handheld holding back. Playing Doom right now on the Steam Deck. 60 to 90. Again, my question was, I was under the impression that most games that were Steam Deck certified were not hitting 60. They were 30. The newer games are more demanding, would likely not be 60, says Kratopsy. Again, to that guy, what settings are they running with the Switch or the Xbox handheld? Remember, Steam Deck is a PC, and you can turn on and off to fit experiences. Yeah, and certain games seem to really struggle on the Steam Deck, obviously. Is that what it's called? Entoria? This guy's saying? You can run at generally stable 40, but 60 FPS with VSync and limiters as well as Steam overlay is an ancient visual overlay bug. Nothing new under the sun. This guy says this sub's full of BS. Someone only able to run at generally stable 30, but some fella breaks the law of physics and made it run at 60. Get out. People like Original Poster will claim it's 60 for them, and it works. I believe a lot of the games are 60 on the Steam Deck. Eugene says Cyberpunk is not 60. Yeah, according to Reddit, that's not true. I don't know if there's a list somewhere of all the games that run at 60 FPS on the Steam Deck. Is the Steam Deck a Linux platform? Yeah, I don't know. I remember when it came out, I thought, oh, that's pretty cool. And then when I looked into it, a lot of the games that I would play, I was like, oh, I'm not going to do that.
How the fuck do I get in there?
I'll just put a rig in my living room, I've got extra rigs lying around. Like, if I really wanted to play PC games, if there were games that I could only play on PC that I was dying to play, like Witchfire, you know, if Witchfire has a 1.0 launch and I can only play it on PC, I could see setting myself up to play that in the living room, right? So, all the new subscribers, if you guys hit subscribe today, man, thanks for being here. Introduce yourself in the chat. The more often you're here, the more likely you will get a gifted member. We've been streaming for about an hour. You might notice a bunch of people in chat have green names, or maybe not a green name. They have a little badge next to their name. Those are members. They're either paying for their own membership or it was gifted. So the more you hang out, the more likely you'll get that. Make sure and smash the like button. That helps out the video. That's free. Subscribing is also free. And, you know, if I'm ever not on your homepage, YouTube's been acting really squirrely the last couple of weeks. They're definitely messing with some things. If I'm ever not on your homepage, be sure to check your subscriber tab. I stream every day, Monday through Friday, around the same time. It's usually around 9:45. It's supposed to be 9:30, but we can't schedule super far in advance. So I schedule at 9:25, and then I'm scrambling to get everything ready. And it's usually around 9:45 when the stream goes live, Eastern time. That's a good excuse to build a small volume PC to fit into the living room. People have squeezed 4080s into very tiny boxes. There you go, Zuby. Cyberpunk 2077 will run at 60 if you spend 23 hours modding it just perfect and you don't do some weird thing that breaks the mod. Source, trust me. If I had an Xbox Series S or X as a handheld, that would be my go-to. Yeah, it depends on your life, obviously. Like, I'm not in a situation where it would be my go-to, but I would get one so that I could have it in the instances where it would be great to have a device like that. Now, obviously, you know, mobile phones are getting stronger and stronger. I dropped my phone again the other night, and now I've got a crack up in the corner that's kind of spreading, which is unfortunate. It's an old phone, too. But, you know, these newer phones are, you know, maybe you can just play games like that. You know, maybe you'll be able to play games installing them natively to your phone and they'll run really well. I mean, I obviously would prefer something that's dedicated to gaming, right? I remember when the PlayStation Portal came out, people were like, you can do that with your phone and then this other controller. I was like, I don't want to do that. By the time I do all that, you know, let me upgrade my phone so my screen's bigger. Let me get this controller that you're talking about. Oh, wow, I spent more than the $200 it cost me to get the PlayStation Portal, and it's a dedicated device. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would much rather have a dedicated Xbox handheld than to, like, play games through a mobile device, like through the cloud or something. You know, I would much rather have a dedicated device. Like, I would prefer it if the Portal was a native handheld you could install things on, but that would have made it a lot more expensive, obviously. If they could make the handheld a tiny bit smaller than the ROG, it would be perfect. Xbox needs some type of partnership. They would do well working with Steam to try and get that platform on their system. Yeah, I mean, the Phil Spencer interview where he talked about handhelds, that was his big thing. Was he was like, look, this doesn't feel like an Xbox. Like, that was his frustration point. His frustration point was, I've got all these handhelds, but it doesn't feel like my Xbox. You know, and he took issue with Fallout 76, and you know, there was no cross save, and you know, so he seemed to be indicating, and I don't think Phil speaks haphazardly. He seemed to be indicating that he would like an Xbox handheld to be in the market. Rabbit with 14 months of memberships and is a VIP. When the devs say, what's the point of releasing games on Xbox, what have some people said to hand wave that off? Well, as usual, Rabbit, when things like this come out, what's good, Ginger? When things like this come out, people act like it's not, you know, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. They're basically trying to discount the guy from GameIndustry.biz. They're like, oh, you can't trust him. I don't know him. I don't know if he's super reliable or not, but I have found whenever I have used GameIndustry.biz as a source that they're very careful and they're very factual. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that he sat down, and the way that he said these things and the context in which he said them, a lot of these guys forget that console warring is not the way the rest of the world sees reality. And a lot of these guys they can't do it. Like, I sent out a tweet yesterday about, hey, you know, come watch me talk about Rise of the Ronin with Kirk. It's better than expected.
I got in.
And some guy in the comments
Holy
got really
shit.
angry with me, and he was like, "Oh, what about Starfield? You hated on Starfield, and now you're going to praise Ronin because you're a pony." And it's like, what? It's like, I played Starfield, tried to love Starfield, gave it a fair shot. I was never really critical of Starfield's graphics. I was critical of the performance on Xbox. And if you actually, I don't know, this is a crazy idea. If you would have actually clicked on the video, I maintain that the performance and the graphics and the appearance of Rise of the Ronin is pretty weak and pretty bad. I think I've actually been more critical of Ronin's performance and graphics than I ever was of Starfield. Like, I was disappointed that Starfield was 30 on Xbox, but I was never like, it's an ugly game. I was just like, I don't see anything graphically that makes it so this thing can't hit 60 on the Xbox, right? It doesn't look like some next-gen tour de force. And the point that I'm making is that these guys have, like, they have basically, I don't know what word I want to use. I was watching a clip this morning of a guy that was like, when you lie, you pathologize the lying and it distorts the way you see reality, right? And problems that you've created are the world's unfair, right? And I think people that have spent way too much time console warring, it's like they can't see the world any other way. So this guy does a podcast, GameIndustry.biz. He does a podcast, and just like, he's just kind of talking.
He didn't see anything?
He's not clout chasing. He's not out here farming on Twitter for clicks. He's like, yeah, you know, I was talking to third-party devs, and they just don't see the point. I talked to a prominent third-party developer that put a game out last year, and they were like, we just don't see the point. Why do we even support that platform anymore? Like, it was so non-scandalous. It was said so like just plainly, right? And for people to basically be like dismissing him and acting like he's not trustworthy, I think that's a personal problem. I think that's a person that's so in beholden to a brand that they can't believe that a guy came back from the GDC and was like, yeah. The same thing happened to the guy from VGC. I think it was Andy Robinson, wasn't it, from VGC, where he came back from Gamescom and he spoke to numerous developers that did not like the Xbox Series S. And the same thing happened when he did that. He was dismissed.
Yes.
He's called a pony. It's, oh, yeah, this isn't true. This guy's just saying this. Xbox tax, blah, blah, blah. Yep. And then here we go. You know, how many months later, a year later, however long it's been, another guy comes back from a place where developers gather, and he's like, this is what I'm hearing. Publishers and developers like, why would we go over there? What are they even doing? Right now, the consumers don't know what's going on with Xbox. Developers are scratching their noggin just the same. They're like, what's going on over there? You flatlining hardware sales, you declining hardware sales, you're putting your games everywhere. What is going on over there? Does that bode confidence in projects that take 4, 5, and 6 years? You going to place your chips on that part of the table right now? Are you? If you're scoping out a project right now or you're halfway through it, are you going to continue putting chips on that side of the table? You think that's a good idea? A platform whose hardware is not doing well, it's on pace to fall behind the previous generation's hardware, and they're taking their own property and they're putting it on other platforms. And do you honestly think any developer that's ever sold a game multi-plat in the last couple of years isn't like totally awake to the fact that they sell way more copies on the PlayStation than on the PC? So this is 100% related to, well, why would they do a handheld? If you can't get, if you have developers, third-party developers, third-party publishers that are like, well, I don't know, man. I don't know what that platform's doing. Like the guy said in the interview, he was like, it wasn't an interview, I'm sorry, it was a podcast. He says that, you know, they're not in a good place right now as a hardware manufacturer. Now, that could make sense as to why they would pivot into a handheld, but it could also be like, why on earth would you do that? It seems like your best path forward is publishing as opposed to hardware. A 10 spot from P-Dub H-Town. A game is announced. Xbox fans, is it on Game Pass? No, it's not. Xbox fans, I'll wait for it to hit Game Pass. Now we're acting surprised that devs want to skip Xbox. Xbox actually needs to come out and say their future plans. The silent hurts them more than anything else. Well, I mean, I don't know if they're going to say anything in the summer showcase about any of this. I think the summer showcase is going to be all about games. I don't know if they'll do this, but I would imagine they would want to make mention of Hellblade 2, especially if Hellblade 2 is doing well, you know, reviewing well, if it's getting good commercial and critical reception. You know, they would want to make mention of that. But then I think everything else, the focus of the summer showcase would just be games. Right? I don't think they're going to be like, yeah, here's our hardware plans. Now, according to Sarah Bond, they have hardware, something they're going to be sharing in the holiday. That could literally be the digital Series X that we saw a dev kit rated for in South Korea. Like, that's like literally what that could be. I don't know if that's exciting, but I've heard other podcasts say the same, that Microsoft just isn't good at creating things. They just have a ton of money from Windows, and they're trying to buy their way into the market. A lot of their games that are very successful that people attribute to them, they bought them. They bought them. It's not a terrible strategy. It kind of started to work, you know? Right, that's exactly right, Eugene. When that Takashi guy, who has been consistently proven completely wrong and proven to have just made things up, he's like, yeah, this guy, he's super reliable. And then this guy's like writing for GameIndustry.biz, and they're like, no, this guy's biased. He's lying. He's a fanboy. Like, come on. Xbox flatlined in Europe. Publishers are wondering why bother. Yeah. He's literally referencing. The difference is that the guy from GameIndustry.biz is referencing something that you can verify. Did you listen to the entire podcast? The 11-minute mark or so is very interesting. I didn't want that to be the focal point. We had decided that the show was about the Xbox handheld. So I included that tangentially. I was like, we're hearing from GameIndustry.biz that, you know, they were at GDC and things are not looking good for Xbox hardware. Things are not looking good for third-party developer and publisher relationships. So is a handheld a response to that? Is a handheld a solution for that? Does that, you know what I'm saying? By the way, thank you, P-Dub H-Down, for the 10 spot. I appreciate it. As it stands right now, guys, the Friday night big community game night, we need about 250 members before Friday if we're going to do that. You guys are going to have to get moving. You're going to have to put the bat signal out and get some of the big boys to come in here because we've got, what's today, Tuesday? Okay, so you've got basically 3 days. Friday's always like the worst day to try to do it. Generally because we'll be probably doing the Stellar Blade demo and then streaming with Mike, and those are harder days. So you have 3 days basically to hit that. You're gonna have to hustle. If not, there will not be a stream Friday night. I wasn't planning on doing a stream because we're gonna be coming back from something, but I will do it if we hit the goal. I'm like, all right, they earned it. You know, let's do a big community game night. But we will not be doing a stream Friday night because I wasn't planning on doing one. Paraphrase of that point. Eugene's as a paraphrase is that the console is a small part of Xbox's business, but it's not a small part of their partner's business. I'm not sure what you mean by their partners. Abe gives some member. Thank you so much, Abe. Abe says, single member train. Abraham is asking for a single member gifted train. And I use his full name so that you guys would know that this is serious. So is that what he's saying, Eugene? He's saying that, like, it's not a huge portion of, like, what Xbox is focused on, but that's what your partners care about. Like, if you're making a game for, you know, you're making a third-party AAA multiplat, you're like, hey, man, yeah, game developers and whatnot. Right, okay. Rob V joins the single gifted member train. Thank you so much, Rob V, and takes us to 4 members on the day. He's like, okay. He's like, all right. Abe says, whoa, relax, Lucas. What's up, chat? Just saying, Here for now. I'm on full work alert. Good to see you, Omar. Thanks for being here. I love that your name is OG Omar. And a single comes in from Whiskey Neat. There we go. We need to probably start keeping track of how long the single trains have ever lasted. A single from Whiskey and a single from Sneaky Wolf. Thank you very much. The singles add up, boys. Don't be holding back, you know. Don't be letting all the big dogs dropping the bombs carry all the weight. Cool Spoon says the real question is if a handheld is or if, how would it handle backwards compatibility? If it's able to be docked, maybe the dock has a disc tray. Alapark says the hardware isn't a big portion for Xbox, but it's a lot of work for third-party devs to make a game for said hardware. Yo, another gift that comes in from DK Bager. DK Bager, one of the faithful single gifters around here, man. Always in there, always bumping the line. Thank you so much, DK Bager. Yeah, and this is something we've always talked about, Alapark. We've always talked about, and this is something that was always dismissed as hate or hand-waved away. Training. We always said it just isn't a good proposition to a developer to say, hey, you need to do more work. Now, this is verified by Matt Booty himself. You need to do more work to get your games to run on the Series S. You got to do more development time. And you're not just doing more work, you're doing work that is antithetical to what developers are trying to do right now, which is push the graphics, push the frame rate, right? Push in things like ray tracing, okay? So, you're getting hit from multiple angles there. Like, your proposition to a developer is, we need you to spend more money and time to basically remove or curb down things that are really valued right now. Higher resolution, ray tracing, higher frames per second. We need you to work against that, and you got to curb all that down. And while you're doing that, while you're spending time doing that, keep in mind that you're spending more money and your project's taking longer to come to market so that you can sell your game on a platform where you're going to make the least amount of money and the least amount of sales. That is got to be the most non-compelling proposition to a developer right now. Stone Spire, keeping the single gifted train alive, and he bumps it to 8. Abe called for a single gifted train, and whoops, that's not it. And we have received 5. You guys are on a 5 gifted member train right now. Yo, it's good, Kirk. He says, I would love an Xbox handheld. Currently, the only console to play indies is the handheld Switch. An Xbox handheld would allow me to get out of the Nintendo ecosystem and still play those indies. I kind of said that, Kirk. I said there's all of these indie titles that hit Game Pass, you know, smaller titles that would be fantastic to have a native handheld for. You know what all the dev time you save by implementing ray tracing? Yeah, F that. Go make it work on the S now. Right. Like, if you guys have been here for a while, you've heard me talk about ray tracing. And I went from thinking that, I'm like, ray tracing is a gimmick. It's a resource hog, and it's a gimmick. And I remember Wheezy was like, you need to do a little bit of research. These devs are not just putting ray tracing into the game because they're chasing like a fad or a trend or something. So I was like, okay. So I go and I do a little bit of research, and then this is going back, you know, a long time ago. This is years ago when some of these articles were being written about why developers were starting to prefer ray tracing. So they like ray tracing because it automates a lot of the lighting work, and it streamlines a lot of the lighting work. So you're basically telling them, hey, all that stuff that you did implementing ray tracing and utilizing ray tracing, yeah, you have to cut all that out because the Series S largely doesn't really support ray tracing. There's like a handful of games that have it, but the lion's share of the games running on Series S, they just completely take it out. They're like, no, it's not there. Derek says it's useful to consider the wisdom of trying to make a successful handheld if you aren't Nintendo. The history of handhelds is full to the rafters with hardware corpses. They almost always fail. But why? Because the profit is huge this year and can. There's no other problem. Good. I go to ride my bike. I have no idea what you're saying. What are you responding to? Jack K says, does Xbox really care about the console business? When they decided to put first-party games on other platforms, they ought to know that that's going to hurt the perception of what Xbox is to the public. I feel like it's the straw that broke the camel's back. If you're a third-party developer or you're a third-party publisher, you were already dealing with everything we just talked about. Now, all of this is related to a handheld, because if you come out with a handheld, I really want to know, how are you going to compel developers to make games for it? If you're making your game right now and you're like, okay, we're going to get most of our sales from the PlayStation 5 and PC, and now every bike is an Xbox, and now we've got to make the game, it needs to run well on the Xbox handheld and the Series X and the Series S. Like, how does that even work? How are you going to get a developer to want to do that? Now, if you can somehow make the architecture really similar. I'm a truck driver, Reforged, so a handheld would be perfect for me, but I realize I'm a small subset of players. There are many instances that I would love a handheld, like when we're driving for a trip, flying for a trip, or when I'm actually at the location. Sometimes we're at, like, you know, an Airbnb or a beach house, or we're taking a trip and we're going to be meeting halfway with, like, some relatives, and we're going to be, like, staying in like a house together. And, like, I'm certain there would be times at that house that I would be like, yo, I got a little time right now. Let me knock out some Brotato. You know, let me knock out some RoboQuest. You know, and that would be perfect on those types of trips. Now, I wouldn't be using this all of the time, but I would get a lot of use out of it. But again, that poses the question, like, what kind of performance are you going to get? Are you going to be able to compel third-party developers to now develop for another SKU? Now, I could see them, and we've said this many times, and I don't know if this is going to happen. I could see them turning the Xbox Series S into a cloud box, so then they're developing games for the Series X. And I don't know. I guess you then would also have to develop for the handheld. You and Brotato. Oh, Brotato is so fun, dude. It's such a fun game. I think this would be a play for different games markets, says Kirk. The indies people inevitably buy for Switch because it's a handheld. Maybe Xbox has realized people will buy their AAA games on PlayStation. I don't know about that, Kirk. Is there a really huge market for people that are like, dude, I'm dying to have a handheld for my indies? Like, is that you guys think that's a really big market? Detective C says, I know you want 60 FPS on a handheld from Microsoft, but Xbox would have to give us 60 FPS third-party titles this gen first. We will know the answer to that question very soon. We will know. If Hellblade 2 is 60 FPS on the Series X, then we will know that whatever the heck happened last year was not indicative of, like, oh, the Series X, they didn't make good hardware. I think the Series X is a good piece of hardware. I just don't think we've received good optimized games for the Series X, and that's part of the problem. It's such a small slice of the pie. Is it a priority for anybody? Is anybody developing a game right now and saying, well, we better make sure and get great performance on the Series X? Yeah, I know. You're not, Detective Seeds, you're not wrong. You're potentially not wrong, homie, and you know it. You know we could be walking into May, and I'm going to be steaming mad if I can't get Hellblade 2 at 60 FPS on my Series X. That's the end, friend. That's it. It's like, what the heck did I buy? What did I buy? I get a Hi-Fi Rush at 60? Okay, great. But that game doesn't really look next gen. We've talked about this before with the art style. You can't really show off ray tracing, lighting in Hi-Fi Rush. You can't really show off high resolution with Hi-Fi Rush because of the art style. So Forza Horizon and Hi-Fi Rush. That would be it. And I know you're going to point to like third-party games. I'm not talking about that. I bought an Xbox from Xbox. I want those first-party titles to be looking and running great. And if Hellblade 2 doesn't hit 60 on the Series X, that's the end. It's like, dude, there's no reason for me to even have this dadgum
It said I
thing.
could throw bombs. It was a tutorial.
I'll gift 20 members if Hellblade ends up being 60 FPS. We're going to need it, man. We're going to need it. Yeah, the new major order in Helldivers 2 is to eliminate the automatons. There you go. Time to fight the robots. Kirk says, I think people already buy all indies for the Switch, but people are getting the feeling of the inadequacy of the Switch hardware. Maybe Xbox wants for a better hardware alternative than Nintendo for those games. Yeah, but what's Xbox going to do if the Nintendo Switch 2 comes out and can hit higher levels of performance from what we're hearing?
Yeah, I don't know how to throw bombs.
Detective Seed said something in response, didn't he? Oh, no, he didn't. Okay. I thought you said something else. I remember when Phil was on the stage talking about how powerful the Series X is going to be, and we still haven't seen anything, and now they want to make another powerful platform.
Why are you gonna make no noise? Stop sneaking up on me like that.
First Hellblade was like 8 years ago, so no, it wasn't 60. I mean, it is now when you play it in the right place. Am I misunderstanding what was said about parity? If the X runs Hellblade 2 at 60, shouldn't the S run at 60? No, it was feature parity, Dan. It was not performance parity. They said from the very beginning that you would be getting, and again, they set this video to private because it's not true. Going back and watching that marketing is just phenomenal now. They said that the only difference is that you would be running games on the Series X at 1440. So basically, it was going to get all the same bells and whistles. It was going to get all the same performance. You were just going to have to run games at 1440. That is so incredibly and demonstrably false that they literally set that marketing video to private because it's just not true. Xbox just sold us a bill of goods. They literally sold us a bill of goods. It's just simply untrue. So the Series S was originally supposed to be feature parity performance differences. Like they did admit, like, oh, you're going to get lower resolution. Remnant 2 is 60/30. Yeah, there's already games right now. There are games right now that are 60 on the X, but they're not 60 on the S. They never promised performance parity. They were insisting on feature parity. That was the problem with Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 couldn't get split screen to work because of the Series S. Now, again, we were originally told, I was told up one side and down the other, that the reason Baldur's Gate 3 couldn't get split screen to work, it had nothing to do with the Series S. And the developers came out and literally said in 3 different ways, in 3 different interviews, that it was the Series S. And when Phil threw them under the bus in his interview with Destin, the next day the CEO comes out and he was like, we're launching on Xbox, split screen will come later if we can figure it out. Essentially, that's what he said. Because it's like, okay, you want to sell us under, you want to throw us under the bus after we've been running PR damage control for you, Phil? Okay, fine, take the game or leave it. Do you want the game or not? You know, Phil's like, oh, it's not a hardware problem. It made it sound like it was a dev decision, passively insinuating that it was a Larian problem. And Larian was like, you know what? Say my name. If you want my game, you're going to take it as is. We're done trying to get split screen to work. You want to do an interview and insinuate that this is our fault, you go ahead and do that. Do you want the game of the year or not? That's how that went down, guaranteed. I'd put money on the table that that phone call was not a pleasant one after that interview that he did with Destin. So that, again, we were given assurances wasn't the Series S's fault, but it was. Nobody's dumb to that fact now. But again, you were never promised performance parity. You were promised feature parity. I love Dragon's Dogma 2, and I hope people are enjoying what they're playing. How's Ronin? I can't put it down. I love it. I love it. It's like Ghost of Tsushima and Sekiro had a baby. It's 2 of my favorite games smashed into one. Oh, and I've been using paired blades and a katana, and I was kind of irritated because the paired blades, I didn't have a new stance. I did a fight, I learned a new stance, and it's sick. It is sick. Paired blades has a stance that your freaking counter spark is like almost like 2 attempts. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I love
Paired
that
blades
set.
with this other stance are sick, bro. They're so fun. I'm having a blast. I'm whooping on people. And I'm getting whooped on. I take my turn sometimes. Somebody gets the better of me. You're loving Dragon's Dogma 2? I pray they can get Dragon's Dogma at 60 on a console because it looks so fun. Dragon's Dogma graphically, like, sometimes it looks good in combat and other times I feel like it looks kind of old. But I'm like, the gameplay looks awesome, but I'm not going to play a 30 FPS game, dude. Oh, you 100% cleared the first map last night, Kirk? I was clearing some other lower level sections this morning just because I hadn't done it. So I was just mopping people up, dude. So good.
Just get off the
between two
fucking
weapons.
horse.
I cannot figure out how to do the Gale, whatever they're called. Gale Force attacks, where after you do an attack, you're supposed to hit R and the joystick. I can't figure out what the frick they're talking about. I can't do it. I was like, it's not the flash attack where you switch stances in the middle of an attack. It's not that. It's called a Gale Force attack or something. And you're supposed to hit R1 in the right joystick during or after or right after an attack. I can't freaking figure it out, dude. There's so much complexity to the combat. I'm more of the dum-dum, just trying to get parries and crit hits. Capcom announced today they're implementing an optional 30 FPS cap. I mean, that'll certainly help with the frame timing, but that's not gonna change the fact that it's 30 FPS. You know, it's not the best looking game, but my guy, when you play this at 60, you will love it. Art direction and sense of adventure. I'm moving to tears almost. Like I'm 41. This is what game meant to be. Yeah, I'm 42. We're very close in age. And everything I've seen about Dragon's Dogma 2 looks incredibly compelling. I'm like I said multiple times, it's a fantastic game shrouded in stupid microtransactions that aren't even the real problem. And also shrouded in a fog of just bad optimization. It's just, what the heck did you guys do to that game? Why is it so CPU bottlenecked, you know? They can't figure that out. That game will never run 60 on a PC.
Oh. What up?
Alex from Digital Foundry discovered the Dragon's Dogma 2, the issue is that it's also somehow not good on really powerful CPUs. It doesn't evenly utilize high-core CPUs. It's like 80% on one core and 3% on another. Yeah, that's an optimization issue. That's freaking stupid. That's why I told you guys this the other day. I'm like, I am not a tech specialist, but in the history of video games, every time I hear that a game is bottlenecked at the CPU or the GPU, you will find people that are like, I'm having a great time. And then you'll find people with beastly rigs that are like, I can't even play the dadgum game. It's because whenever it's bottlenecked like that, it's going to interact with different brands and different power thresholds completely differently, as is evidenced by what Alex from Digital Foundry discovered. Like, that's exactly why you'll have guys that are like, yeah, my rig's running it great. And you'll have a guy with a top-of-the-line rig that's like, I can't play the game. Like Moist Critical, the game just always crashes on him. He couldn't even play it. You're 42? Yeah, I'll be 43 this year. Being light complected, Kirk, just stay out of the sun, dude. It really helps you age well, you know? Just stay out of the sun. 28 months of membership. Thanks so much, Raven. Xbox is a third of the 3 desktop consoles. In laptops, they would be 10th or worse. I don't know why you're bringing up laptops. I mean, I asked yesterday. I said, you know, would you buy an Xbox handheld? And the overwhelming majority of the responses were like, no. I was kind of shocked.
Damn.
Right? Yo, DK Baker was 17 months in a VIP. Here we go. I asked people, I said, would you buy an Xbox handheld, right? And it got 20,000 views, and it got 151 comments. So this is basically just what I said right here. If we do a zoom, we should be able to, there we go. Just more isolated a little bit more. There we go. That's perfect. And so we got J-Tech, and we got Brap, and then we got Doc. This is no surprise here from Doc, right? He loves handhelds. Jay says, no, there's already better options. Brap says, no, I don't game on handhelds. And then Doc says, day one. Okay? So we got a variety of comments here just from these three gentlemen, right?
That place.
And even their avatars. It's like a, we got a blue, we got like a red, and we got like a green.
All right, Kitty,
Brad doesn't game on handhelds, but Jay's like, listen, man, there's better options. There's already things out there. Now, we don't know, Xbox would have something better than the current options. And then Doc says, day one. Couple other responses here. They are good devices, but I won't buy any Xboxes. PC number one. This guy says, heck yes. Yes, I would. More choice is good, but it needs to support Windows and other game stores, or it's DOA. This is Paul. He's a member here. If they don't buy the Xbox, what makes you believe they will buy an even less capable handheld? So a lot of the people that responded were saying no, but then there were the people that were like, yeah, I 100% would. But then there's other that are saying no, it's Xbox. This guy says, yes, I could get my game library at least 1080 stable frame rate. I'm in. I agree with that guy. Having access to my library, my backwards compatible library, having access to, my, to Game Pass, backwards compatible, 1080, 60, I'd be good. I'd be good. I think that's the other thing you guys have to consider when I'm sitting here asking, like, could they give me 60? It's like, well, if everything is running at 1080. What do you guys think the likelihood that this handheld is dockable? Valiant says, how can you possibly know there are better options than a theoretical handheld? And Eugene says, Steam Deck and the ROG will